as you've been with me before, when you don't do it in the first take, it's just every time. When you need a tyre, that will carry you all the way home. Yeah, it's like my man Rob from Mickey Thompson Tyres. Mixie. It's in the Springs 4x4 park. Is he Rob or Renee? I can't remember. Hey, that's not what it's. Mickey Thompson, Australia's toughest traction tyre.
Good morning, party people. Welcome to the last and final day of the ARB Gundy 500 out here at Gundy on the border of New South Wales and Queensland. We're on the Queensland side, obviously. I'm Sandy Bowman. I'm here with the Curran brothers, Josh and Dan.
I like that you said party people. It was rocking in Gundy last night, I'm telling you. It was a good time to be alive. And, wow, what a day. Race day two sections today. It's the big day.
And I was just saying to the boys when I walked up this morning, we had a quick look at the championship points. And we had, we know we've got Bo and Clayton, and Clayton's on a charge this weekend, but Bo's got a little bit of work to do. But I also noticed that in equal third, there's no... So the points at the second are Clayton and Bo in first overall for the championship, but we've got Matty Burrows and Simon Tucker battling out for an equal third at the second. So that's another good little battle. These guys are all in contention right now of a championship win overall, including Craig Barnett sitting in fifth. So the top 5, 6, even Sam Bentley. So yeah, these guys have got to keep on the track this today.
Absolutely. Pretty incredible how tight it is at the top of the ARB Championship. We're looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Like you said, we've got a long day of racing today, still 4 laps to go. We saw how much action happened yesterday with an 8-kilometre prologue and just 2 of the 85-kilometre laps. So
and
4
it seemed
of them
to be a bit muddier out there yesterday.
Absolutely. I saw some of the photos of the clean-up areas that were happening in the back of people's workshops and stuff like that. There was plenty of that dirty, sticky, just clayey mud that was getting stuck up underneath people's cars. So yeah, going to be a very interesting. Well, one of the crazy parts, we're talking to one of the competitors. They said it's one of the dustiest, wettest years they've ever competed at Gundy. Like what an awesome job though. That's what we got to say. hats off and mad credit to the Gundy Motorsport Association for keeping this race running. Earlier on in the week, it was looking like it may get cancelled due to the weather events that they happen to have. And like we said, with this weird country that's out here with the melon holes, and they're called melons because it's basic melon holes because it basically looks like someone sucked a gigantic melon straight out of the ground and it's just left a hole. So that's why they're called melon holes. As we get a close-up of Huddy right there.
Oh, really? Very good. I like that.
So for those that just tuned out, we apologise. No.
We're looking back over the pits there, folks. I spoke to a handful of people out there today. Some people were saying that they used a lot less fuel than anticipated. I think it was Simon Tucker was saying he only used 50 litres a lap as opposed to what they banked on is about 80 litres a lap. There was some cars like Jackson Evans, who we know is up in the top end of definitely in his class, but even outright for the championship at the moment is in 7th, I think it was.
Eddie, boys, did you see put a post up on his socials? So again, great opportunity if you're sitting at the moment, have a look through some of the guys' socials, and Jackson put up that he did have brake problems.
I just went past this morning.
Was it the left?
I think it was the left
other side.
Yeah.
Boys, it's too early in the morning.
I've got to tell you, he'd melted. There's 6 piston calipers, and he'd actually melted the tops off them. They were destroyed. So they've changed calipers crazy. All round, and they're ready to go. The Evans team down there doing an amazing job. Actually, they put a lot of energy into the sport.
Oh, amazing team. And yeah, the King Chrome guys really get behind it, don't they? They're at a lot of events too, race a lot. Ex-rally guys, so Simon Evans, multi-time Australian and rally champion, so good lineage there, Sandy.
I'll tell you what, just going through some of the final standings from yesterday, from what I'm looking at, I see that Dale Martin's popped up into 3rd.
Oh, that's amazing.
So he did stop yesterday. He said he stopped yesterday for a fire.
Yes.
And there was a car rolled over and on fire, so he pulled that through. And a couple other, I think he stopped to help out Hannah Bentley as well. So that's what they've got to do, and obviously got his time back at the end of the day. So currently we've got Chappie sitting there on your screen on the right-hand side of your screen. Then we've got Danny Brown in that 4 car. And then Dale Martin, who I'm sure will be lining up any minute.
Absolutely rolling through right now. Sandy's starting to come into our view.
We've got AJ in car 93. Then we've got Richo, which is that yellow buggy just under the, just in your screens, just to the left of the centre of your screen. And Bo Robbo sitting in 6. So he's got 5 places to make up and then catch Chappie. Remembering that, he's 7 minutes behind. So Talbot Cox in 7th, Christian in the Class 8, starting off in 8th. His place I don't think changed from last night, but obviously they do a few, obviously they give back time for those that have stopped, etc. throughout the day. So quickly,
you're looking at timing on chrissport.nz. So if you're looking at live timing, there's all the things on there, and then also the Rally Safe app. So if you're on Rally Safe, you can both do it on the browser and on an app. So Rally Safe will have live track maps. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you the hot tip. It is technology, so it's not gospel, is it, Sandy? We've been caught out using it as gospel before. It's not, but it gives you a really good idea, because I know if you're listening yesterday, we talked about it wasn't so long ago that when we were commentating, it was they blazed out of the stadium, you hope for the best, and they came back. Murray Rogers used to give you a couple of updates about cars that were out and broken and what things, but other than that, we knew nothing. Now we know so much about what's going on around the track. And it gets fed to you as the day goes on. Yep. Even the in-car, the live in-car, that's I like an emerging technology that's happening. Obviously, still some things going on there, but it's something that the crew are working on. And man, when it's working, like that shot of Matty Burrows, how good was that? The in-cab gave you a real idea of what was going on. So I'm pretty excited about that. The drone footage, all that stuff, guys. You're going to see it all here today. The Nighter lining up as well, Jamie. I think he's just been popped outside the top 10. Panels off on the back. So if everybody can check there, we've just got a note here. The
someone could... If someone's on Channel 5 Duplex, can you please check your radios? That's our recovery channel.
Even down to probably get off Channel 5 Duplex, guys. It's
not really. It's for the event.
I understand.
We can't run it.
You're interested. We get it. But when we have real recoveries and there's people sitting on it accidentally or anything like that, and it happens every damn event.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Go to your channel, talk to your mates, do whatever you want to do. But Channel 5 Duplex, stay off that one and stay with recovery. Or stay away from recovery.
We're about 8 minutes off. So just looking at the weather for today, 23 degrees. Josh Curran's already out in the shorts.
Yeah.
You see, I'm here at Dan and I are in jeans and a hoodie.
Yeah.
He's pulled his socks up.
Yeah.
About time.
That's what my mum texts me every morning. Pull your socks up, young fella. But no, I didn't want to run the long pants for a bit later on in the day, so I just thought I'd go the long socks for the morning as well.
And about a 10k an hour breeze at the moment, which hopefully that stays up when the wind and the dust starts coming through. So once again.
Hey, so we just got another call on. So Channel 5 stuck mic. So if you have a UHF and it is
get
on 5,
off it.
Yeah, get off it. But the race will not go ahead until you get off the radio. So we have a stuck mic. So if you have a UHF hanging off your pocket, check it now. Better yet, turn it off. Oh yes, or a car.
Check cars.
Possibly check a car as well. They're saying. So. If you're in the pits, make sure...
See old man Wellesley down there walking away from Danny Brown's car.
Yep.
He does the commentating down at Rainbow.
Legendary.
Been around the game a long time, hasn't he?
Chat later.
Yeah,
yes.
He loves a chat.
Yes.
The AC Jordan Patterson rolling through in that 44 car. We've got Kai. There's the man that needs to do a lot of work today, Bo Robbo. 113 car. This thing's running 40-inch tyres. Dugan 7 litre.
He's in a good position though, isn't he?
I think,
I know it's not where he wants to be at the number one. That's where everyone wants to be. But
probably the biggest downfall is he has time to make up. He's got to make up 8 minutes. That's a big gap.
It is.
Especially when we're only four laps.
Yeah. And when you say
6 laps
when
today,
you say it like that, Chappie could change a tyre, probably change 2 in that time, and still go. So yeah, it does make it like. Oh. Hey, okay, so if you're in the pits on that stuck radio, whoever's using a leaf blower. So if you've got a team with a leaf blower,
which I reckon was a side by side down in this back far left corner.
So if you're running
I saw someone drying off belts or something. The far left corner, I believe.
It's your team that has the stuck mic in the pits. Stuck mic in the pits.
It!
Race won't start until we're
Don't let me
clear.
send Josh down to give you a
tune
talking to.
He'll tune the
two-stroke. By the time he walks down there, he'll be angry.
The monster hasn't kicked in yet.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, if your team's using a leaf blower of some type to clean, clear, dry, cool, whatever that may be, check the surrounding areas for a UHF. Unusual start to this conversation. We've never really done this before, so we don't normally do so. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening at home and long, let's get back to it. First off, I hope you've joined us from all over the world. NZ,
sure. Yep.
America,
yep.
Mexico. We've got a few Mexican races. Hopefully got a few joining. We welcome you. It is a beautiful morning. We were whinging about the cold. We shouldn't be. It's perfect racing temps, light breeze. Listen, have you got a weather update breeze-wise?
Yeah. So
Liviano,
there was
get on it, mate.
10 degrees, 10.1 degrees, and a 9 kilometre an hour gust.
Nearly perfect.
So mostly sunny, light winds today. Top of 23. That's what it's telling me anyway.
Obviously, the track got no rain overnight, boys, so that's a fantastic thing for us because, as Josh convincingly said, he was He was calling it in.
I almost backed myself as much as you guys saying it was the 202 coming in yesterday.
It was the 202.
Eventually.
If we just keep calling it, it'll come in eventually. So, yeah, we had a good day yesterday racing.
There's a lot of guys have been washing cars overnight because I can see a lot of different colours. There's still a few brown cars out there.
Literally.
Get it? Number 4, brown, which is right behind Clayton Chapman on your screen, folks. And he has about I think it was only a couple of minute gap. Danny Brown, oh, there you go. It's only 41 seconds between Clayton Chapman and Danny Brown, which are the 2 cars underneath the starting banner. Obviously Chappie with his lights on there and his yellow lights up top, but Danny Brown just to the left, who coincidentally doesn't look like he has lights on, does he?
No, I can't see it, but maybe down low in the centre of the bar. Oh, yeah, no, they don't look like they're on at the moment. Either that or they're half covered in mud.
Maybe.
Yeah. Definitely not as bright as Chappie's, that's what we're saying. He's running the good lights there, Chappie. Auto Lecky.
Yep.
Can probably wire you some good set of lights up.
I nearly need a ski jacket up here to stay warm this morning.
Yep, very cool. Talbot Cox
Good
down
for the
there.
boosty cars.
Yes, plenty of horsepower.
First 3 cars, all ultimates, all boosties. Actually, first 4 cars, I think it was.
4 cars, yeah.
We've got
93.
AJ.
Yep.
And then into Richo in a Class 1. What an effort. 4th position.
Sure, Josh knows the answer to this. AJ running the Ecotech or the Allotech? Is it Ford?
Ecotech, Ford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, got the Ford motor in that one, so...
Becoming more popular too, that motor.
Absolutely, yeah. And with really good results. Like, there's a few of them now floating around. They've got plenty of horsepower. So de-stroked from the 4.0 that they are in America, is that correct?
No, you can get a 3.5.
3.5 as well, there you go.
I believe a lot of the F-150s, the Mustangs with the EcoBoost as well, they're a 3.5 litre V6.
Right.
Shout out to Tour de Sally. The first year we went over, the truck we rolled around in for a while there, it was a 3.5 litre EcoBoost F-150.
Bit of boosties.
Bit of a boosty boy.
And then obviously the real race car on the line too, Sandy.
The 816.
8th position.
How unreal is that?
Class 8, 816, Christian.
We were actually talking to Mike Zaka this morning. He was saying how crazy that thing is. Like, when it gets going, it just gets going. Obviously, the big buggies run through the rough stuff a bit better, as you should expect than a solid axle GQ. But when it gets, like, he's like, man, it was hard to catch. It's going fast.
I think especially we say with the four-wheel drive performance out of the corners as well, with a little bit of the, like you said, it's very dry and dusty where we are right now, but you get out into the track and there's some very, very slippery corners, some situations you get yourself into where that four-wheel drive definitely very handy. Now that sounds like they're starting to build a little bit of boost.
Mate. We're there you go. Chappie gone. Nice and slow off the line. He's got a massive amount of fuel in there, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a rattle gun?
Yeah. Leaf blower? Possibly a leaf blower.
Hopefully
now
the
there
leaf
you go.
blower's gone.
You hear he starts to crank it up once he gets out and along that track. So I'd say just conserving the car a little bit off the start line.
Get it rolling.
Everything cold. Your gearbox, your brakes,
Danny
your
Brown's
motor.
loading up and away.
So particularly with those turbo cars and the amount of torque that they make when they are on boost, you see that they're relatively easy off the start line, but then starting to stretch its legs out along that big, long straight. The number 4 there of Danny Brown, the bit between the teeth and chasing after Clayton Chapman.
Yeah, well, he can literally see him, can't he? So this is the time to use all that horsepower. But again, Clayton's got it as well, so it's going to be very interesting.
Not forgetting, for Danny to beat Clayton today, he's got to finish in front of him.
Yeah.
So he's got to do a pass.
Correct. Yep.
And get a 20 second gap. 21 seconds, I think. So.
Yep. Going to make it quite difficult. But Danny Brown, multi-time legend here. He's won this race a couple of times. So he's been, again, in this position a number of times.
AJ off the line, folks.
Yeah, not looking after the CVs on that one. He's on set to kill. Beautiful
How do you think Richo feels knowing that thing's behind him?
Yeah, I definitely. But I suppose, mate, he's shown that he can run the pace.
He can be there.
Yeah, that's right. It's not like he hasn't been here. So it's going to be very interesting to see because, again, with that dust and mud, and they were talking about the truck, just how, where they've slashed through some of the tracks, just how tight and technical it is. Which is interesting, Sandy, because you'd normally say Gundys of old are a truck track.
Yeah,
but they're sort of saying, well, it's a little bit tight. And, you know, it is favouring the four-wheel drives. It is favouring the buggies.
And those slightly smaller cars this weekend.
Yeah. And to have a Class 1 right up the pointy end, so good. It's been happening a lot now too.
Yeah. Particularly with the 20-second start gap, it's going to be pretty exciting this morning.
Bo Robertson and Shane Hunt. So good to see them off the line now. The 1-1-1-3. 1-1-1-3.
Yeah.
That's 3 and 3.
Yeah, hey, now we're talking. Now, I tell you what, also the other one, this is going to be one to watch today. Talbot Cox in the 16, sitting in 6th overall with a trip with 2 pits.
With a pit stop, that's correct. So
he had a blinder on his second lap
Absolutely.
yesterday, didn't he?
Yes.
Man, that car goes good, doesn't it? Woo. Like it squats and goes. It's got.
Tell you what car goes good, mate. I tell you what,
the one on the line right now. Listen, if you guys want to see
about Class 8,
the fastest car on track right now.
Fastest car on track in about 30 seconds, anyway.
CVT mechanic Christian Chute. It's impressive. This thing is so good. The arms, the design, the way the cab sits. There's not a thing on that car that hasn't been touched, tweaked, meticulously prepped. Off the line very quick, Sandy. So it's going to be good to see CBT running.
As we follow Bo along on the live stream, coming into this little sneaky corner that caught him out yesterday. Interesting to see how he attacks it. Gets inside that knot.
Yeah, he's very cautious. And he might have been driving yesterday with a little bit of a break in his confidence too.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Might have taken a bit to get that back.
Well, even Huddy was saying that he'd actually put some extra notes in the GPS now, so they've got a bit more information, you know. They've got that recon from the last 2 sets of laps. So, like you said, we might see him really start to push in Section 2 and then Section 3. Because the other side of that is we no longer have 100 cars on track. I think they've got just over 60 starting this morning, 68?
About 68% of the field.
Oh, my goodness. Joshua. Mark off the line now.
So one of the advantages, I guess we say, of the slightly smaller field today is for Clayton, we won't see him run into cars as early on his second lap. I still predict he'll probably run into some of the slower cars.
The limited classes.
Yes. Not the unlimited.
No, not slower. Limited.
Yes.
Everyone's out here racing, mate. I tell you, old mate in the GQ is racing.
He is racing.
Feels pretty fast at a GQ.
Oh, yes.
So 99, calendar off the line now.
There's a slight delay between what we're seeing and what the folks at home are seeing, I think.
Absolutely.
So if we're calling it a little bit faster than what you're seeing it.
Yeah, so the 44 will be off the line now. And then the 401 of Jamie Knight, the Nighter, the local Gundy. So it'll be all good now. They're running strong. The other Chapman entry on the line now, boys, the 10-14 of Stewie. And is that our...
That's our first class 10, I think, boys.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he came in just in front of Mark Narson. There you go.
Yeah, but are we missing Bowie?
No, Bowie was a little bit...
No, Bowie had issues.
He was a little bit further down the field.
Bowie had an alternator issue.
There you
he
go.
Came back, and then he had a wire to the alternator come off.
There you go.
He came back in last night with 7.4
Now, boys, just point out, Stewie, a little bit slow off the start line there. Sounds like it definitely bogged a bit, but sounds like he's getting it up in the RPM there, so I guess that's the way you've got to drive those Class 10s. You've got to keep them wound up and on the wick.
Yep. Well, it's interesting you say that about the alternator, because that's the same story with Mikey Zacker.
Alternator issue also.
Alternator issue, yes, that's right. So,
mixed mask on, away.
The double clutch kick.
And probably not used to not having the horsepower, I would imagine.
And a clutch.
Yeah, and a clutch. True.
Torque converter car and his big V8 one. So 34, this is great to see. This is the car that we were calling out for the brake caliper yesterday. They obviously got what they needed. So the 34 is out. That'll be Luke Hendry in the passenger seat of that one. So the Kai Camilleri entry.
Now, good on those guys. They did a fair bit of suspension testing in between their last race and coming to this round, and they're much happier with the car. So good to see them doing some R&D on that brand new Jimco.
Absolutely. So again, the 1151 will be seeded here. Didn't finish yesterday. Actually had a rollover, little rollover. Obviously, as we can see, she's not too damaged. No bent bar work on that one. And then that was after that, the alternator was. So good to see Mikey Zachary out having another run in the King's car. The Mike Shock Jimco.
Now the calendar entry is sitting on the start line.
Yes, the 127.
Second of our class one, right?
Yeah. Yep, I think you're
Simon,
right.
And then right behind him, Simon Tucker. Now, remembering Simon Tucker, the next car to line up in that little Southern Cross, he's actually punting for a equal third
position
in the championship.
So, yeah, they're on it.
Doing everything he can to get around it, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very keen. And it's interesting you talk about that. So Barnett that we were talking about.
Well, Tucker and Matty Burrows
yes.
equal third.
There you go.
And there's 4 cars separating them.
That's unreal, isn't it? So that's a battle right there.
Well, Matty Burrows obviously got to do a little bit of work to get his position back, but he will want to finish in front of Mr. Tucker today.
Absolutely. 23. Craig Cronk looking very shiny. They've obviously done a bit of wash on old Black Betty there. They've given her a clean up to 23.
Yeah, let's not talk about him, mate. He was giving me a bit of lip on Facebook last night about the rugby score, so we're not even going to mention Craig at all today, as it looks like we cut.
How good is this? We've got live screen from Mikey Zacher. We're in car here right now in the King. So this is the 1151. The Jimco.
You already see there's still water down. Look at those. Oh, Mikey.
Oh, he's gathered her up. There you go. We're going to see a bit of that. The 637 off the line. Now, is that the first of our side-by-sides today?
So. Yes.
So the 637 off the line now. So just calling a few of the cars in.
Dean McGinley, our next 10 car off the line.
Sorry, the 637 was Kane Jones and Dominic Kruger. And yeah, Dean McGinley at the 1087 off the line now. How good start line, a little bit of Mikey Zacher racing. This gives you a good feel of just how passenger seat of the Jimco. Again, that car used to be one of our unlimited cars with turbos on it. They've yanked the turbos off it. Mark is running the
I think that's an ex-championship car, isn't it?
I believe so, yep. And it's a beautifully turned out car. Mark Burrows, multi-time
Correct.
Australian champion.
Second generation in that car.
So very cool to see. And I'm pretty sure Mark actually has Tom in the passenger seat of his
Correct.
car. So the boys all out getting their... Are they doing their apprenticeship? Is that the right
think
way?
so.
Yeah, getting ready to step up to the big leagues. Now, out of interest, I haven't seen the Monk car yet, although we've got plenty going around the corner.
It's left.
So it's still... Oh, it's already left.
It's already
that's right, he was in front. You are right. See? Doing the apprenticeship. Yeah. Is that Ryder off the line? So we've actually
there
got...
you go.
We've jumped to
Matty
Matty Burrows
Burrows
in car.
Car 3. He just came first race.
Yeah.
First race.
I'm
he's done well since.
I'm tipping his first time that we saw him, 9-7, is Richard Tasson. Or it might have been 691, was it? The roof number was actually bet, so I'm going, just so we're clear, that's not fair on my behalf. You guys are setting me up here.
Also the 627 on the start line.
I'm
Is that
sure
27? They're stylised numbers?
Yes, Justin Ryder. Yeah, you guys are stitch-ups with these cool numbers.
So don't forget, Justin Ryder's up there as well in the championship.
Absolutely.
He's battling Jackson Evans, so they're equal 7th. for the championship.
Wow. And that's overall, not just
That's
in
overall.
class. Yep.
So they're battling, obviously, I would presume, class.
Yes.
There's the next three, and Lachlan Campbell is right behind them in the championship. So
brilliant. That is
there's
amazing.
3 side-by-sides, and I believe Lockie Campbell's dropped back a little bit today, but...
Still plenty of racing to go today. So Lockie Campbell, the 6:07.
The 412 off the line now. The 4-speed truck, Sandy.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit more about the transmission of this?
Look, it's got an old Aussie 4-speed from an old 308.
Yes, 308. No, it definitely doesn't. It's got an LS in it, and but it does have some sort of.
I don't know if it's
Albans?
I never checked.
Yeah. Fortin, maybe.
Probably do our research a bit better.
We do need to do that. I'm sure a better set of commentators that know what's going on up here, but we don't. So 10:15.
If there's any floating around this weekend, come on up.
Come on up. We'll have to get Daz up here.
Yeah.
Come on. He'll know what's going on.
Look, you can see in that drone shot there, just as it pans around, look at the amount of puddles. Like, look at those melon holes that they're full.
Absolutely. Have a look at the in-cab of Mikey Zaka cranked up now.
Starting to find his rhythm.
And you can see the water in those holes. Man, it's not far from clipping into the water holes, is it?
And that's what I say, even on the pre-run when I ran around, you drop into one, it'll turn the car sideways straight away.
Yeah.
And by the time they've had, yesterday 100 cars twice, or 70 cars twice,
Yes.
those holes where it is wet will become quite deep.
Absolutely. And we've jumped onto Matty Burrows.
First gear there.
Yep. Crazy, isn't it, that they're that fast. 10:13 of Jason Keane off the line now, and 10:18 of Sam Bentley is off the line as well now. So all happening here as we're also just inundated with information and action, and
also Sam Bentley sitting in the top 10 of the championship points.
Crazy to think that there's going to be that much going on this quickly. We're midway through the ARB Australian Championship. Brought to us by Raceline, Mickey Thompson and ARB.
Indeed, mate. It's been an amazing amount of energy put in by those guys for a long time now.
Josh, Jan Kraj.
Yeah, Jan,
in the back.
I knew it. He's probably going to give me lip about the rugby later on too.
As he should. There you go. Thank goodness Paul Human's on it. He does know. It's an ST6 Albans paddle shift in Kelly's car. Thanks, Paul. We appreciate that because, we definitely knew it had a manual gearbox of some sort in it. It shifts very differently to, say, a Turbo 400 or something along those lines. A lot of the trucks now moving to these manual-style box. Mick Phillips, I know the story here, has slave cylinder on the clutch issues, so they wanted to get going. It won't sit there, it's rubbing the clutch. So they asked very nicely if they could just start and then not stop again. Yeah, so that's the plan for Mick Phillips. They're basically dipping the throttle to pull it through the gears.
That's game if they land in one of those boggy melon
Might be very hard, but I don't think it's not working. They're just trying to save it.
Yeah.
Yes. So Mark Robinson, the 481
off.
Is off.
And I believe a lot of the panels are off today just because of the mud.
Yes.
Some of these guys spent 2 and 3 hours washing their cars last night just so they could work on them.
And as we talked about, you said it, Sandy, that those fiberglass panels, they can end up 60 kilos heavier.
When you start out with a 10-kilo panel and by the time the mud banks up on
the 170 off the line very shortly. That's Alex Mendham. Alex has Connor in the passenger seat, Connor Mendham. So, again, great family of racers. Dave Mendham been racing a long time. So, a few of our 10 cars really starting to come through now. But actually, 1065 is coming through. He'll be off the line very shortly, Bowie. So, he's going to be one to watch because he'll be on a charge once he gets it sorted. Yeah.
Matty Burrows up
top
in
of fifth
gear.
now.
There you go.
Making a good mile. The 696, I think that is off the line.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Matty Burrows shows you how rough it is out there still, doesn't it? I don't think it's getting any smoother.
Yeah.
Gundy just doesn't. But
yep. And again, using the full range of gears there, you can see too, like all the way from first to fifth to first again to go through some holes. So Hey, Bryce Derrick was off the line there with Matthew Reid and the 694, which is Kane Pritchett and Wayne Jukes. So they're off the line. Sorry, just called it through while we were having that chat there. And then the 1065.
Bowie and Ella Graham.
It's going to be good to see what they can do. Actually, here you go. This is going to be a great battle right here, the 635, because it's two hard chargers that have had mechanical issues. So I think you're going to see some real pushing here.
Just between the two of them, absolutely.
So
I think Jackson Evans rewrapped his car overnight. Have a look how clean that thing is.
Yeah, we need to get down there and ask what they whether they covered it in a bit of baby oil or something like that, so that the mud just slides off.
I've got to tell you, there was 40 of them working on it down there today.
But DC, I think you're 100% correct here. This could be an interesting little pack to watch. Also, Tony Falaba behind as well.
You're right.
This is going to be one to watch. They're going to get a bit of a freight train to the front, or is Dust going to be a bit... This could be a good yardstick as to tell us how easy overtaking is to see where these guys end up. As the 635, that very unique, naturally aspirated 2-litre in that Polaris.
Yeah, Samuel Roper in the passenger seat of that Polaris. And then, like you said, Tony Falaba, we've seen him at Gundy up on the podium. So this is out of position for him. I'd say he's having mechanical dramas or you know, stoppage of some sort. So the 138, I think we're going to see, like you said, a real charge here. And it'll be interesting because, again, same deal. It'll wake them up that there's a bit of a pack coming through, eh?
Yes, absolutely.
Bowie's got to do the pushing. The 146 of Ian Baker, the Remus Rover guys. So awesome that they are out here and having a good race as well. Again, they do great work with the Australian Defence Force, with the retired veterans. Get them out in the shed there. Is it, I should know this again too, someone will tell me, Ipswich or Brisbane, but it's in that area in the barracks there, and they actually get the old cars in and there, work with the veterans. Absolutely awesome that they do that. The 657 is on the line now as well, as Ian Baker heads for the hills.
Jacko's...
I was just looking. Zoe Baker is the passenger in that at the moment. That's Ian Baker's car.
Oh, is that Jackson?
Straight through.
Standstill cut.
Yes.
That's what happened. He's cutting the corner there.
Yep.
Nearly stood him with a standstill, didn't it? So even that's going to cost you 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, and then even mechanically later on, you know, your connectors, your plugs, your alternators. Yep, so you've just done
brakes. Well, he's got fresh brakes, so surely you can get 4 laps out of them.
Yep. But you're right, though, it's super hot. Everything is boiling hot, and then instantly gets that splash of cold water.
And we know, I had a chat to Brent Martin. We said Brent Martin came over yesterday with some issues. Brent Martin actually blew the discs off his car yesterday. No kidding. He got out there. They got out there and they pulled the discs off the car, and they put new discs, and it's all ready to go again. But that just shows you that they had issues, the big issues, you know.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. So, again, some very cool racing happening out there. The in-car is pretty wild. Real wild at the moment. Amazing that we've got this footage.
Oh, again, Matty, clean your screen for us, please, mate. We want to see just as much as everybody else.
Absolutely. Off the line too, Laughlin. How good is that they've got that car out there and running the 104?
I believe the Honey Badger had a big hit yesterday. Is that right? It had issues yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't come through. You're right. No, I'm not sure.
I believe they took a hit somewhere. Might have been a result of their damage from Hillston.
That's what I was going to say. It's amazing that they've rebuilt it and got it all sorted. They're having a great run.
There you go, the Honey Badger, Urseg built car, 104. There we go, boys, back on. Matty Burrows shifting up to third.
Actually, you can see their GPS there, which is pretty awesome to see all that information there as well. The 862 off the line now.
Second of our Class 8s. And
Stephen Ash.
I saw Peterson still going, and from what I saw before, interesting info, that's Matty Hummer on your screen, I believe. But a bit of interesting info is all the Class 7s are still running, mate.
All of them. That's excellent. That's good. Hank Parker being our leader.
Josh Josh, would you like to explain this car off the line, mate?
Yeah, the 1070 there. It's one of the actual first competitors of Class 10 in the country. Beautiful pink colour as well. Very unique in the way it stands out. So
it does stand out, Josh.
Awesome to see it. As we got the 604, the JSW.
It's David Mendham.
Ex-Wix car.
Yeah. Becky Wicks drove that a bit, didn't she?
Yes, absolutely. In the States.
Yes.
Wicks race engines. As the 604 of Jasper Niven. Now, this will be another hard charger today.
Very hard charger.
Hopefully they got that rear arm repaired. They hopefully they got a note in the GPS where they bent it, where they got a little bit offline, or the kicker that, or the whoop, or the melon hole that bent it up.
Because in the pits twice, Josh and I were repairing that. So the second lap blew out because, it took a little bit to get that one sorted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, if you're
Line, car 80.
Hey, sorry, just while we were there, 684 was off the line as well. I was going to go. That's Matt Lavis and Andrew
Lavis, mate.
Lavis.
Don't get caught out. Lavis.
As compared to
Lavis.
Not saying it.
629, no. Paul McCulloch and Malcolm McDonald.
Oh, there you go. We're on board with Bowie. I didn't even know Bowie had a camera.
And we're going to get a pass here. Look at the mud.
He has reeled him in. Look at the mud. Look at the mud.
That is crazy, that section. Well, a lot of the section. And you can see it's pushed all the water up onto
parts of the track.
Yeah.
So what we look at, there's a
That's
river.
a river.
What?
Oh, no way.
In the...
Yeah, that's why...
I tell you what, we've got a good seat today, haven't we?
That's why the cars are dirty right there. Yeah,
there
that's
you go,
river.
folks. The water's going out into these melon holes just as quick as it's coming out. And obviously, a couple of people said to me this morning, I didn't really believe them until just then, that the water that's coming out of the melon holes is going onto the dry part of the track. So it's becoming a wetter and wetter track.
That's crazy.
It's insanity, isn't it?
Yep, look at the standing water out at Gundy this weekend. So now, again, we get the idea of what's going on out there. The 1136.
That was a lot of ruckus.
That was a lot of ruckus right there.
Now, is it still a clutch car?
It must be a clutch car.
Is it a clutch car? Or was that just sitting on the rev limiter then? Must have been.
Not sure, but it's
Look
still... Sorry, guys, we're listening. I hope you can hear what we're just listening to it. It sounds a little bit like it's breaking down.
It does, doesn't it?
And it came in yesterday with that
Sounded
noise as
similar.
well. So I think they've got a little bit of motor dramas there. Hopefully it's electrical and not mechanical. But Hank the Tank off the line now, mate.
First of our Class 7s, the 798. So just keep a bit of an eye on these guys over the weekend. Lots of great
Class 7s.
Yes.
Like I said just a minute ago, all Class 7s are still going. Heath's only a couple of cars behind him. Heath had a flat tyre in the trailer of all things. On the back of the truck this morning, he comes in, the car's got a flat. They are back on board with Bowie. He must be due to make an overtaking move. And like I say, the dust may be slowing him down to get close. Bowie.
So we see just how treacherous it is out there. Like you said, we've got cars leaving the start line right in front of us. We've got the big screen just in front of us as well, so you can keep an eye on the action that's happening on the live stream and out on track. There's plenty of stuff to keep you entertained here this morning at the Gundy 500 as the 10.05 sitting on the start line as well. But I tell you what, that is an awesome strike rate there for the Class 7s, that all the Class 7s still competing. I tell you what, it probably would have been an unbackable favourite to say that we would have seen a few of them drop out.
That was Declan Cummins off the line with Maxine Cooney in the passenger seat. The 10.05 car. I think we just missed that coming in yesterday, unfortunately. We were all busy chasing rattle guns around their head or something. Heath Wheaton coming up to the start line. 6.99 are out of the car at the start line there with a little issue. I don't know what's going on there. Matty Burrows, third. Dust. Round the next corner, into mud, probably.
Oh, now, isn't that insane that we, after the footage we just saw of where Bowie was running through the track, and now we look at somewhere that is very dusty as he looks like he leans up to try and give the camera a little bit of a clean there?
So we had, I know out there throughout the whole round, we sort of hit the 30-ish, 35k marker on the pre-run, and there was a lot of dust. So Heath Wheaton on the screen, folks.
Sorry, I was going to say, updating all the apps and making things happen. I might actually just brought up the Facebook page. Cross no Patriot games this year, mate. The Patriot boys didn't come to Gundy this year. Not sure why.
You know who else didn't come to Gundy this year? Kent Battle.
That's what I heard. He said, there's no way that I'm coming to actually race the best race in Australia.
Strange, really, isn't it?
He said it's too rough for him.
Yeah, I believe that.
Only likes those smooth tracks.
Yeah, well, that's typical Fox racer.
Oh, damn.
Is he actually listening?
No.
Oh.
But
he might be now.
Nathan Cross is. And yes,
off the line.
Yes.
And he should. I'm tipping he's close enough to get a push to pass happening. So,
absolutely.
And if Bowie doesn't get round him now, the problem is they drop back into the mud.
Into the trees and into the mud, that's
they
right.
They might have a real struggle.
Have a
here.
look at
there
that, ladies and gentlemen. That's textbook
live.
Right there. Live, yes.
That's
the shots we're seeing now. And
Bowie's overshot now.
Yep.
Just but now Bowie might have a clean run for the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Correct.
While he rounds up the next car. So.
Yep. And I suppose it shows just like Bowie's one of our really fast guys. Let's clarify that. And it looks really fast. It shows you how fast it is all the way through. Like the side-by-sides kept them at bay for what?
At
20 second minutes.
Yeah.
So, here we go. And we've also got Matty Burrows.
Who's that, 637? There you go. Matty Burrows.
So
and that's only a first gear overtake. So they're obviously in either some rough or wet country.
Yes.
But they're back out to that dry paddock.
So just past Kane Jones there, the 637. And am I on the right track? Kane Jones was actually one of our...
The whole lot.
All of it. Tanks, all your performance
We just
parts.
see one of our Class 7s.
Oh, yes, Sandy. You just got excited, didn't you?
And also, I see the patrol wandering back through the bush. Brent Martin.
The 862. I was going to comment and say it was great to see that they got back to the start line last night. They were towed back in.
They were.
So good to see them back out there, but it was going to be a bit of the commentator's curse.
They are literally rolling back into pit lane now. The Green Patrol,
862.
862? No, 862s, isn't that the Ash entry?
Or 878?
Are you just guessing numbers now?
No, Peterson's 878. 882, Guy Schumacher.
That's right.
And Heidi Schumacher. They're on their way back in.
Yeah.
882 on their way back in.
Oh, you're killing it, Joshua.
I see, I was just looking over on their right. It looks like Brent Martin's out of the car.
That's a frustrating
That is really frustrating. They put so much energy in. Their prep work's top end.
So the 202. Yep.
There you go. On screen, folks, we're around at about the halfway marker.
And that's Clayton,
and that is your man, Chappie, hauling the mail.
What, like Australia Post or
Pretty
TNT?
much.
Why do we use that as a statement? I'm not going to say it. Australia Post are pretty crap out. Like,
It's pretty
whoa,
I don't know if you ever tried to get
no
anything
sponsorship there, is
You've
there?
never tried to get anything to your poon. As we see the 202, I can confidently call that's the 202 off the start line.
Thanks, mate.
Darren Gill
oh,
on
look
stream.
at this shot right here, Sandy.
I tell you what, that's a luxury machine out there. They shouldn't be destroying a car like that out here at Gundy. But I tell you what, once again, that's one of our Class 7s, and all 4 of our Class 7s still
off the line,
rotating today.
And going well. Like, to do that in a Class 7, they're moving. They're racing.
I think the four-wheel drive will really be a benefit out there in some of those muddy sections.
So was that the 849 of Tony Dalton off the line there?
Correct,
Sorry, boys.
correct.
Yep. Just trying to call
Also,
everything that's going on here.
Sounded like having a bit of missing issue as well.
Yep. Back to Bowie on board.
Bowie's already in the next car's dust. He knows how fast he is. And don't forget, Hilston, boys, that he came from something like, I'm going to say 40th, way down the... way down.
Again,
and he came right to the top end. He's done that a few times that I've seen. So he knows how to pick his way back through the order if he's had an issue.
Yeah,
and stupid issue yesterday. Alternator, like I said, he came in with... He did an alternator early on. They changed the alternator. The wire on the plug came out.
Yes.
And they came in with 7 volts last night. It's just over 7 volts. So that's only just enough to run an injected car.
Oh, bloody good navigator there. He just wiped the screen, I think. So he's just getting you to go. Oh, we jumped over to Zaka.
Yeah, with Zaka.
Yeah, so unfortunately, a bit hard to see. This is Mike Zaka on screen now, but you get to see the pace that he's going through some of this country at.
And you get to see what he sees.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same view. Exactly right.
Yeah.
279 off the line as well. Back to Bowie on board here.
Looks a little bit disappointing. I can see Brent and Andre De Simone slowly walking back. I'm going to say they're out. Dalton in front of us is out. When I say out, Dalton looks like he just pulled over. So that was well done there.
Done the right thing.
Great to see the 68 out. Now the Cougar Motorsport team, they had a heck of a day yesterday. Torque converter issues and then a bent front arm that they actually had to weld back up to get going. So hopefully they got a new fresh arm on there today.
What did we say? He's sitting in, I think it was 5th outright in the championship. So Craig Barnett, 5th outright.
Doing a great job there. So now we can, now that most of our cars are off the start line, how good is it that we have the big screen going on here down at the start-finish complex as well? They're back in on board with the Burrows machine.
It looks faster than first gear territory, doesn't it?
Well, that's because it's just so darn rough. So unfortunately, it looks like the 699 or 699 there.
They were just out of the car, weren't they, off the start line?
Yep.
So they're going to miss their start this morning. And just so you're aware where Matty Burrows is on the track, he is at about, I'm going to say about a third of the way through, not even, maybe a quarter of the way through. Back on board with Bowie.
Yeah,
Bowie might have done a pass while we weren't looking, fellas.
He does seem to be back out in clear air, doesn't he? But it's hard because then maybe a car, see, there's dust there.
In front of you.
So it's sort of
we do have a little bit of a breeze here today, but that's the last car on track there, folks. Car 279, one of the Forsman entries. One of the Forsman entries.
There's 3 Forsman entries.
Yeah.
4 of them competing.
Correct.
2 single seaters.
There's a lot of dust out the back, isn't there?
Yes, there absolutely is. A lot of cars still moving. So where are we looking? The 16, 15. So, yes, Sandy.
I've just spotted possibly a Bo Robbo at 0 speed out there now. I don't know what that means overall, but it still looks like our top 3, Clayton Chapman, Danny Brown, and Dale Martin, still going at a reasonable pace.
Yep, the 119, but about half a lap back now, the 1113, which is Bo Robinson.
Robbo.
So that's not what we wanted to see for his championship contention.
Tell you what, it looks like it's giving Jordan Patterson a lot of fresh air up here to catch up to Talbot Cox. But it looks on that Rally Safe, which you can follow at home, folks, the Rally Safe. Jump on board, punch in Gundy 500, you're here with us. in your shorts and your hoodie and
you
jumper.
might be warmer.
You might be warmer in your
warmer.
lounge room.
Yeah, shorts was not a great choice this morning.
So next time you come to Gundy, guys, make sure you bring a fair set of
Oh, I've got a pair of long pants.
Bring your
just weren't smart
bring
enough to
your
wear
beach
them.
attire
Didn't put 'em
and
on.
your snow gear.
Yes, you just never... The wettest and the driest all in 1 year. Bowie, how good is this footage? And if you aren't at home, and again, if you're joining us around the country, welcome first. If you're listening along on Facebook, have a chat to us on the Facebook live chat where we are at. Have a look at this. Look at Bowie. Gee whiz.
Nice to know what Bowie's doing out there, which we can probably, if our
Tracker will give you a rough
tracker
up.
will give us the right information. Regularly it does, but with the delay in internet where we are, obviously we're about, 20 k's out of Gundy?
Yep, about 20 k's out of Gundy.
He's got a clean run there. With his daughter Ella in the passenger seat. So,
Having a
family
cracker.
affair. The whole family was there out to dinner last night.
Yep, beautiful.
You can see some nice clean racing out there. Obviously they're going to get rid of that and jump back into the trees at some stage. So we've got a camera out there at the halfway mark. This is what this car, the MR Trans, on your screen at the moment. That camera is out at the halfway marker. So I can't focus on that quite, but I'm going to say that is Dale Martin, maybe?
Yeah, it does look a bit hard to see, isn't it? But it does look like a white car, so...
White and brown.
White car, so...
White and brown.
Wait,
They
we're
are.
back in with
Matty
Matty.
Burrows, fourth gear. I'm going to say fourth gear in one of those things is probably around 160-ish.
Yeah,
It'll be a
definitely.
6-speed.
Yep.
So, and I'm tipping Pro Light 3.5. Not Pro Light. A Class 1 3.5 litre would do up around the 200k an hour mark. Some of these big unlimited cars in Class 11s punching around 230.
Yeah.
On a big open straight. I'm not sure they'll get that this weekend out here.
No.
And maybe once or twice if they're lucky.
I totally agree, mate. Yeah, I'm very confident. Well, it wasn't so long ago. It was Jack Rhodes telling us a story, wasn't it, Josh? That he actually saw peeked out the back here on that fence line. Now, admittedly, that fence line's not here, and it was a big fence line.
Long.
But they saw 260. That's nuts.
Really?
260. Set to 11.
And not
full
only
kill.
that, you've got to think things like Danny Brown's car and high boost has got to be more power than what he had.
Got to be.
So.
Yep. Technology's only come further. Admittedly, though, that was peak off-road
Yes.
race horsepower. There was a lot of big cars. There still is a lot of big, but that was they were chasing the horsepower, weren't they? That jumped from like 650 to 750 to 8, and then when Shannon Wrench and that mob bought out VQ 35 turbos,
That's when it went through the
Yep.
roof.
the Toyota boys, fellows.
They look like they've sped up this footage. I know it's live, but it looks like it's sped up from Bowie, doesn't it?
Absolutely, mate.
Now, I just popped the headphones off for a second there. I could hear some of the... you can hear some of the buggies even through our headphones at the moment, so it sounds like they're starting to get a bit closer. That's around about the 50, 60 kilometre mark, I believe, as they come a bit closer back towards us.
Not far off seeing him come into over on our far left, and I can see the dust. I can see some dust over the back there.
You sure can.
So I reckon we're now 40 minutes, and Clayton did a 40-something lap yesterday.
48.
So we shouldn't be too many minutes off seeing his dust and seeing his headlights.
Yeah, he's definitely turned back towards the east now. The race, rally safe. Sorry, I got a bit stuck there. The rally safe does tend to be even sort of a minute slow, doesn't it, Sandy?
It's the 67k marker.
So I reckon he's probably
detective.
more like, at his pace, he's more like at the 70k marker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Again, those great overhead shots. Does that look like maybe... Oh, it might be Mick Marson in that. Mr. Trans, actually. It looks like a... Is it sitting down? Is it loaded up? But Comiskey...
Mate.
Comiskey Mining... You said it, Sandy. I didn't know.
I didn't.
You were leading the story, I thought. Comiskey Mining Services. Great sponsor.
Just pulled up.
Oh, is that...
I'm going to say some people at home probably have a better view of it. We've got a lot of light coming in.
I hate to say, is that Jackson Evans?
Nah, that's not a side-by-side. That's a buggy. That's a beam car.
I don't know.
That's a beam front end.
Right,
and that's just outside. You know where that is? That's just out where you turn onto the prologue track.
Gotcha.
Or you turn right and head out to the main track. That's the little car that is. That car there is the 279. I'm calling it.
Wowzers, Sandy. I love. Listen, guys, in case you don't know, we've got a little screen that is not as bright as a TV.
And we're looking into the sun with light behind us. So
there's a lot of
you're probably getting a better view than what we are.
But what we can see is Matty Burrows in cab.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Flicked off again. But off the line, here's Matty Burrows.
Now, off the line just then, I was too busy
yapping.
6:10, I believe.
6:10. We obviously missed their start for whatever reason.
Decided it was a little bit too cool
so
this morning.
Daniel Robinson.
See over in the distance there, hooking up Brent Martin's car to come back in. Is that Matty Burrows?
Now, if we could just put a little bit of a call out to the pits there, the crew for the 1113.
Oh.
Can you please make your way over to HQ? So that's the OBR team, that's Bo Robertson's team, the 1113. If you can make your way to HQ, please. As we go back on board with Bowie. Now, I tell you what, he has been on a charge, but isn't it great to see this footage? I mean, we just keep waxing lyrical about it because it is that incredible. Like, this is what we dreamed of 5 years ago. But look at the pace he is carrying through that gate. That's just absolute commitment. But that is how you get a Class 10 into the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Through the gates too, like they are, like it's fast. It's very fast, very easy to knock a wheel off. Look, and now in the dust.
So that's got to be a third. There's got to be 2 or 3 overtakes he's had here, surely.
Yes, he's well and truly on the charge. Great run here. Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen. I think Bowie's about to make its way.
So is that a bit of smoke in front? Looked like a little bit of blue that came through the crowd. That's through the dust, sorry. Through the crowd. And I think wasn't that the fence post Andy Brown hit? Hey, Mikey Zacca has cleaned the camera for us, folks.
Yeah, brilliant footage there. Have a look at the wheel work going on.
There's a lot of gauges going on in that car, isn't there?
Yeah, it is an older car, American car. This one's actually won some Baja champions, some score champions. So it's done a fair bit of work. It's the old Wilson car. So it's done its fair share of racing in California.
Look at your screens today.
Yes. Yes, I've got a few things going on. Yeah, that car actually built by the late, great Mikey Stapleton. So he was a legendary car builder over in the States. Probably a name synonymous with off-road racing if you've been around a little while.
So there was a few cars out yesterday, don't forget. While we were riding on board with Bowie, we had, I believe Owen Ward possibly did a crank or something. They got a bit stuck in there. The James Wallan.
Well, Sandy, there's actually a bit of a story there. So they unfortunately got lost on track.
So there was a no road sign had been knocked down, and they accidentally went through that after seeing another competitor through it.
Yes. And I was going to say,
there's like
apparently
4
there
or
was a
5
procession.
or something, a procession of cars through there, got stuck and sunk it in water.
They were literally outback challenging.
They were.
They were not doing the Gundy 500. Matty Burrows now, the car. In car? Fifth gear, yeah, he's moving. Now I'm squinting a bit here, boys, but is that GPS? I can't really see what it's saying down there. Bit hard to read the screen. Man, he is moving out, isn't he? Again, big shout out to all our sponsors here this weekend.
I reckon I can see Clayton Chapman's headlights.
A little bit of dust running through there, yeah.
Over on your left, folks. No, beyond that.
Sorry.
So ARB four-wheel drive accessories, Gundy Regional Council. We have all the great sponsors there. We've got Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline, Gundy Tyre Service, put some cash on the line for the top 10 shootout. Unfortunately, we didn't have that, but, you know, handed out the cash anyway. Trueline Earth Moving, GRC Motorsport, official dealers, a one-stop shop for all Method wheels, Tenzas, Toyos, all that action. Show and Go Photography, Future Ag Mechanical. We got NW Rural. We got Bug Spark, the auto electricians. We do have Diesel Care, Ambrose Haulage, Tom's Tarps. We know where Tom's Tarps are. Hey, Josh, you get that servo. So
yes.
Chapmans Performance Dyno Tuning, also leading the race. If you want a 1,000,000 horsepower 2J, that's the place to go. And then, listen, I'll give it back to you while we got action going because there's Bowie on the line, but we'll go through a few more sponsors in a minute. Again, big shout out to all our sponsors. We appreciate all you do. And it really does make this race, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, they put a big effort in behind. They help as we cut back from Bowie across to Mikey Zacher. So he's a little bit back in the field as well, so he'll be pushing through. He, like you said, had a bit of an electrical gremlin yesterday, so seated back as we try to watch the big...
He also had a roof problem, that the roof was on the ground and then the wheels were in the air.
Yeah, that gets you.
That gets the electrical
problem.
gremlin. Yes. You feel about it. And I suppose you can be jovial when you're racing again.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully coming back towards us as they come towards this finish line, because like you said, from where we're standing, it looks like it's relatively flat and ready to go. But we should get a bit of an idea of how rough it is on our way back in here, because like you said, this shot here of Chappie makes it look like as he's coming back towards us that it's very flat and smooth, but as you can tell from these in-cab shots that we're getting, that it is anything other than that.
There is no flat and smooth on this track.
Your race leader, folks, coming back into the stadium. I'm going to call it a stadium area in front of us, back around the dam, and it'll be interesting to see the gap that he's pulled or not pulled between Danny Brown and Dale Martin.
So that's obviously dust there of Danny.
That is indeed.
So he's right there.
There's no gap change there, is there?
Not much at all. Not any. Not many, if any.
You know, he's a great New Zealand rapper, Scribe. Do you want to hear a joke about New Zealanders? No, but great to see Danny Brown making his way back in here as well. Like you said, these nice, cool, crisp morning, these turbo cars going to be absolutely...
Using all that dense air. You're right. He has essentially no lights on that thing, and I would say it's because of mud. Because they do start with lights running, so...
And there's another car behind him. I reckon Dale's closed the gap on Danny. Look.
Which makes sense. I mean, Dale
was on fire yesterday, but...
Insane. All of the
too long.
Very competitive. Look at that Jimco streaking across the dust there. Hopefully they do have their mechanical woes sorted. Fortunately, the opposite way we look at the other Martin car on a
opposite
strap.
direction. Unfortunately, Brent's on his way back in under tow.
Yep. Well, he's got a 1 on the roof for a reason. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
In a in a class 1 in those days. So it's crazy to think a 3.5 NA won the
beat some of these cars.
Beat them. Yep.
That's it, Dale. That's Dale, Martin and AJ in car 5 around the dam area. So once again, they're probably a few Ks off the finish line.
So we talk about the different combinations of that. Now, these all in our unlimited classes, but Clayton out in front in a Razorback chassis with a 2JZ, so that inline 6 Toyota.
About a 2010 frame.
Yes, there you go. Yep, and then we have, that old darling, she'd know her way around Gundy then, wouldn't she? Then we have Danny Brown in an Alumacraft with VR, so the Nissan motor, and then a Jimco. Dale Martin in a Jimco with a Ecotec, so the Ford 3.5 litre twin turbo.
I'm going to call it that.
AJ?
It looks like AJ.
Yep.
My rally stuff hasn't uploaded, but AJ, and then we've got Talbot and Richo close by each other. So there might be a bit of an overtaking manoeuvre going on with Talbot and Richo. Headlights turning back towards us, folks. Our current race leader, Clayton Chapman, with Adam Maguire in the passenger seat, heading back towards the finish line. And I reckon about 500 metres away.
Brilliant shots there again on our live feed. The big screen capturing all the action. But it's the people on the hill here that get the smell of race fuel, the dust.
You don't get that in the lounge room.
And you don't get the Hawks burgers either.
I'll tell you what. There it is, folks. First lap on the Sunday of the ARB Gundy 500, round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Sandy, I tell you what, that's why it's nice to be out in front. I know that's a very logical racing statement, but
there is zero dust.
And he's making it, he's setting the pace. It looks very controlled, very calculated. Like, it doesn't even look like he's taking risks.
I can guarantee you, he'll be looking, as he comes back towards us here, folks, he will see Danny Brown in front of him.
Yep.
He's about to see Danny Brown cross the finish line as he comes back towards us.
Plus, they're close enough for UHF communication, so probably a little bit of information.
Danny Brown just punched a whole heap of water out of that hole.
There you go. Interesting, the different lines. Hey, is that Talbot Cox there?
Yeah, and Richo just in front of him.
Yeah, I think they'll
so Talbot will have the...
Clayton and Adam will be watching Danny Brown going, righto, folks.
Yep. Still about 20 seconds.
We've got to keep that gap. I'll tell you what we're doing. We're going straight to the Chris Sport app. Trying to go with my great internet.
Again, if you're following along on the live feed from your lounge room, which welcome. I was going to apologise for the commentary, but no, you're missing out because you should be out here. But if you are following along, we're in Gundy, which is about 400 k's west of Brisbane, Gold Coast area. We're actually on the Queensland-New South Wales border. So
looks like Bowie's in the cactus run there. Down this little chute that Bowie's on board, folks, there is cactus everywhere, both sides of the track, and they're big. And a few years ago, Danny Brown and George came in covered in them. So
went through them.
It's a tight little chute before you get down the end, and you usually do a hard left.
Again, you swear that's got to be sped up.
You do it right. Yeah, you do it right. So I'll give you a couple of times, folks. We've got the first 3 over. Clayton Chapman in with a 53.11.2. Danny Brown with a 53.28. So there you are. About 17 seconds off the pace.
Yes.
And then Dale and AJ through with a 53.47 in car 5.
There you go.
So speaking of AJ, we also will have a look at AJ coming across the finish line. Yes.
In his single-seater, just crossed the line.
And the other one we'll keep a bit of an eye out for is, does Talbot around Richo, or is he still struggling his dust? I think it looks like he's right behind him still.
Yeah,
so
right behind him, yep.
Talbot going to be working hard.
Our first 4 cars are all turbo cars.
Yeah.
2J, Nissan...
2 EcoBoost.
And 2 EcoBoost.
Oh,
yes,
EcoBoost.
AJ and EcoBoost as well.
Yeah. So, yes, you're right, though, Sandy. It's interesting because it seems to fluctuate, doesn't it? Like this year, I think it was V8 cars were really popular. You know, like, yeah, it's interesting to see how the way that different tracks suit different things. And I suppose when you come to play here at Gundy, especially when Clayton Chapman's on, it's impressive.
He looks a lot really smooth.
Absolutely. So yeah, Richo's still in front here at the moment.
Richo's still holding off, isn't he?
I tell you what, though, I reckon that
if he's caught him, and we're obviously going to see an overtake at some stage. But Richo over.
I'll
Talbot over.
Talbot Cox right now would be wanting to make a move right here where I know we use a relative, but this is the smoother section.
And not as dusty. Yeah.
And he can use his horsepower on a couple of these straights. But again, look how good Richo's car. That's an NA 3.5.
And starting the day in 4th.
Yes, brilliant.
So
look, and I think you can say that you can tell there that Talbot not quite able to stretch the legs along that straight there. That little bit of dust still holding him up, but that's part of racing.
Yes. Talbot Cox with a 55.3. So he's about another 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just around the dam there.
Brilliant take.
Richo on your screen, folks. This is the little class 1 car, 3.5 litre, and he's holding off. He's chasing down some 4 turbo cars, and right behind him is Talbot Cox with a 6 litre. So that's a lot of work in a little car with underpowered. Obviously, it's got to be 200 horsepower difference, surely.
Oh, yes. Or more. Definitely or more.
So,
yeah. Oh, wow. Talbot just went on that inside line trying to make a
washed
move.
out.
Yep.
That's a big dip in there, isn't
splash.
it?
Yep.
Well, to give you a little bit of a fun fact about Talbot Cox here, you said the 6 litre, not actually a 6 litre, being a Toyota motor, a 5.6 litre. So only 56.
Yeah, it's a NASCAR style motor, isn't it, Josh?
Yes.
It's
Oh,
based
there you
off,
go.
Yep.
And
Thanks
it's
for
a
the
Toyota.
correction.
Yep. And looked after by Barbagallo, but in-house as well, Robertson. Yeah, so I know that they've done a bit of work to it over the years and got it. It used to be crazy. I mean, it is crazy now, but I know that they've done some just development for Australian racing. But originally when it came over, because it is the
Johnny
Greaves car, and it used to rev to like 9.8. It was insane. Yeah, serious. But I think...
Sounds like a TB42.
yes. Yeah, very, very much like a 4.8, yes. But the valve train gear was very short-lived at that sort of RPM, as you can imagine.
Now, I reckon I know another motor that's probably living life high in the RPM is
Bowie's.
the on-screen footage we're seeing of Bowie. The speed that he is travelling in that little 2.4 litre Class 10, I reckon that thing is up high in the RPM.
Do you think it's ever been under 7,000 RPM?
I think it's just a switch on the dash.
That's Nida, isn't it? Is that Jamie Knight that just went the other way, the first of our Class 4s? Let's just say yes.
Yes, I believe so.
It's the right position.
We were probably the first Class 4 we were looking for was the 1113.
Yeah, 401.
But I do believe he has been called, or his crew has been called to recovery, so unfortunately it looks like Bo out.
Car 21. He's backing off early there, isn't he, Mark? He's just going for a drive.
Driving smart. Again, he's probably logical enough to know that we're early in the race.
Still 3 laps to go.
Well, they're actually halfway through the race, aren't they?
Yes.
2 laps yesterday.
Just clicked halfway, correct.
So they have 2 laps and then a half-hour break or an hour break? I didn't.
1 hour.
It might be an hour break to separate the cars.
Park for May too, so that they go in, make sure that they lock it in. They've got to do their service in that hour. So any time outside of that hour will then be allocated to their race time. So
on their 3rd lap today. Jordan Patterson. A little bit of a silent achiever this weekend.
Absolutely.
He's sort of
Great
sticking
run.
it up the top end at the moment too, isn't he?
Really is, definitely. Yep, great run from Patterson. Cool to see that Australian-built car. Well, we got an Australian-built car in first. That's pretty impressive. But also the Monk car. Burrows have been doing a lot of development with this car, and it's turning out very nicely.
You can see on that camera there just how much the suspension is working. It looks flat, but...
Oh, the 99 calendar. There's a couple of Razorbacks up in the top 10 this year. It's cool to see. Ryan Taylor campaigned a Razorback for a number of years very successfully, and I'm doing the super stitch up here, but we'll get some info. I'm sure maybe Human will get back onto us. But so Razorback, now that Chapmans, they're now the dealers or the builders of them. Anyway, we'll chase up some info because it's cool to see. And are they building them out of the sunny coast now? So does Clayton TIG? Is that what he does? Is Clayton a welder? Wires and welds. We're going to find out this information for you. I'm sure someone will give you. But yeah, obviously built, back in the day, out of the off-road shop down there.
They kind of look weird without rear panels, don't they?
They do.
Jamie Knight, president of the Gundy Club here.
beautifully
put
turned
an
out
amazing
truck.
amount of work in behind the scenes to get the event running, along with everybody else that's helping out here this weekend.
Well, he was talking about Sandy before. It was his brother that was out here slashing in the extra bits of the track that they needed so they could continue.
And
after the race.
he actually runs a truck too.
Yes.
He runs that 11.
Yes, absolutely.
11 car.
Yeah. So awesome to see that. Now have a look at this.
I'm going to say
Coming in
that's the Southern Cross of Tucker.
Yes.
About to be rounded up by
Craig Krog. Yeah, the 23
there you go,
Black
23,
Betty.
that Black Betty.
So, yeah, a great race. Nice part. Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Right
folks.
on our drone shot. So good. The coverage here this weekend. Unbelievable.
These guys can't afford really to get off the racing line, can they?
There's not much room. That's right. And that's the problem. As you're getting past, you almost have to pick
Mate.
fastest race car in Australia right here. It's coming into the dam.
There you go.
There you go.
First of our
cruising.
Class 8. So we've had a good mix over the finish line.
Shane Harris in the passenger seat of that vehicle. The 816 doing work here. There you go. I love it. Thank goodness. Human. Truzy's in now, mate. We've seen him. And, yep, they're building out of the Chapman shed now. So they are building them up there at, I think, at Karoi or somewhere up there, let's call it the sunny coast, north of the sunny coast. So they're now, wow, you could go to Chapman's, get a race car, get your shocks tuned, get your motor, get a JZ, and it could win Gundy. And it's been proven. Simple. There you go. So one of our awesome sponsors too, the Chapmans, Dyno Tuning. So
they put a lot into the sport, especially in Queensland.
That's unreal.
Even behind the scenes on a national level. So
yep, absolutely. So yeah, that's amazing. They're doing that. That shows you just how passionate the whole family is, and it's and it's everyone, mum, daughter. Rob's been racing for years.
And we don't forget. We raced against Rob, and don't forget, we also. Clayton's wife, Amy.
Yeah, Amy, yep, absolutely.
Used to race Class 7.
Class 7, yeah. When she was pre-Chapman, she was a parrot back then. Yes. And has, raced a GQ very competitively. So, yeah, it really is a full family round out right there. So, why don't they just take that straight line, Sandy? That seems a lot easier.
It does, doesn't it?
Mick Marson through now, Mr. Trans. Great run. Again, a sneaky one. We didn't see him go around the dam, but making miles. Is that the first of our Class 10s?
Class 10s, I believe so.
So we've had a positional change there because Mick was second off the line. So sorry, unless we were chatting and we missed it. But
I'm trying to refresh my...
Have a look at the tracker.
My times here, but my times aren't refreshing, so...
But yeah, Mick Marson there. So that's a great run through him in the Racer single seat. Again, that vehicle was built for their short course racing over in America. He was actually in between cars, and it's funny because he's in between cars again, essentially, and he pulled.
He had an engine failure at Hillston.
Dusted her off and got her back out of the shed and said, "Well, I still enjoy racing."
Put this thing together to come out here this weekend.
So good, Mickey out there having a great run. So this will be Craig Krog, Black Betty, the 23.
Another one of our great Razorback frames.
Brilliant. Absolutely awesome. And gee, I tell you what, he's checked out, hasn't he? Like, he made that pass on screen so you can see how much of the dust and difference it makes. He'll be hunting down Mick Marson now. Got a little bit of a dust gap where it's clear. You'd see he opens up the legs of the big V8 too. But a good run. So there's our 110 because Tucker was in front of Mick off the line, wasn't he?
And not forgetting that he just got overtaken at the dam.
Yes.
Tucker did.
Yes.
By Craig.
Well, I tell you who he might be getting overtaken by in a second.
The one and only.
Truzy. Do you feel like, Sandy, that was less aggressive?
Pace. It definitely was.
Is that a thinking with the brain using instead of the heart?
Very experienced racer.
He did have don't forget, he did come off a win at Dolby just recently.
Yes.
And last year he was absolutely dominating and had, I think might have been a tail shaft issue or something.
That's true.
He did have an issue out here last year.
Well,
so
actually, is
he
that
might
the year?
have
Because he's had a few years out here. One year he had the front diff in 2 pieces, didn't he? Was that last year?
Yeah, it might have been. I know he had an issue out here last year, so...
Yep. But yeah,
back on board with Bowie, and Bowie's been playing in the mud there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there you go, front diff in half. We just got confirmation.
627.
Yeah, I remember last year that they were smoking it. And then, unfortunately it was a non-drivable situation.
So that car just around the dam, folks, Justin Ryder is about equal 8th or something, I think it was.
Yep, and one of our early side-by-sides.
Yeah, in the championship with Jackson Evans, who was a bit further down the queue.
Yes.
Due to lack of brakes. So we've seen, 10 or 12 cars through now?
Yes. Bowie having a good crack here as well.
Now that's going to be the hard, not the hard part, but once again, it's typical racing. When you start a little bit back in the field, the faster and further you get up the field, the faster you get into more traffic that runs the same speed as you. Now, does that seem like...
Matt Burrows. I was going to say, it's a bit hard to tell.
But also seems a bit underpaced, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's coming in.
Yep.
A few little notes for Section 2. Who's that coming in?
Matt Burrows.
Yes. Yeah, and the 10.07, that's Dean...
McGinley.
Is going straight through?
10.0.
Yes.
10.87 is McGinley.
Oh, I apologise, guys. The numbers are a bit hard to read after the mud, but...
Seeing some of our notes here, and I don't know how true they may be, but it looks like Stu Chapman stopped at the 38k marker. Kai Camilleri returned to the pits. James Zacher. James Zacker's out. Brent Martin, we saw early on, was out, unfortunately, just off the start line. Guy Schumacher in 882, we knew came back into the pits in the green patrol earlier on. Just a little bit of info. It says Bo's stopped and going again, but I'm not too sure how true that is to us. I'm actually struggling to get times up on my phone. Here we go. We've finally had a refresh. I'll give you some times, folks.
Sorry, mate. So just the 6.07 through there. We'll just call that one because that is the first of our very fast side-by-side.
6.37 behind.
Which is Lachlan Campbell and Greg Campbell. Wow, so that's a good race. So Lachlan Campbell, and again, Greg Campbell, one of our fantastic sponsors here, sponsoring the class as well this weekend. So
is there a chance he could take home his own cash prize money?
Possibly, very much.
He might be going, Lachlan, get
on the throttle. Yeah, bud, make it happen.
It's been an expensive weekend.
Yep. Looks like Mikey's struggling in the mud out there, folks. This is fairly rough out there. This must be partly near the old Bear Country.
It looks like Bear Country run, doesn't it?
Now, they did take Bear Country out because Bear Country was a lot worse than this, but you can see he's obviously in first gear.
He's got something wrong.
You reckon? Maybe he has, because...
It looks like it's crab walking a bit, doesn't it?
I reckon it's got like a crooked tyre or...
I don't reckon you're right. I reckon that's just horrible.
That is also a fair statement as well.
It's just horrible. Yeah, you're right.
Car 30, that's Kai Camilleri.
There you go. Pulled up in the pits. Yep,
right,
34 came in on the strap.
We've got a minute.
Again, great race.
Someone over on our left here, there's a pass, but obviously somebody's done a bit of damage before the finish line there.
Absolutely.
I'm not too sure
Someone's jumped out of the car.
Get our camera back around there.
Looks like a side-by-side with a bent rear arm.
And that's the rider car there.
That's the rider car over the finish line just now. So we've got a couple of times while we've got a second riding on board with Bowie. Car.
Oh, brilliant, yes.
There you go, Bowie coming around towards the finish line.
Yeah, where exactly this is live with Bowie, because that's Sam Bentley there going around the dam at the moment.
Bowie's literally about to come around that side.
Yeah, there he is. Yep, so we're going to see the side.
Yeah, there's Bowie over the... Here comes Bowie. That's not Bowie. It is Bowie.
Yeah.
Bloody brown cars.
Actually, out of interest,
Bowie.
So that's just a little catch-up. So we're now on board with Bowie coming over the finish line. So over the finish line. How good is this, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bowie on the live feed over the finish line. So just if you're here live, where it's a little bit of a
we've got a delay on our internet,
correct.
So you might be seeing it at different times.
Did you notice, Sandy? I now know what's wrong with that side-by-side up there. As Bowie went past it, there was a wheel laying in the dead
he's carrying
center.
The wheel,
so it no longer has a wheel on it, is what is going on there. Hey, Bowie Navigator.
He's carrying the wheel back.
Yeah. Navi's deserves a pay raise because he just wiped the screen again.
What a guy.
Ella.
Good.
Yeah. Ella, his daughter.
Ella deserves, well, even better. Go. Fantastic. So, the live screen wipe. How good is that?
That's following Bowie on the drone, folks. So, he's just coming, aimed at us in the commentary box. If you wave out the front, Dan, I reckon they'd see you.
There you go. What a great shot back towards the pits
behind us.
Simply brilliant. That's a nicely turned out race car too, hey.
Fantastic.
The Grahams put on a great vehicle. Recovery headed over to have a look at that broken side-by-side. Oh, no. That's the curse right there. You talk about Bowie spins out in that mud that got Bo as well. So it's crazy, isn't it? 85 kilometres and it can still get you right there. So again, while we're going, I'll just run through a few more of these sponsors. B&W Rural, Brown's Bobcat and Excavator Services, Mackham Builders, Gardner, Lisa's Screens and Art Embroidery, must be screen printing and art, and Goodnwoody Hydraulics, Oriental Agricultural, Mackenzie's Home Timber and Hardware, Full Bore Welding, Ag Spray Centre. Oh no. Did we lose another wheel right in front?
Let's see the wheel rolling towards us as well.
Absolutely. The cameraman's got to stop it. There you go. It shows just how brutal it is here on these courses.
He's out chasing it.
You're joking.
Right in front of the crowd. That's an all car. I apologise, I can't see the number, but I'm sure it's an all car that's just come across. Pico Trading. No way. No way. Josh is right. He's just pointed out that that's the one that they just got going and it's lost another wheel or the same wheel. But either way, it's got no wheel on it.
Folks, you're about to see.
It's got no front.
As long as he doesn't get it. It's got no back wheel on it. Legendary work.
Oh,
absolutely
it
legendary.
It was on the bonnet, yes.
691.
And that's actually Tassin.
So I'm tipping Tassin's their pit crew's going to be ready.
Yes.
If
Zachary
not,
Marshall
get ready.
in the passenger seat. They're coming into the pit right now. So Richard Tassin has made his way to the pit.
Yeah, sorry. So it wasn't another wheel. They put the wheel on the bonnet and when they went over the jump, it flew off.
That makes sense. So that's hilarious.
Possibly doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, it's hard. Those guys are great competitors. They were wild men back. So there used to be a thing called the side-by-side championship, Sandy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. They put 8 cars on a motocross track and raced them. Richard Tassin was a hellman. There's a few hellmen that come from this. Evans. That's inside Mikey Zacker's car again. So great drive there. So Mikey's be fascinating to know. Did he have that flat tyre or was it just that muddy? Oh, yeah. So that's Falaba.
Tony Falaba, yep.
So we expect
Jackson Evans.
I was going to say, I reckon Jackson Evans. And then who was...
This is Jackson Evans right here.
Yes.
The distinctive light bar on the top. Now, it looks like it might be having the same issue under brakes.
Let's have a look. Oi.
No,
definitely attacking differently.
Still a little squirrely under brakes, but...
And then the back car of Kraj.
But probably we expected to see Jackson... Bowie's a hell man. But yes, yep.
Oh, because that's what... It was Bowie,
Jackson, and Tony.
Yep, so Tony's past Jackson.
Yes.
Yep. Jason Keane.
Single-seater.
Single seat. And then was that the 639? Again, I apologise, or might have been the 696.
Yeah, we don't have the numbers and the liveries.
Could have been the 637, honestly.
And my timing's not updating for me.
I hope you guys know what's going on here.
My internet's a little bit average, so...
Again, a few more of these sponsors, Knights Plant Hire, Gunsind Bakery. Josh, do you know that Gunsind stands for Gundy Syndicate?
Amazing. Why were they a syndicate? What did they own, Dan?
I think it was something to do with horses.
The Gundy Grey.
Oh, there you go. Tony McLaughlin Mechanical. Josh told me that line last night, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't understand what was going on. Honda dealer. Joey Bulmer Heavy Haulage. Campbell's Fuel Service. Tate Toyota. Sleep Ag Concreting. Contracting. Don't call them for concrete. Call them for ag contracting. L. Bulmer & Co. Raceline. Think Quality Building. Comiskey, Mr. Trans, Mike Shock Shop, Radius Fab, Bayside Laser, Gundawindi Communications, huge shout out to Gundawindi Hawks, Oswide Transport, but I know it's hit them up with Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some of our great sponsors here, and man, we've got it all going on. Nick Phillips through now.
Also the 170, I believe that's a Mendham entry.
Do we think that Bo is travelling again now? Or, because we called his... Yeah, not sure. I can't see him on my tracker, and they called his crew. Yep, not really sure about that one, unfortunately.
All I know is I wouldn't want to be in front of him if he was going.
No. Trying to pick that race car, but again, some brilliant footage.
Wasn't
crazy. Might have been, or yeah, or the Monk car might be Mark Burrows. Swoopy front end on it. Beautiful shot. So again, it's crazy to see this green. Like, look at the live stream, all green out there, but still dusty, still dry. Yeah, it's fascinating.
It's either soaking wet or dusty.
Yeah, it blows me away.
481.
Mark Robinson.
Over the finish line.
So a good run from Mark Robinson. So nice run there.
Car 604.
604.
Cleanly over. Ready to go on the next one.
Yeah, the 604, so a nice run there. Jeff McNiven. Oh, Jeff McNiven, he really, really fast guy. A bit down the order because he had issues yesterday.
Yeah,
had
he
the
was
wheel
actually
falling
quite
off
fast in the prologue.
Yes, absolutely. So that's interesting and good to see them having a good run. They're the guys that came in twice for the tyre repair. So good to see they're going now. They can get onto the back of Mark Robinson and just keep moving at that pace. I'd say they'll have a good run going forward. How good is that drone shot? Righto, cameraman just gave me the info. So the drone is right on the 15K mark on a big corner out there. And it is a good shot.
This drone you're looking at right now, folks, is just in the
stadium
area. The other one's out at the 15K mark.
The one we're looking at, which would make sense. Again, McNiven having a good run inside the stadium. Mike Zaki on board too. There is so much going on.
We can't keep up.
Hope you guys are enjoying it at home, because I tell you what, again...
Now, this is in the sandy section.
This used to be on the way back. Yeah, well, it still is on the way back in, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Probably the only bit of deep, soft sand in the track,
and
really.
We've seen cars bobbed in this before.
Yeah.
So, yep, pretty wild years past. And there's a really cool run up Farmers Road fence line. It's all really undulating. So hopefully we see a bit of that with Mikey Zaka. Oh, boys, look at that. Yeah, so here we go. This is a beautiful bit of footage here. Inside the car with Mikey Zaka.
I don't know what his red light is, mate. But I hope he can see it.
I hope he doesn't want it. Yeah. Bit of sticky tape over it.
Put your thumb over that, will you?
Yeah. Yeah, again, interesting. You can see the older style dash. Like, I mean, it's still got push-button fuses.
Correct. Yeah,
and, yeah, the analog gauges.
And I kind of prefer that in some ways because it's
Absolutely. That's Joey Bulmer there.
It is.
So that's good. I was going to say I couldn't pick the front end of that.
But Joey Bulmer coming around the dam, so he's only a couple of Ks off the
yes,
off the finish.
Yes. Now, out of interest, Mikey Zacher must have stopped on road because he was seated higher than Joey Bulmer. So, and he's now behind Joey Bulmer, isn't he? So Mikey Zacher must have had some downtime as well, which is no good. Maybe that... I don't know. We're going to find out. Going to find out on that footage what was going on there. But it looked very loose in the car.
Indeed.
And again, that could just be the track. It could be the mud. Dave Laughlin.
Now, Honey Badger. That looked like it based out, didn't it?
It did, but I suppose, let's be fair, that's a big jump. But
the wind looks feels like it's picked up a little bit up here.
It does.
Which will be helping in the dusty sections.
Absolutely. Something about that Ursig car that's a bit different. It's a 5-link rear end, not the normal trailing arm. So a little bit different. Should make it handle the corners a little bit better.
Matty Hummer, the Raceline entry over the finish line. He's had a reasonably good run throughout the championship as well.
So the 629 there. So Paul McCulloch and Malcolm McDonald round and out of the stadium. Dave Laughlin. Again, beautiful shot there. That's looking back towards that dam that we keep talking about, where they come in and then they disappear for about another 5 or 6 kilometres out the back, then come back over our start-finish line. Again, these drone shots just absolutely amazing. Have a look at them. Moving very quickly there. I don't know if any of this is classed as a straight, but you get the idea. We run along these fence lines, along these treed lines. This will be the edge of one of the paddocks out here at Gundy. Again, we're right on the border of New South Wales and Queensland, west of the Gold Coast. So if you're familiar with the Gold Coast, you go about 400 Ks in.
4 or 5 hours.
Mikey Zacher's navigator deserves a raise too.
Wiping the camera.
Little wipe of the camera there, cleaned her up.
Thank you.
Don't worry about those GPSs. You just worry about giving us the onboard
clean
shots. That's
views.
what we want.
Some of this area out here, you sort of weave in and out of the gates along the farmers' fences.
So Joey Bulmer. Sorry, am I on the wrong track? Mikey Zacher's been through, hasn't he? Did we see him or call him? But on my tracker,
I didn't see him
it
come
looks
through.
like he is through. Was he in the dust of someone? But that tracker seems to indicate that he is on his way out. And that he just made a pass.
694 he passed.
So he's back out over near
When did we miss him?
Tanobi Road. Don't know.
It wouldn't be hard. Like
I was going to say, we're obviously
the attention
yapping.
span up here between the three of us.
But that makes a lot of sense because he definitely started in front of Joey Bulmer because we're in that seated position.
Yes.
And I was surprised because, obviously Mikey Zacher, no slouch on the steering wheel. And it also makes sense because I thought that sandy section was now on the way out, not on the way in. And it is on the way out.
Correct.
Because a lot of track has changed a fair bit. They've actually run a few of them in reverse. He's still well, it's definitely bothering him.
Yeah, I don't know if it is it? He's just run off. He's just overshot
Well,
the corner.
you think that might just be the sound of the exhaust?
I was just thinking it might be because it sounds like it doesn't sound strong.
No.
Well, when I say it doesn't sound strong, it just sounds like it's got some
Just
sort
a
of
little
issue with it, but
issue.
it may well not. It may
Yep.
just be the 6:29 out of the dam a while ago, so they've slowed down between the dam and back to the finish line here.
Yep.
Might have had an issue.
Oh, that'll be the Angel entry, won't it? Darren Angel, the 160.
Correct, yeah.
Again, another one of those 5-link cars. So interestingly, and I'm not saying this is textbook history, but the 5-link cars tend to, tight corners, like they handle better. And then the trailing arm cars tend to be really well in the rough, don't they? Like, again, I wouldn't say that that's a foregone conclusion. I'd just say that it's a, what's the word I'm looking for here, Sam?
Observation.
An observation, yes.
So, look at the length of that track.
There's cars everywhere, isn't there? Still got the 4 down here. Now the 15 is definitely, looks like he's grounded up, but the 15 is now in lap traffic.
862. The
Ash entry, Stephen Ash.
Yes, the Ash and Ash entry.
Yes,
it is.
Deborah Ash in the passenger seat of that. And again, as far as we can see, I reckon Clayton has turned north and is scooting up the fence line. He's about to head north, up past what's the highway out there? The Gore Highway. Gonna track along the Gore Highway. They do a big, long run up to the north there for a little bit, don't they, Sandy?
They do. It's a massive long straight up there.
Again, I'm sure they're saying there's no such thing as
No,
a straight.
there's no straight out here.
Straight
Not
down
when you're in
here.
the car. It looks it on the rally safe, but
on the map.
I don't think you go 20 metres without turning the wheel.
Oh, that's the Mendham entry. So unfortunately, are we going to see them sneak into the pit?
Yeah, they're not moving fast, are they? Obviously after their first lap.
So it looks like the 1070, the Mendham car, making its way back in there. This cool little Class 10.
This guy.
See
what happens when you're off gas bagging.
There is only one.
See what happens when you're off gas bagging. Hey, who's that? That's Bo Robbo, is it? That's a Rob Cook.
Yes.
Bo Robbo.
So we are
He's
in a
back
different
in
car.
action.
This is very
This
cool.
is good to see.
So this is what they actually did. They stopped guys and got the Starlink going. Huddy was so
That's
keen.
why they were stopped,
He was
I
so
believe.
keen.
Huddy is that committed. Now, Huddy is that committed to making sure that we have it happen. Now, is this Bo
that's
coming
interesting.
in? If we look over to the left, the dust coming in, I think this will be Bo
Yes, makes a
Looks
lot of
like
sense.
Bo.
charging
There you go.
in. So we're riding along with Bo. Now, remember, what we see on the big screen in front of us will be a little bit of a delay.
So they
but
tell us he had a power steering belt issue.
Right.
He spat a belt, so he's obviously taken a bit to... And that could just simply be mud, couldn't it?
Absolutely. Isn't that crazy? That white truck is
He's
not white at all
Couldn't
anymore.
even tell who it was.
Yes. It's still got some sort of...
No, that's Bo.
That's
so that's
Bo.
Kildy in front, I think.
Kildy
Kildy
in front of him.
412, and now
Gotcha.
that's
I was going
Bo.
to say, it's...
It didn't, yes. So out of interest, do you think that Kildy had some sort of
Maybe.
engine issue going on there?
Well-
Because it sounded like it cut out and then cleared up and revved again.
It's the 1005.
Yes, the 1005, which is, Josh?
The 1005.
Very good, very good. I like that. He's on page 2 is what it is. Declan Cummings.
Cummins.
Well played. Well played. Yeah, so Kildy's still travelling there. Listen, great footage right now. We're about to see a pass here. I reckon Bo, and he could
if
potentially...
Bo's going, Bo is hunting down anything in his path, I believe.
Absolutely,
Like,
and
he's got a lot to prove.
Hank the Tank.
Hey, how good is this? The Land
I don't know,
Cruiser.
I can
The
guarantee
seven.
Bo would not be happy.
Yeah, no.
Get chased down by a 70 series.
Yes, not at all.
But tough for Bo as well. He's in the hunt for a championship. So every lap he completes and gets himself higher up the over, he's got to not go full red mist and break the truck again, they need to get across the finish line, because he is well and truly in the hunt for the ARB Championship at this point in time.
For points, yes.
And not
absolutely.
only that, you know, it's never, you know what happens in off-road. Obviously, it's quite easy for somebody else to drop out, but it could put get in the top 5 outright for the weekend,
now,
and still get enough points to keep him there.
No.
So the two lights.
No, Chris Land, car
Yes.
80. Yeah.
We've come to the conclusion that we were yapping. Zaka
When
had to have
Zaka
gone
went
through.
snuck through when we were
Because
looking.
on the tracker, he's about 10 Ks out. And Joshua, remember that sandy section that we used to come in on, about 70 Ks out? It's now the outgoing, isn't
Yes.
it? Well, he's been through it. We saw it on the live feed. So he's got it. We had to have missed
This
this.
looks like a single-seater coming to the finish line. Maybe Keen? No.
It's the 22,
This is
isn't
the
it?
22, the little EJ powered.
Yep, single seat. Again, we've got our eyes as much as you guys are with the footage.
I think
here
they
we're
said our
looking at
drone
the...
was at the 15k marker, didn't they? So,
they did. But look, we've got 4 cars, all within our visual sight right now.
car 146, I would imagine, then the Barnetts.
So this is the footage in the stadium here. Little beam car, the 202. No.
146.
146. Oh, you said
The
that,
Remus-
didn't you?
the Remus
you did
Rover.
say that. Ian Baker.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like they're hitting the Jake brake and turning on in.
Yes. Yep, making their way in. So Bo, that's Bo now, isn't it? He's cleaned up Kildy.
Is that Barnett's? There you go, Barnett's over the line.
Yep, good run there. So
They've still got a
Barnett's-
lot of work to do as well. And don't forget, Bo and the Barnetts, they're both up in the top 5.
looking for championship.
Outright.
So we've lost Kildy now.
He's just rounded up Kildy.
Yeah,
Kildy's
but-
stuck in that last couple of Ks of the track.
Yeah, and I was going to say he's physically not through
Dropped
into
him
the stadium.
quite, yes.
So
Bo Robbo through, folks.
there's clearly
Might
something
be able to
there.
get back on board with Bo some stage.
Oi, he's driving wild too, you can tell now.
Well,
Yeah.
look at the gap that he's just made up
Yes.
here. Like, that's...
Yeah, if I'm Barnett, I'm
I'd be
getting out of the
yeah,
way.
I think he'll be rounding Barnett up in no time. Like, Barnett's, don't get me wrong, like, it's a fast, solid car.
Absolutely
and
it is.
These both guys they're both recovering from issues.
From issues,
You
that's
know,
right.
like,
Yep. Both had
you know,
mechanical dramas.
Barnett started with that torque converter issue early
Yep.
on yesterday. So, and their car might not even be 100%. There might still be some form of issue going on there. So they had that arm issue.
And let's not forget, Bo might also have some form of issue as well that he's battling as well there.
Yeah.
So, like you said, this is going to be an interesting one to watch because, like you said, both of them high up in the
Points tally
overall
overall.
championship standing, wanting
Bo
to make
equal
sure.
first, and I think Craig was 5th outright for the championship points.
Boys, look at this drone
It'd
footage
be
here.
interesting. Oh, Barnett spun out.
Oh, it did.
No, Barnett spun out. Bo's around him. What's going on?
Gotta be. Oh no!
Oh, no,
Barnett's-
no.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
He-
look at this, folks. In it again.
Oh no!
Oh, shh.
no!
Bo
Wowzers!
stopped for him.
Wowzers! That's wild, wasn't it?
I think Barnett's. Wow. Is Bo sitting behind him? I'm surprised Bo didn't round him up after that.
Yeah, not sure. Might just be staying out of the way until he gets an opportunity, eh? Let Barnett settle back down.
You've got to do it safely
and
too,
he's got to
you know.
push to pass. I think Barnett's pulled over there to let him
Yeah,
pass.
there you go.
So that's good. That's actually
straight-
gentlemanly
that's
after
very gentlemanly.
after a little bit of a wild.
He did hold Bo up there
To
for
be
a little
fair,
bit.
Barnett probably didn't know what he was doing for a second.
I think the adrenaline would have been pumping there for a moment, particularly
just
not
didn't want
wanting to get
bogged.
stuck.
Yes.
Absolutely.
He was just
That
trying
was
to get
huge.
out of it.
And that shows you, though, that shows you how deep the water is.
Yeah.
Because that car nearly disappeared.
We lost the car for a bit there. Yes. Yeah.
Mikey,
Gee, Mikey Zaka looks like he's off the trail. I'm
Mikey,
really
when you're ready,
squinting,
mate, just a
Yeah, give
little
her a
clean
wipe,
for
yeah.
us.
But yes, powering through there now.
Now, in all that action that just happened there, we also talk about Hank the Tank coming back around in front of us. So he's second lap as well. So
Brilliant.
our class
And
7.
behind him is Peterson
Oh, it is too.
in the something 8.
Yes,
so there's a... Oh, yeah, they're 2 different classes, sorry.
Yeah, but the first of our Class 7 and the second of our Class 8, do we think?
Third, 862's been through. Christian's
Truzy,
obviously
in the top.
tapping at the podium.
Possibly
door.
a podium this weekend, yes, correct.
Hey, I think they heard you, DC. They did actually give the camera
Give the
a little bit
camera
of
wide.
wide.
That's brilliant.
So we're back on board with Zaka.
Yes, Peterson, hey, off-road.
Yeah.
Luke Peterson and Dave Anderson in the 878. Knights Plant Hire, the sponsor of that class. Oh no, I apologise. Gunsin Bakery. Knights is Class 7. Well, they were the sponsor of Hank.
Correct.
I'll leave your favourite class open on the page here, mate.
I know it all.
Oh,
when it comes to that.
That's true. Why? Of course. That makes a lot of sense. So again, great footage inside Mike Zacker's. That's the Mike Shop car. Green grass out there, which is pretty impressive out there. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, just while we've got this action, 699's about to get off the line. And then we're going to sneak over and do a little bit of our, ads and bits and pieces, Sandy, do a bit of the official business. And we'll be
Sounds
talking
good.
to you again very shortly. Might go and get a Hawks burger real quick.
Sounds like an idea.
Every time. When you need a tyre, that will carry you all the way home. Yeah, it's like my man Rob from Mickey Thompson Tyres. Mixie. It's in the Springs 4x4 park. Is he Rob or Renee? I can't remember. Hey, that's not what it's Mickey Thompson, Australia's toughest traction tyre. First take, it's just every time. When you need a tyre, that will carry you all the way home. Yeah, it's like my man Rob from Mickey Thompson Tyres. Mixie. It's in the Springs 4x4 park. Is he Rob or Renee? I can't remember. Hey, that's not what it's Mickey Thompson, Australia's toughest.
We are back live out in the arena. Some of our sponsors, folks. We know it can't be possible without them. Little 10 car leaving the line behind us. Just an interesting thing, we just saw Bo Robbo come through earlier. He had an hour 32.48 through the finish line on his first lap. Obviously plagued with a little bit of an issue. He had an early roll yesterday in prologue, seeded 11th, and had a little bit of an issue getting going today. Well, not an issue getting going, but had a power steering belt, I believe, early on. So they've obviously rectified that and on the charge to get back. Our drone out here, I believe, is at the 15k marker, but you can see still, look at the amount of air these cars are getting. Like, I know they look like straight roads, but there's just melon hole after melon hole the whole way along. And I can tell you who's coming in on our left, folks. Man of the hour coming into his service break. Clayton Chapman is on his way back around the dam, so he's only a couple of kilometres from the finish line. Still sounding strong, and looking at the dust, he's actually probably, I'm going to say,
Danny Brown having a good run as well.
Just opened up the gap.
I'd say
just opened up the gap. Maybe
they've stayed pretty consistent, that's for sure. So that's
if that's Danny. There is no lights on him. We saw Danny didn't have lights.
And then I think that's also Dale, not far behind Danny as well.
Yep,
So
I reckon Dale's wound a bit more time in again. So hey, Clayton might have to look out for Dale, because Dale was on a ripper.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we got this nice breeze blowing this morning. One of the advantages
the wind's picked up now, so
of the earlier start. Yes. As we see the 701.
Heath and the Whedons.
Doing a great job. Yeah, Danny Brown's motor still sounding very strong.
That's not Dale
coming in
on our left at all. Dale's a bit further back.
So hopefully we haven't jinxed Dale there. But yeah, like you said, Danny Brown still running very strong there. That little side-by-side as well, cruising around. I'd say he's finishing his first lap as well. Yeah, I'd say he did a good job of getting out of the way for him there, because it doesn't seem like there's much of a gap opening up there. So great to see our more limited classes keeping an eye on that rally safe. We did have a bit of a chat about that on Friday night, the push to pass and everything like that. So I
was going to say that I don't reckon that's Dale coming in either. Hey, on the left.
It looks a bit Jimco-ish. Looks like it's got plenty of motor in it. Definitely got moving there along that straight. So I'm going to say it is Dale.
Maybe it is, yep. I'm going to say it is too, yeah. So I think the gap's opened up there a little bit, possibly.
Yeah, I will say when Dale did come across the line for his first lap, sounded like he wasn't quite pushing it as hard, but still sounding quite strong there. But I tell you what, Chappie putting on an absolute masterclass. We see those yellow lights. Great to see they've got a bit of a distinctive colour code going on there.
For us.
Yes. But Chappie putting on a beautiful drive this morning. He'll be happy and relieved. 2/3 of the race complete for himself. Now they'll have an hour here to service the car and get it back into Parc Fermé, ready for our third and final section. So you'll see these guys come across the finish line and they'll head straight into the pits. But that Razorback looking very well dialed. The boys picking excellent lines there through that rough waterhole section.
The only reason I can say they are is because I can still see red bits on it.
Not much, but that car was looking very pristine this morning. They did a great job in turning that car around.
Chapman swing in for his pit break, 1 hour. Not far behind him's Danny Brown, who looks like he might have to overtake Heath Wheaton on the way back in as well.
But yeah, that 2J sounding strong as it idles past in front of us there. You see the shot of it on the live stream, just making his way back into the pits there. Great overhead drone shot as Danny Brown also coming across. Now Heath Whedon doing a great job there, getting across to the left and letting them past. So that big number 4, Alumacraft.
So Clayton Chapman in first lap with a 53.11, second lap a 54.17, a little bit of lap traffic I would imagine on that second lap. Danny Brown's first lap a 53.28, which was about 12 or 13.
We also see
15, 16 seconds.
Also see AJ making their way around, and now the interesting one here, poor old Talbot. He's had a bit of a rough go this morning, but hopefully makes up a little bit of time. He's obviously got around Richards. And now back into the dust of AJ, so he'll be pushing hard as well. So we'll also keep an eye out for the first of our Class 1 competitors, Jason Richards.
Who had dropped back a couple of notches, I think. So.
But Talbot, a excellent competitor, very measured, very fast. So looks like we got the 6.10 across for their first lap.
See Danny Brown idling back into the pits. Clayton Chapman just pulled up at his pit, ready to go.
So a little hive of activity because it's the time of the hour starts from the moment they cross the finish line.
So
we see Dale Martin making his way in here. I have to remember that, the very distinct blinking front dust lights. So that's a good way to be able to remember as we hear that Jimco come across the finish line, just wind down on the boost.
I tell you who obviously wound the boost up. Danny Brown on his second lap was actually 2 seconds faster. Out of all that distance, 2 seconds faster than Clayton Chapman on the second lap.
Incredible that our times are so consistent, so close.
Should be calling them lap 3 and 4 today.
And now also looks like we see Jason Richards in and around. Down the dam. That natural aspirated V6 still revving hard, sounding strong. As we look onto the big screen as well, we see Bo still out and circulating. So it sounds like whatever little issue seems like whatever little issue they were able to rectify. We also see Mikey Zacher running strong as well. So that little electrical gremlin that they had yesterday, they were able to get that rectified, get that fixed. Get that big Jimco circulating.
There is Dale Martin's time on that second lap as a 54.47. So they're a little bit slower today than they were yesterday.
Interesting. Maybe a little bit to do with the, like you said, they know they've got a long day, only an hour to turn the cars around. So maybe there's a little bit of conservation in what they're doing with these laps first thing this morning. As we see AJ and Talbot.
They're fairly close together too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's still AJ in front. That looks like the big Alumacraft, that light bar on the front. Ooh, no. No, that is still the Alumacraft, in front, and then Talbot right behind.
What a shot.
So another EcoBoost twin turbo across the line as the first of our V8s.
Joey Bulmer.
No, Talbot Cox.
Talbot Cox.
So I'm going to say,
and I'm tipping he's a little bit. Maybe he's been following for a little while. He's a little bit wound up.
Also, like we said, our timer does start from the moment they get to the across the finish line. So every second wasted is maybe a vital 30, 40 seconds that they lose. As we see the 762 heading out
Still
for his
no
second
front
lap.
on it.
Yeah. A little bit more measured over the front jump. Oh, unfortunately, the 762 coming in. We thought he was heading off on his second lap. But Mikey doing a good job there, keeping that camera nice and clean.
Gee, it must be rough out there still, hey? And, like, the cars are still coming in wet as well, so it's not like it's Mikey. Oh. Gee whiz.
How incredible are these shots that we're getting? We are riding along, feeling every moment, every little bit of pressure. The heart rate up high, I reckon, at the moment.
Richo over the line, 119, in for his service break.
Giving the camera a little bit of a clean, because I reckon there might be a few parts of the car that need a little bit of a clean after that moment. As we get these great shots, gives you an idea of what the pits look like here at the Gundy 500.
The ARB Gundy 500.
But great to see. So that's our first Class 1 in.
Class 1.
So Richo doing a great job there. Running a good, fast pace.
Richo through with a 56.28.
That is impressive, that little natural aspirated V6. She would have been up on the bopper pretty regularly in that lap.
That's fairly impressive. 2 minutes off our leader, Clayton Chapman.
For that lap or overall time?
Just in that lap.
Yes,
you know.
yes.
So that's fairly impressive with that over that distance and horsepower difference, you know. Zooming in there on what looks to be maybe a brown camp car. Danny Brown's. All the white. We've got a group of people standing around watching the tune-in. I'm going to tell you what has just showed up, folks. I'm going to tell you what. Dan the man's been down to the Hawks. Come back with a little snack.
Maybe the 23, Craig Corg. Like you said, it's very hard to decipher. All the cars are in that very muddy brown.
Yeah.
As you can see, look at the amount of mud you can see on the bonnet of the Zaka car.
Yeah, that's just a... And they're cleaning the camera every 2 seconds, so obviously it's not getting any drier.
Well, as we said from some of those shots that we saw from Bowie's in-cab before, that you could still see there were sections where some of these ballon holes still had waters like a river flowing through them. That's how much water is out there on the course at this point in time.
And it's getting pushed out, pushed straight back in.
But beautiful racing conditions this morning, other than a little bit of the wet sections and stuff like that. The sun is out, the wind is blowing.
And I reckon the wind's picked up a little bit. Let's go for a quick weather report.
Hit us, Liviano.
If my thing updates, but I reckon the wind's picked up a little bit up here.
So now we see Mikey Zaka coming in around the dam as well. So that's the 1151.
Who we've
as
been
we see
on board with.
Yep, as we also see the 21.
The Monk-built Mark Burrows car in for a service break.
Now, I don't believe we ever saw the 3 go back out again. I don't believe we saw Matty Burrows go back out again, so that's a bit unfortunate there.
So I was just thinking, you know, was it Talbot that came in riding on the back of AJ?
Yes.
I wonder if he was in a hurry to get to his pit because of an issue.
No, I'd just say due to the fact that the time starts over the, once you cross the finish line.
I can see the old Cheese and Danny under the back of the car 4 there, maybe doing a CV boot or something along those lines in the pit.
Having a little bit of a check over. Like you said, only an hour. Now, I know an hour sounds like a long time, but when you've got a
It's not when you've got a lot to do.
A lot to do. You got to refresh, you got to rehydrate, give the car a clean over, have a look.
6.681. That's our Warwick vet, Ross Newman. He's only on to his first lap, and these guys have finished 2. So he's been out for over 2 hours now. That's a long haul. That's a long haul. So that's Mikey Zacher on your screen, folks. And he is literally within 700 metres, I would say, of the finish line. Josh?
Yeah, Zacher's, I believe the second car coming in that you can see the dust is Zacher. I think this is Craig Korg. I think this is the Razorback that was through first.
Ah, yes, correct. Jordan
No, the
Patterson.
44, sorry.
Jordan Patterson's over the finish line. We can only tell from the shape of these cars, folks, sometimes 90% of the cars are brown coming onto us, unless we recognise a
distinct
light
white
combination.
pattern. Yes, that's usually what we're trying to use.
Shape of the frame. This might be Zacher.
No. So Zacher runs the 2 unique Baja design
that's right.
lights on his front bar there, so that's usually a way you can tell them apart.
That's Craig. 99. It is not. That's the first calendar entry in.
So now the 2
Drew
lights.
and Ashley over the finish line. Righto. Now we can call it.
This is the 202. No. Yeah, like I said, we try and pick them as best we can with the, but like I said, the unique lights on the front, the 2 Baja Designs LED lights there.
Mikey Zacher riding in cab.
So great to see them get that little electrical issue fixed. So Mikey, one of our great racers as well as one of our great sponsors, Mike Shock Shop.
We've been riding on board with Mikey most of the day, really.
As we also see the first of our Class 4s come in as well. This is going to be Jamie Knight. Geez, we've had sponsors come across the finish line. Now we've got event organisers coming across the finish.
And sponsors. And racers.
And racers.
Yeah, Jamie really does do it all. Great jump there from the big Nighter.
Now this
good
is
to see those guys having a good run too.
Yes. And an Australian-built truck as well.
Very cool.
Built in the 2-car garage.
Yeah, you asked me, I'll tell you. Now, has that got, again, such a stitcher, Joshy, I'm doing for you, is that a Hendry motor?
Could
Sorry,
be.
boys.
Yes, could be.
The reason I say that is that Simon Knight just built that Aussie 7. It's been out for a little while now, and it's got a Hendry motor with it's the off-road rush style truck.
In the 7.
And it's the Aussie 7, and it's a very cool bit of gear. Hey, Kildy through now, which is a good... I'm very confused. He's coming in from the pits. He's only done 1 lap.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yes, because it was parked out the back for a while. Because we saw it initially come around the dam with OBR.
Yes.
Yes. I was like, wow. I thought, yeah, but that's why. I'd say they'll be doing some work to get that sorted and going. Yeah, they might be a bit confused about that.
Yeah,
I think that official's thinking that he's in for a second lap.
Yes.
That is a first lapper, I think. But
I believe so, yes.
Unless he's going to call the section 1 there, section 2, and just come out on the section 3.
Yes.
Might have been a combo there, he said.
Running a bit late. Yes.
Still plenty of cars out on track, though, ladies and gentlemen, as you would know.
As we see the 762, another one of our great Class 7 competitors. That's, I guess you'd say that's standard 4-wheel drive is probably the best way to describe it. Not a lot of modifications allowed to those vehicles. Got to use standard motors, standard gearbox, relatively standard suspension components as well. So these guys definitely you'd kind of say the true off-road warriors of our race event this weekend.
Now, boys, a little bit of info. Williams Racing, the number 29 car, so that's actually Rowan. We were talking about over in WA. Unfortunately, it sounds like they've had enough. The boost pipe has blown off in prologue, and then they've actually had a head gasket or cracked head at the 40k mark on Saturday. That's it, 7 litre time, they reckon.
Nice.
So getting a V8 7 litre, so that buggy, that Jimco should return soon with a V8. And I think now that's a good thing. Pro it or anti it. You know,
the 7 litre
really matter. No, I wasn't asking you. I'm saying, without an opinion, it does allow a 7 litre to be more, like the V8s are now back and being competitive, which is pretty awesome. I think there was guys like Greg Gartner that were competitive anyway. In a 6 litre, they definitely had the skill set, but now I suppose it's closed the gap for the average man with a 7 litre. If you're not Greg Gartner, well, you know, hope Greg's listening along. We miss you, Gundy, mate. We hope that one day that we see a return. The big blue trophy truck loves it here, the Ford. That's what's missing this year, eh? No Mick Moss on. He's here, but not in the Ford.
Yep.
And no Greg Gartner. GG and that SVO.
It's a combination made in heaven. It's for the fans. And he is for the people.
He is for the people.
If there's ever a people's champion, now I'm going to say that's Craig Cork.
Absolutely. Yep, the 23 through now. Sounding good too, Josh.
Looking good, sounding good. That's a
Looking
solid.
good, you reckon?
That's a solid run for those guys. You know, you've got to be happy. I'll just say the car looks in good condition, doesn't jump nicely off the finish line jump there. Everything looking good. They'll say the suspension still operating well.
Wash, fuel and go, you reckon?
I don't want to jinx them.
We're coming in now. That Pajero headed out on our big screen now on the live feed.
Now, I think this is going to be Mick Marson. We were just talking about it. First of our class, 10 cars across it. That is an excellent finish. Now, Mick, a great driver, a great competitor, and I think I heard you say it yesterday, the nicest bloke in off-road racing.
When he gets out, like he finishes right, does he just lift this thing and put it on a stand to work on it? Is it like an RC car for him? He is going to come and bash me soon. So good. So the 10:32 in now again, as we were saying. So listen, a little bit of lull because obviously they're starting to spread out like they did yesterday on the 2 laps. We've got some cars in the pits, some cars out of the pits. And we might go and give a shout out to some of our awesome sponsors again, Sandy and Josh. Nom, nom, nom. A few more race cars making their way around. Got some great overhead shots here of some of the Class 8s. Bowie came in that time that we were... Oh, we've got a few crowd on the stand too. Great shot that, actually. It shows you the grandstands. It's a raised mound that the Gundy Club have put in. They've done a great job of making this a great spectator area. Again, we probably thought when we lost Malapanya Run, we did lose a gem there with Malapanya. But then when it came back, I tell you what, it's a great spot here on the plains. Because I think that's what makes the difference here, is you can see so much of the action. One of our side-by-sides coming back in now will be for their second lap, which is pretty darn awesome. They're crack-a-lacking on their way back down through this start-finish run. See them working their way down through that mud and then headed for home. Fortunately, we haven't seen Richard Tassin make his way back out. That was that vehicle with no wheel on the back. So I'd say, unfortunately, Section 2 is over. But hopefully we see him back for Section 3, as it is the 607, which I do think is Lachlan Campbell and Greg Campbell. Again, Greg Campbell Motorsport, one of the awesome sponsors here this weekend in a Can-Am. Those guys are doing the side-by-side sponsorship. Class 6, that one there. GRC Motorsport. Got all the gear for your Can-Am. And then the 110. Yeah. Just double checking. That is Tucker that's come in there. So that'll actually be the third of our Class 1s in now. So a good run there for Tucker. Gee. And it's all happening here, isn't it? Because then that's McGinley. Dyno. The Dean Dog. Oh, someone's on the horn there. Little Tatum, that. See, I don't necessarily remember their names, but I tell you what, I remember the car. Nice looking little light Tatum. Tatum's a brand that's really making a bit of a surge in Australia. They've been around for quite a while, did the sand car thing for a bit, and then started building some race cars. Actually, Harley Letner was one of the first guys early on to have one of the original ones. Luke Ayres now owns that original Tatum race car. Ryan Taylor campaigns another one that was an ex-Harley Letner car. Then there was the one that was floating around Warrialda. It's still going, and then obviously there's a couple more. Dale Martin had a Tatum there and with great success for a number of years. So yes, always many great cars out here and many great brands. Is that Ryder 627? So right behind them. I tell you what, there's not much in that for the side-by-sides. It's a great little race.
I don't know why Josh would bring chewy lollies up to
it's
a
great commentary stuff, mate. He's getting it done. 6
I tell you what, if there's any chewing in your ear,
I apologise.
It's Josh Carr.
It's definitely Josh Carr.
Stuff yous. I'll take me lollies back.
Do appreciate it. We just had a little feed down there from the Hawks.
Pretty amazing stuff.
That is Christian coming in with a bit of flappage.
Yeah. Is that a panel hanging off or a top?
Sorry, a bit of what?
There's something hanging
I'd
out
say
the back.
a rubber in a guard.
Yes.
So he's obviously buffed into water.
Yeah.
He's done what in the water?
Buffed.
Oh, yes.
So what do you do? What do you do when you go into water?
Must be a
Mexican
term. Do you launch into water?
Yeah, yes.
You launch a boat into water?
Yes, a launch, yes. Well, I'm sure some of these people feel like they've launched boats into water. Would have preferred a boat here this weekend than a race car, but...
You know what you need out here this weekend? One of those six-wheel little aqueduct things.
Yeah, Argos. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Might be a bit rough, no suspension. Hovercraft. Maybe a hovercraft.
Well, we've got a handful in our break at the moment.
What about a parachute, Sandy?
Parachute could also do the job where needed.
Are we high enough?
No.
No.
I can confirm you need over 50 metres. Because I did it from 50 metres.
And that wasn't
enough. Try to do a bit of a refresh. I'll run through some times. I'll tell you what, Bowie in with a 55.19 on his second lap. AJ with a 55.58 on his second lap. Richo with a 56.28 on his second lap. And Mark Burrows with a 56.54 on his second lap.
Now, the one to have a bit of a look at here, Talbot.
54.54.
53.55 and a 53. So some good lap times there, pushing his way through the field as well. So we'll have to have a bit of a look. Could be interesting here. We might see a bit of a reseed after the next section. So Talbot may be moving up a little bit there. He could be a little bit of a contender for our podium here as well if Dale doesn't stay on. I'm not saying Dale won't stay on it, but there's a few little conundrums up and down the field.
Conundrums, I love
going to go to our overalls, and if it's refreshed, some of my times haven't refreshed.
Matty Burrows. Yep, Matty Burrows.
When did he go back out? I never saw him.
Must have been while we were talking rubbish. So that's a large period of time that he could have gone back out, but great to see him back out.
And Falaba.
As Falaba, gee, he's had a good second lap as well.
Yep.
Well, they're starting to roll in at a fairly steady pace now, aren't they? Like, and evenly gapped.
We also see Jackson Evans.
Yeah,
that light bar.
That means he's stuck with Falaba too, which is a good pace.
Yeah.
Yep, so he'll be happy with that. Obviously, no brake issues this lap. And a full-size jump too. Jackson Evans.
Well, that was always going to happen.
Oh, that's right. If the car's good, it's getting jumped. That's what's happening.
I tell you what, it's not come back in looking like it went out.
No.
It looked polished on the way out.
Yes. Yes.
So if his detailing crew could just get ready for when he comes in, he'll need his suit washed as well.
Yeah, the jet wash. Run it through the car wash real quick. Go get my car.
Christian aimed at the finish line. First of our Class 8s coming in for the gap, for the break. Lost his flappage on the way around the dam to the finish line. So that's
on his buffing?
When he buffed through the water.
Good. The car looks good though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks solid.
One point is that I
think he's settled in unless something's wearing out.
Yes.
You know, he's obviously got his groove.
Yes. So short of
not out
fatigue
driving
or something
the car.
Like that. Yep. And it's the right position to be in. Yeah, it does. What did it start with 2 headlights this morning?
I couldn't tell you.
No, but it's definitely not got 2 headlights now. That's what we're saying.
Much like the Pajero.
Yes. Good sounding car too. 816. We can hear it from the commentary box. Very cranky idle on it. So is that Nida?
That looks like Jamie Knight filling up now, mate.
Yep, absolutely. So Jamie Knight's truck there. The boys pouring some fuel in and doing all that work. Again, 1 hour for pit. So basically park for me. So from the moment that you get the tag.
It's not a long time if you've got an issue. It is. It's fine if your car's just fuel and get out and have a freshen up and get back in.
Yes.
But if you have an issue, that definitely isn't a lot of time to get things sorted. To get even change an alternator can take half an hour with the right people on it.
Well, I got a story, Sandy.
I've got to tell you, mate, on the screen, I didn't see this tractor entered, but it seems to be...
Is it its first or second lap?
I think it's in its first lap, and it's having a few little issues out there because it's not going at the pace
Do I need to ask what's on the back? Do we have a farmer that can confirm what's on the back of that? Is that
the service car? No.
I don't know, but I'm kind of hoping he gets through the gate before the next race car because that's on the in-track.
Yes. I'm sure he knows his way around the track well. He's got a little sneaky farmers only line over there, I think. Pulled over to the left now, I think. Letting this guy through. But again, Truzy's car looking good. We've got another side-by-side. Oh, is that another... little...
Good luck.
I was going to say, I have no idea what number is that.
Completely brown.
I reckon it's an all car, don't you?
I think you're right. I think it looks like it's
bit
blue.
Of blue on it.
Yes.
Yep. So it'll be one of the 10 cars.
just out behind us,
One
folks.
of the Can-Ams.
I can see our current leader maybe in a hot work area. Is that what I'm seeing?
You're right. There doesn't seem to be a flurry of activity going on, though.
No.
It doesn't look concerning or anything like that. They're just looking at something. But yes, we've turned around and we're looking back in the pits.
There's a 604 also came across the finish line there, so that's Jeff McNiven. So
that's a good run for them after their terrible
run yesterday. Yeah, both
double
arms.
pit.
Both arms look like they're still relatively straight in the rear end. Or forearms, sorry.
Yarn in now. Again, no real flurry of activity around at that 15, so I don't think there's anything too concerning going on there. But again, McNiven in. Niders look like they're, again, doesn't look like there's too much stress going on there. They actually look like they're cleaning the mirrors and bits and pieces there, so that's added time, I'd say.
Just watching...
That's the
170.
70, which is Jason Keane, the single seat.
Oh, yeah. So just watching him come in, there's still fresh water just before that second jump before the finish line.
Still coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a Coca-Cola.
Prove it. Prove it, Dan.
Coca-Cola.
And not only that, it was a Coke Zero.
Yes, a zero, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Granted.
With Bundaberg. No, it definitely does not. Way too early for that nonsense. Or is it? You'll never know. No, the 170. So, again, isn't it crazy? That car on screen is bright green.
Yeah,
Really? Yeah.
Well,
is it blue? But either way,
It's a bright colour.
No, I'm sure it's green, actually. No, that might be Lands is green, isn't it?
This has green in it.
Yes.
Pretty sure.
But the moral of the story is you can't tell.
tell.
You cannot see a bit of normal panel.
Or red.
Could be red.
Speaking of red,
481.
what a segue.
Mark Robinson.
Now, there is a truck that just knows its way around courses and how to get to finish lines.
Built by a legend of off-road racing too, Josh.
And driven by some legends of
Absolutely.
off-road racing as well.
St. George boys, the Wildmen, as well as Gwynny,
Jamie Knight,
Slippery Muldoon.
underwater cave diver. Did a few things underwater, decided to try out his surface life.
Well, did he? But Billy Go-Gettys, before he had his geyser, had the big Chev sea truck. I was struggling to pick that one too, but that's Mick Phillips.
Multi-time Olympian. No,
that's
Phelps.
Mick Phelps.
Yep, copy.
Phillips.
Yes, Phillips.
That was the one we were talking about, had the slave cylinder issue to start off with. They did the rolling start under the ARB banner there. So obviously they've done a full 2 laps, which is fantastic.
Still obviously a little bit of a
the
slave.
next car coming into our left, Joey Bulmer.
Yeah, it might be all through the gates.
Yeah, through
this
the
one
gates.
here, this must be the other, there's a
1013.
got those very distinctive lights.
1013. My rally safe's caught up for a minute.
Hey,
That's the
how
only
good
reason I
is
say
that?
that.
You were very confident, I was going to say. Which
means...
So, that's Jason Keane and it is green, but that's how crazy that is. That
When
car
did they-
had to be a different car. That was the blue. That'll be Land's maybe. Chris Land?
No, it's not a single-seater.
No, was that double O?
Land's a twin-seater.
Yep, that's a single seater.
That's a single-seater.
So I'm saying, did we misread that? And that might have been a double-seater Jimco. Because they're
possibly.
the same sort of size with those double lights down low.
True.
It was it was an iconic early 2000 Jimco look right there, wasn't
Yeah.
it? when they went from the 2000 series, then, because I was talking about the year, when Wilson's changed over, because Mike Zackers has the same sort of look, doesn't it? 2 big lights, low down, slung under that flat bar. And then they got really popular with the Aussie specials, the one Shannon Wrench had his. Who else? Dave Fellows had one. Mark Burrows still. Well, Matty Burrows.
They were a good car back in the day.
Very good car. Yeah, still a great car.
Competitive.
Yeah. Lots of people at Rana Horan had one for a while. Danny Auric had, Pinto, all the Robinson, every single one. I think Robinsons have owned every Jimco known to man in Australia. So, yeah, there's a ton of really. You actually start the PWR one. What was his name? Hendricks? Remember that? There was that one that was floating. There was a lot of cars. Remember when Pinto had the
Danny
NSX
Brown for a little while
supercharged?
too, that Hendricks car.
Did it really? Yeah, well, there you go. Danny Brown had a couple, didn't he? What is flapping on? Are they wind testing that? Is that what they're doing?
Flappage. That's what that is.
Is that the stuff off Christian True's car now?
Maybe.
Is that stickers?
Is it stickers? It's both sides.
It's part of the wrap?
Yeah, maybe it's part of the wrap.
I'm not sure. That is amazing to see. Has he been through a banner? No, it's race tape.
That's part of the fiberglass. There's a chunk of fiberglass sitting up there.
Yes. Anyway, the moral of the story is the 481's in. I wonder if yesterday we were talking about
you can
those
see it now,
panels.
folks, on the front corner of his car there. Chunks of fiberglass, race tape. No, it does look like a banner. I don't know. You tell us.
There's a lot going on.
Put it on the live feed. Josh Curran will answer your questions.
Yes. He'll give you everything you're looking for.
And more.
And then some.
It may not be truth, but
481 in on their break. I'm now seeing dust out there without seeing even a car go. Oh no, there is a car going over the track.
Just envision dust.
I'm like, the cars blend in that well with the scenery now. It's hard to tell.
yes.
Righto, who is it? Who is it?
Joey Bulmer.
Loose on the back end.
Hey, yo.
There we go.
Did you like it? Do you know who it is?
Joey B. But it's actually, just for the record, not actually Joey Bulmer behind the steering wheel at the moment.
There you go.
Oh.
Tell us, Josh.
I'm not 100% sure. I believe it might be a Zacker.
Oh, yes.
Behind the steering wheel.
Gotcha.
So, but I did see Joey walking around the pits this morning.
There you go.
And the race car was definitely out on track.
So 11:36. But it is the Bulmer entry.
Michael Zacker.
No, Mikey Zack is driving the 551.
No, but
Bulmer.
I believe it's Michael Zacker, which is Brad's brother. Yes.
Correct.
Mikey Zacker's uncle,
Correct.
Mikey Zacker.
Correct.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I am now. Yes, and I actually think that I saw a post surrounding this. Because there might even be 3. Is there a Zacker racing in a side-by-side as well, James?
Correct.
Yep. So it is a family affair out here this weekend, which is very cool.
Tell you.
Oh, yeah, the boys. Hey, look, not too much stress going on here.
Chappies look
Clayton
fairly
and
chilled.
Adam, they do look like they're pretty
Mama
comfortable
Layla
with what's
over
going
on
on.
the right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, a little bit of a conversation. Clayton sort of going, yep. I remember that hit. Yep. They cleaned the number on the back.
I reckon that'll be Dad.
Yeah. Or it actually might be the Winters. It looks like one of the Winters boys, doesn't it? But they're obviously looking over it still. You may as well use your time. That's the
you can see there, folks,
entry
how
has just come
much
through.
mud has caked on the cars. And this is the first car on track.
Yes.
So
yes. This is the
he's
cleaner car.
He's cleaning out the holes that have filled up with water overnight.
If anyone's interested, Josh has finished that entire bag of lollies. That's what that noise was.
Empty. I got M&M Crispies as well in the car. That'll be real good on the microphone too.
He picked the noisiest food known to man. Hey, very cool to see. Obviously had some upgrades, I reckon, because Razorbacks had a tube top arm. So it'd be worth talking to, again, Chappie's building these out of, how we call it, the Sunny Coast. Josh, you're more Sunny Coast local than mine. What's it called? Koroy? North. They live north of Sunny Coast. I don't think you class that as... Anyway, listen, Chapmans, Google it.
Southeast Queensland.
No, yes. But they're building these cars, and it looks like it's got some different top arms on it, tubes and bits and pieces.
I'll tell you what they've done. They've put a shade sail up for the kids
Smart,
today.
Hey, that's the things that Gundy and the locals do.
They just get together and get it done.
Yeah. Sandy, again, I ask you, are you going down there for a little bit of a run later on? Or build a track, build a jump?
I did built the odd track for the kids over the years.
Yes, I can only imagine.
Out at... I think our best one was still... Not Mildura. Wakery.
Wakery, yep.
Kids had their Tonkers out there.
Now, is this Bo Robertson?
Nah, doesn't look like it.
Kildy. No, Kildy's in the
out.
pits. It's got to be a Bo OBR car, doesn't it? That's a nice run around the second run, if that is. It's got to be.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Now it's closer. Yes, it is.
Yep. So the 1113.
Bo Robbo.
Sounds good. Truck sounded good. So they were talking, I actually just bumped into Drew when I did go and get that little Hawk's burger, breakfast sandwich that we got. And he was saying that the hardest bit about that, it took them longer to cut the belt out and the mud and the bits and pieces.
Yes.
And then put another belt on it. So there
right,
was a little bit of downtime there for the boys. But he doesn't seem to think there's any other issues with it. The boys going back out for a run.
Second lap maybe for a car 862.
Ash, isn't it? Is it Steve Ash?
The Ash entry.
So, yeah, again, it's just sort of showing how the way this course is. One, the mud probably and the build-up caused the issue, and then also the time then to get to the belt to fix it. Yeah, they said that it was hard getting the bonnet off and that it weighed a million kilos.
Yes. All that mud build-up.
Yeah, so that unfortunately slowed them down for quite some period of time.
And then trying to get the bonnet back on.
Having some issues here in 696.
Yeah. It was actually a funny statement because Drew said, I don't know why they put the bonnet back on it. They should have just left it. Private property, they could go back and get the bonnet later or whatever, but they obviously got that back on. So again, 657's in.
Tell you what, that's a bit of interesting information. Michelle Martin, obviously related to the Martin Motorsport crew down here, talking about puggies and frames. Look at the price of this. She sent me through, which is a Rivmaster for $690 frame. That's what you could get back in the day.
Unbelievable, isn't it? $690. That's about 2 hours of labour at Osford. No.
Well, it is nowadays. So it's crazy.
Yep, beam. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Get yourself a frame, bonnet, side panels, 2 seats.
Yep.
4-pound protection bars.
Wow, one
$690.
seat, $690 now, and that's for a well-priced one.
So interesting.
The world moves on, doesn't it, Sandy?
I'll tell you
Doesn't
what.
slow down. So again, Bo having a nice clean run out the back here as well. We're watching him on the big screen. On the big screen. Oh yeah, Sandy.
You Mexicans go all right.
Having a Coke Zero.
Sneaky lemonade.
And just while we got a little lull here, just had one of the crew members from John Smith, the 445, come up to the commentary tower. They've already made their way home. They're heading off, so they won't be here for presentation dinner. They just handed me 4 tickets and said if you know of anyone that's chasing 4 tickets, maybe some friends or family or extra crew that have rocked up, come on up to the commentary tower, courtesy of John Smith, the 445 crew. They got 4 tickets here tonight. So if you need a few extra tickets, come on up, grab them so they don't go to waste.
That's a shame because John Smith, it's the Nissan trophy.
RB30,
Yeah, so I haven't seen them all weekend. Did they have issues early on?
Yes, they did.
Yep.
They are Bo Robbo battling this weekend, isn't he?
Tough weekend in the office. But this is where great championships are made.
Most definitely.
when it comes to the 5th round, oh no, the 4th round, it's Millicent. So only one to go after this, Sandy.
Yeah, but what a cracker!
What a cracker it's going to be.
Championship's been already.
It's tightening right up.
And this might didn't sound like he took off in first gear either. Bo Robbo, folks. As we said just before, battle of power steering issue, and Dan said he had to cut the belt out, clear out all the mud, get that thing ready. They got an hour service break, and I'm tipping there'll be 150 people working on that car in the next 3 minutes.
Getting it sorted, 629 in as well. Hey boys, I'll run through our fantastic sponsors again too. ARB 4x4 accessories, obviously no need to mention it. It's the ARB Championship. That's our biggest sponsors. They are absolute legends. They're out here racing it too. So big shout out to all of that crew. They put a lot of time and effort into the sport, and they really do love it. Mickey Thompson Tyres, Gundy Regional Council, AASA, Aurora, Gundy Tyre Services. We got Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson. We've got I've already said Gundy Regional Council, haven't I? So, you know, going through, we've then got some class sponsors. So Unlimited is by Trueline Earth Moving. Naps, absolute legend. They said he's got his car prepped and ready, so hopefully we see him out here racing soon. We've also got GRC Motorsport, so that's Greg, he's out here, Greg Campbell, so they're having a good run. Show and Go Photography, Future Ag Mechanical, NW Rural, Bug Spark Auto, Electrical and Mechanical, Diesel Care, Ambrose Haulage, Tom's Tarps, Chapmans Dyno Tuning, you know, some fantastic sponsors there that we've got. And Brown's Bobcat Services. So they're a few of our class sponsors. And again, we see the ads up on, you know, that they're running through as we've got that great shot of Bo just backing his truck up here again. We're going to see a little bit of work happen. Drew, the man, the myth, the legend in that OBR jumper. He's put a lot of work in this year. I think he's putting a bit more work in.
He's been travelling with the car, I reckon.
Yep, it's almost like a travelling roadshow, isn't it?
Yep. And don't forget, they've got a massive amount of work this year. So Bo, not only does he want to finish this one, but he wants to keep the car in good condition. Having another one from this championship to do, but he's also contending some other races around the country.
Absolutely, yep. And it's awesome. It's crazy to think that he's so competitive overall. Look, Huddy out of the car and moving. So they obviously think that they're going to be tight on their brake because they're looking very quickly.
I don't think they've got enough race tape left. Surely. Get it out of the way. Don't really stand. Throw it in the truck. We're going nude.
So again, just to give you, Josh, this is what you were talking about before. This is Huddy. Huddy actually is heavily involved with our live production.
Over on the left-hand side of your screen.
And he's also the navigator, and now he's the mechanic. So everything is happening here.
He's like me. He's a triple threat.
Mate, over here, we just seen a rollover, side by side.
It's a massive rollover, ladies and gentlemen, too.
Just 300 or 400 metres from the finish line.
Oh, it's a big one.
Literally just watch it. Still rocking there, you can see. That was a fair hook-up. We can get recovery out there straight away if anybody's nearby.
Yep, the cruiser unit over there is moving now.
They're already there. They're already on their way. So they're coming around the dam.
But gee, that was a big one.
Fair hook up and tip over there.
The boys
getting out of the car, so hopefully they're all safe and well.
Gee, that happened quick, didn't it?
That's how easy it can happen.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the things, Sandy, is about those smallers, smaller side-by-sides is they actually get a bit of a roll-up, don't they?
Yeah, because they're like a bowling ball. Literally.
Yes, absolutely true. Whereas like some of these bigger, longer buggies, they sort of like land on their roof and stop. These get a bit of a roll-up. Oh, Kildy's going back out
for his second lap.
Yeah, right.
So he only probably needs, when you think about it, even if Kildy can get his second lap done and maybe a third lap done before he runs out of time, it might give him a contention to be a finisher.
Yes.
Because you've got to do 75% to be a finisher.
Absolutely. Hey, now, Human's been like the fourth commentator here this weekend, which is fantastic. Again, big shout-out to all the Wild Boys up there at Human's place. But they were just saying, so Chapmans are at Federal, which is south of Gympie. So they're almost all the way up at Gympie. And that's what I was trying to say, is I knew that they were a long way up the coast. But they're at Federal, and that's where Razorback is now. So If you're looking for a Razorback, that's the place. Ah, now is that Barnett's that have just come
Yes.
in? Yeah, very good.
Barnett's over the line.
So that's good. They've had a good run.
We're just seeing RT's car on the screen there. Missing a back right-hand wheel.
Yep. Gee, it's a bit beat up. It's got a shock physically missing on the back there too. So not sure what's going on there.
This is from the incident in prologue yesterday.
Yeah, so he hasn't actually done any of the sections. And again, it did knock a right-hand side off it. Darren Angel through now, and the 699. Whoa, is he going for another?
Yes, the 699. Remember, they were our late
that
starters.
was their last start.
That's right.
They hung around.
That is right. I was going to say that. They're on the bop, those guys. They're keen. So the 699 out and running. And again, yeah, those great shots of Ryan Taylor's car. Heartbreaking for them. Oh, and there's that side-by-side. So
Still not sure what number that is, but
it was actually going, so it was going towards the water. It's not the water that caught it. It was around that left-hand corner.
I'm going to say it's possibly car 615.
Righto, which is...
I'm not even going to... No, I won't say what car it is,
Yeah.
just because my they're out well, so
Yes.
there's no issue there.
Yes. Is that... Oh, that's a single-seater. Actually, you know what single-seater we haven't seen come back? Is Stewie Chapman. Like, he hasn't even come around for his first lap, has he? Or is he back in?
I believe he did.
He's on the trailer.
He's on the trailer right behind us.
Yep.
But yes, you are correct, Dan. I believe
Yes.
he didn't come back in for his first
The
lap.
EJ20, car 22.
That's only, and I love it, but that's the crazy thing about 100 cars, isn't it? You sort of lose track of it.
Of what's going on,
And
because I don't even know what happens.
yeah, and it's cars we were talking about early on because, I mean, they were right up there in the Class 10 overall for this race. And, just such a brutal track. Great shot here. Have a look at the recovery crew doing their thing. Again, the big diesel care. Again, not only sponsors, they're out here working, just putting in hours. You want to know the ARB gear is good in Gundy? Here it is. Here it is. So that's the EJ that we can hear through our audio there. The Land Cruiser does not sound like a Subaru.
I see Chappie's back in the car, possibly getting ready to go back out for his second and final section. Last two laps.
Wild to think that, Chappie will be out when these other cars are not even in yet.
So do they send them out for the laps?
Now, Sandy, you'd be an expert at these types of cars.
Yeah, I'd say
What do you do when your car's 3 quarts under mud and on its side? With no
winch.
wheel on it?
Winch.
Yes.
Usually.
With a diff in 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Wait. That was like flashbacks there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting the straight pull there, which makes a lot of sense.
Now it'll be easy to come over easy now.
Absolutely. Grab on the tyres. Back on its wheels, ladies and gentlemen, so...
That's Matty Lavis.
Ah, is it too?
It looks
Yep,
like
little
Matty
Yamaha.
Lavis. I'm going
Does
to
look like
say.
a little yummy.
I don't want to... I think that may possibly be Matty Lavis that's had that little tumble.
Yep. Big shout out
Once
too
again.
to our sponsors of the live feed, like Mike's Shock Shop, Comiskey Mining Services. We've got some fantastic sponsors that are keeping the live stream ticking over as well.
MR Trans.
MR Trans, yep. Mr. Trans.
Marson Race Trans.
Hey, you can see that's a good shot. Like if you shortcut that, how deep that water is.
That's correct.
Yeah, if you're
And
trying to pass,
that could be what he's done.
maybe trying to get around
Dipped a couple of
someone.
tyres
Yep.
in, and it'll turn you sideways in
yanked
an
him.
instant.
Yep. Yep,
So
but that is a
it does,
good shot of showing how
unfortunately,
wild.
It looks like Matty Lavis's paint scheme, his colour scheme, not confirmed, obviously, but both whoever's listening, they are whoever was
out of the car,
and they're safe, and they seem to be
Yep.
moving around quite freely.
And I suppose, Sandy, great time to say, all the cars now are so well set up. The harnesses, the
the
head
safety
neck
gear's
restraints.
phenomenal.
It's not like racing in the 80s. You're not wearing open face. Like, it's all very, very good gear now.
People don't believe me when they say, the first race I ever did, we didn't wear helmets.
Yes.
We wore seat belts that were taped so that they didn't lock in.
Yes.
You know, so your seatbelt would stay loose.
Yes.
And that's all you had to wear, a seatbelt.
Yeah.
And then I was telling the boys last night, I raced in the Philippines, and we brought in a rule over there that you had to wear shoes.
Yeah. Wire.
Because you didn't even have to wear shoes or a helmet or a seatbelt.
Yeah, won't
so
worry about
by the
that
time
back
we
then.
left, we got them wearing helmets and seatbelts and shoes.
Yes.
So
that was Rainforest
Evolution.
Challenge days, or that was a different...
the early ones, and that was over in Malaysia, but the Philippines, we raced some winch telling stuff over there. They were wild.
That's great, yeah.
You know, Sandy Bowman's saying they're wild.
Yeah, that's right. That tells you how... Wow, you see some of the stuff on YouTube and stuff now where they're using those hydraulic winches at like 80 kilometres an hour and stuff. It's flying wild.
God winches.
Yes.
Well,
So number
Chappie's
8.
lined up right there, folks.
Yeah.
Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, car 15. Current, I'm going to say current just because Bo's behind them.
Yes.
Championship
Yeah, they're
leaders.
Well, it's true at
current
this
Gundy
point.
ARB Gundy 500 leaders.
Absolutely. Yes. So that was Chris
getting
Land
out.
that just came in there. So we've called that car a lot of times, but it's in now.
That's
Chris
the 80.
Land.
Yes.
The 80.
Dale Martin ready to go out.
AJ too. You know who we haven't
Who's
got back
not
up?
out?
Danny Brown.
Car 4. They are still underneath. There's 5 people underneath in the back of Danny Brown's car, still working away. So possibly plagued with issues, but looks like the ignition's on. And they're working on the same thing they were working on down there before. So it's possible that he's got an axle issue, or I'm not too sure.
So obviously the other
they're
issue
in the
is-
car though. Like Danny Brown and George look like they're in the car from here, in the pits, and they're backing out. So Danny's backing out, ready to come around to the lineup. They know they're running out of time. I'm not sure why Clayton and Adam have gotten out of the car, but maybe they just need to.
Well, I think they might. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they start the section until a set time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, they had to get back to Park for May.
Park for May. That's right. So they're
Right.
in and their time stopped, and then yes,
They're not allowed
section-
to touch their cars or work on their cars once they hit that Park for May. It's a holding area.
Yeah, so they got a 1 hour service and then back to 2 laps. So
Car 10.05. Josh, what car's that?
The 10.05.
oh my goodness.
We know exactly who that is. Declan.
Yes.
Declan Cummins is
Yes.
now in.
And
8.78. Peterson is
Maxine.
over the finish line. Just seeing
In the loft
AJ
ringer.
get out of the car. AJ sitting in that car you're looking at, folks. Single-seater. So no maybe a GPS, but he's doing all the work himself.
Yeah, I do think that they ran a GPS this year at Think, which is
I think one of the first times he's done that.
he's done it. Yes,
And then
because
we
he
also
did it the year before.
Also see the 4. Now, one of the vehicles that we are missing, the 16, Talbot Cox.
Yeah, although he'll have a little bit more time, won't he?
No, he
Yeah,
was
there
right
was a little
behind
gap.
AJ.
Yeah.
He crossed the finish line right
Danny
behind
Brown,
AJ.
Yeah.
Danny Brown, they were just working.
And it's an hour from your finish line time.
Agreed. So you think Danny Brown's physically out of time?
Don't know.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that maybe these guys, like
are
AJ,
early.
was a little bit early.
Yes.
Because he didn't drive in very long after Dale.
Yeah, so Danny Brown, they were working hard on that left-hand rear.
Yes.
Underneath looks like maybe axle area, CV boot, I don't know, but
Maybe
they would have had
prove
time
it's
to change the CV boot, surely, in that hour.
You'd be moving, wouldn't you? She'd still be pretty warm.
Well, that'd be the problem, wouldn't it? Everything comes in here absolutely
Everything's
red hot.
Yep. It's so funny because it's not on a hoist. It's amazing what you can achieve on a hoist, and then all of a sudden you're working in the dirt. All the mechanics now have dirt all over the back of their shoulders, and
AJ walking in. excited to be lined up, covered in mud. Look at the mud, I can't believe it. Richo in Parc Ferme, ready to go out there, folks. We've got 5 or 6 cars ready to go for Section 2. Well, hopefully ready to go for Section 2. We shall throw to see a couple of our sponsors, guys. We'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, some fantastic sponsors there that we have.
They do a great job every year getting on board with such an awesome event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the pit and you can hear and you've got your race crew, we are doing Parc Fermé, so they need to be in their race gear ready to rock and roll and drive out to Parc Fermé like it was a race start, and then they're allowed to turn their vehicle off, get out to it. We just have a slight delay. So race gear in the car, ready to go, then you can climb out, but you must stay with your car in the general area, be still in your race suit, ready to go.
Josh, the other thing that we've got going on, very serious business here, is we've got some great people on our live feed at the moment on Facebook and YouTube and bits and pieces, and we appreciate your questions. And mate, Jake Swinglehurst has a pretty big one for you, so I want you to understand. And mate, would you prefer to fight either one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? What do you reckon? I'm going the 100 duck-sized horses because I think I could just keep kicking.
Yeah, I reckon what I'd do is I'd just back myself into a corner. Yep. And just
go
whack,
to the angle,
whack, like just stop, you know, like.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
Probably channel a bit of inner American History X.
Yes.
Maybe some horses with their teeth on curbs.
Whoa. That escalated very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise for Josh's psychotic outburst. But listen, jump in, join the conversation. If you're on Facey, you tell us. What do you think? Would you fight one horse-sized duck? When you think about it, maybe you could go for the neck and go for a choke on that one. So maybe the duck's not... Big beak, though. Well, big beak when it's
a horse that size, like a duck that size, imagine the terrifying quack sound it would make.
Yes. Hey, listen, the other thing is Jake Stevenson is on the internet as well, so go the Honey Badger, which we totally agree with. Dave Laughlin, huge job. They fixed that car in 5 weeks. Absolutely awesome that they got that fixed and going up. And again, Chris Grant, a bit faster than us, mate. He was all over the fact that the rollover was the 684, which is Matty Lavis, which young Sandy had a feeling that was right, but a bit hard to see.
Yeah, you never want to fully commit.
Believe it or not, you guys, if you've got this on the big screen, you definitely have a better view of the screen than we do. We're sort of got a lot going on out here.
A little bit of dust, a little bit of glare.
And Polly Mack just shouted out, go the 202. We've been calling the 202 all weekend. Right or wrong, we're calling it.
I think we've called it to complete its lap about 7 times.
But you're dead right. Go the 202. Big fans. They're having a great run in Class 2. And it's a good run that they're having. And, Joshua, you wouldn't believe it. Just as we're talking about that, you know what just came over the line?
The 202.
You could not make that up. The 202 has just finished and is going into Parc Fermé for their 1 hour. So they're going to have that run there. So very, very good. Again, for all our competitors, if you're in the pits, the 202, you've got 1 hour and then you're in Parc Fermé. Righto, we just got a note up here, the free Wi-Fi, so feel free. We've been on it all day, just stealing it. But free Wi-Fi, you're allowed to join the connection there. And if you want to post or watch, you could even get an iPad up or something along those lines. And normally we wouldn't encourage the old iPad, but I tell you what, it is a great thing now that you can be sitting out like this crew over here on the race course and set yourself up with a bit of an iPad so that you can watch some of the other racing, you see some of the live stuff. We've got the commentary going live down in the pits and whatnot. So a great opportunity for you guys to do that. Josh Howard, out of curiosity, he's asking, has anyone ever won the ARB and the AO, the two championships side by side?
In the same year?
And the answer's no.
Negative, yes.
So no one yet. So Bo at the moment is the closest to being able to achieve that. Fortunately, this weekend probably hasn't gone the way he wants yet. However, I'm sure they're going to have that truck back out there and running. And then obviously everything is going to happen at Millicent. But when you're up against the greats like Clayton Chapman, like the 15, he's going to be fast at Millicent going into Millicent as well. So it's going to be a great race here this year. Bo and Chappie just battling it out. They're really trading blow for blow at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. And I tell you what, you talk about those dual championships, but imagine throwing into that, because it is a possibility, throwing into that in 1 year, winning both championships and Fink. That's
big.
That's a triple crown.
That is unbelievable. Yep. Hey, the other one, we got Connor Cooper yelling out, keep on trotting Class 7s. Absolutely. I tell you what, we can't keep Sandy down on the Class 7s. This man just froths on them. So you're absolutely right. Class 7s, they're still making their way around. And Hank the Tank's in for Park for May. He is sooting. Big jump. I would almost say that he cranked the biggest jump so far on this section. Not overall for the weekend. There's been some big jumps in prologue and bits and pieces. But yeah, he came back in.
Had that VDJ compensator.
He had the Yanmar wicked up.
Yes. The boat motor.
The boat motor. Talbot Cox is out there now in the 16.2. Not 16.2, the 16 as well. 21, Mark Burrows, game multi-time champion. 99 of Calendar is out there, the 23. Mikey Zacker's out there as well in the 1151. Bowie's back out as well. Tony Falaba's out. We're looking for Mick Marson. Mick Marson's about to lift his car off the rack. So I'm hoping I leave Gundy before Mick catches me this afternoon.
Don't forget your 99.
Mr. Gilmore. And it was funny, we actually just had Dan Hardman up in the commentary box just for a second there. And he was talking about even for them, and they're racing, like, you really, until you see it from the air, from these drone shots, looking at the pools of water, he's like, we didn't even realise that that's what it's like out there. Like, they're racing through, and he was talking about it's pretty wild because as you come over the melon holes, let's call it melon hole country, you're blind to coming into the water holes, which is pretty wild. So, you know, if anything, visibility is a bit of an issue out here because of the changing conditions.
He was also saying you might be cruising along the straight and there'd be a bit of a wet patch along the track as well, and you'd be under acceleration and all of a sudden you just light it up, you put it on the bopper, hit the limiter due to some of the wet, slippery conditions we have, and then all of a sudden you'd be back into dry, dusty conditions. Moist.
I wasn't going to say anything, but
I tell you what I just saw. Sorry, boys, I've just been out of town there for a minute, but on the way back, Stu Chapman, I don't know if you knew he crank angle sensor.
There you go.
Yep. They didn't have a spare, or just that they decided that
he was out there.
Yep. But they could fix it now?
Oh, I got no idea.
Yep.
It's still on the trailer, so I believe not.
Yep.
So, but you never know what's going to go wrong.
That's right. Oh, particularly in this sort of, like with this weather, with the water around, I mean, it seems to be all electrical. Dan Hardman said that alternator issues for Dan Brown at the moment, so they were trying to fix it. Not the alternator, they think it's a connection somewhere, and they were trying to work on it. So that's what those guys were doing.
Remembering when they get back, I don't know if you've talked about it or not, but when they get back from their race, they'll pull every panel off these cars.
Yes.
Steam clean the whole thing down, computers out, wiring out. So every time they put it back together, that's one more connection, one more connection loss between a computer and a GPS and alternator, like you say.
Sandy, I'm showing me old electrician thing. Do they do something like put, it's not lithium grease, is it? What's that?
Yeah.
The special grease on plugs? Like, do they do that sort of thing here? Like, I only ask because in like, say, mining... Dielectric grease, that's the word I was looking for. You know, you do it on mining connections.
We use it on some bits and pieces, but
not a lot.
I don't know what these guys do.
Would it be worth
I've got a closed cab car, mate.
Yes,
so
everything's inside, so...
We don't have as... Well, we do have the issues, but not as much as some of these guys.
But you're right, and this
situation...
As far as
water.
Yeah, your Heltec, your Motec, your whatever is literally sitting in... And it's open. No, it's interesting, isn't it?
So it's not often we have to dunk our computer in water at all.
And I was going to say, at 95% of races, the water isn't an issue. Like, you know, like at a Fink, or like I know it does happen that it's a wet or wet Gundy.
There's been several tracks out there, obviously. We've had the odd Pines. We had Hilston last year was a wet season, but this year, literally the best conditions of a track that I've seen in a long time.
Absolutely.
The last race out at Hilston. So absolute cracker track out there, I thought.
But I don't think
the pre-run the previous year, I winched on the pre-run.
There you go. That's crazy.
That's the difference between, and this year going around here, I saw the track was reasonably good, but, we're just saying down there before that you get off the racing line. If you're off the racing line, the water's filling up those melon holes so quick that you don't get a chance to react.
Yeah, very interesting, hey?
Oh, there you go. We have issues too with this. So we've just been asked if everybody down there that's still racing, before you head out, can you please clean your racing numbers for HQ so they can see who the heck you are, and so we can.
Yes, so that racers and the competitors, when they're going through checkpoints, we need those numbers to be nice and clean. So if you can clean your roof number and your tail number, that'd be fantastic. Hey, also on the live feed on Facebook, getting a few comments now in this lull of action, but the 119, yes, Jason Richards is in Park for May. All happy, those guys look like the cars. They're
sitting in about fifth position.
Yep, somewhere in there. And then here you go, Swinglehurst. Oh, Jakey is on the call, so wants to know, got a bit of a debate, lighter frame versus heavier frame, 6 litre versus 7 litre turbos. So lighter, always better. Not really sure, mate, considering tow price. Yeah, 6 litre, they can always win. The 6 litres always go pretty well here. And really, a 7 litre isn't up the front at the moment. So it's an interesting debate indeed, because it hasn't made a difference here this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over to another sponsor plug here, because, again, we really do appreciate all our sponsors over the weekend. It's a big weekend of racing, and it's only made possible by some of these fantastic race supporters.
folks. We're down here, some cars in Parc Fermé, so I thought I'd grab some of the drivers while we've got a chance. Dale Martin, car number 5, you've done a blitzer after a few little issues.
I wouldn't call it a blitzer, I'd call it surviving out there. But a few issues, we've had our excursions, a few 360s and a fence, gate. But yeah, I'll catch up with him, the farmer, later. I owe him a gate.
Now, the families at home watching on, I know they said they've been glued to the telly all weekend. We've got thousands of people watching on board, tens of thousands, I believe.
Wow.
So it's been a great weekend. The weather's good. It's actually freezing cold up there, hence the reason I'm in layers upon layers. But cold out there in the water?
No, it's not cold out there. It's too much adrenaline and action in the car. But look, what's the media coverage and everything that's going on behind the scenes is a real credit to the club and everyone involved with the production. It's a fairly serious operation, and to be able to expose the sport to that many people and also keep our loved ones at home updated.
Well informed, yeah.
Well informed, and because in years gone by, no one knows what's going on. But then also to have that roaming footage out on the track showing people what is really happening is a real eye-opener too, because you often only get to see a little bit of the track. Yeah. So, no, it's a real credit.
Car's going strong, mate.
Car's going good, yep. AJ's doing well in there. He's keeping me going, keeping the rags clean and keeping me under control. So, no, we're a good little package, and the car's a good reliable package as well.
All right, mate. Well, good luck. Have fun. I'm going to drag somebody over. I see Danny Brown, and we're going to get, I think, Josh. He's got somebody else lined up. He's coming over. Danny Brown currently sitting second, mate. I know you had a little bit of alternator issues.
We did indeed. We, just drowned it in a puddle out the front in the first lap, and then it was pulling 17 volts, and then because everything's all brushless and PDM controlled, thought there was too much voltage, so I wasn't turning fans on. So we've been driving to manage the temperatures for those 2 laps, which was pretty horrible. Nothing we can do to short shift and cruise around.
Overall, the car, when it's on point, is obviously right on point.
Yeah, we haven't really been able to push it today because we haven't been able to, the temperature's been so high, we just had to manage it. So we've been short shifting a lot of the time, and when we can get temperatures out of it, we'll push a little bit. But other than that, we're just sort of gone through the motions and trying to get to the finish.
So it's sorted now?
Yeah, we just put a new alternator on it. We've tricked the computer, so I think it's got 14 volts. We'll see what happens.
All right, mate. Well, have fun, enjoy the mud. Is there still much mud out there?
Yeah, keep the dry bit.
This one? It's all good here, John. He's outputting it. Yeah, right.
Righto. We are back. Danny Brown's off selling stocks or whatever he's doing over there. But I did find a fella that we all know, the gentleman of off-road, Mick Marson. Single-seater this weekend, mate, and you seem to be like booming along there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call it that, mate, but I'm definitely missing 4 cylinders and a serious lack of horsepower. But it's a great, fun little car, so I'm glad I brought it out. You know, I've done 4 laps, I guess, and if it can just get me around another 2, I'll be happy.
Well, it seems to be going strong, so no problems with the car, I presume?
No, I haven't laid a spanner on it. We haven't had any issues at all, so which is surprising because it's been parked for 2 years and in the back corner of the shed, and it only come out about a week and a half ago. So, and the little wrecking motor's going all right. So, but I think I've got Bowie behind me, so I'm in trouble. So, but
he's on a charge.
Yeah, I thought he would be coming. So, but no, good fun. It's the track's actually getting real drivable now. There's only a couple of spots that are a bit treacherous, and the rest is really nice.
Previous Gundy tracks, obviously we've had all sorts of weather here over the years, everything from washouts to fires and the whole lot. I think it looks like it's cleaned up to be a reasonably nice track, apart from obviously some of the puddles, but the sticky areas are still sticky, the dusty areas still seem dusty from what they were yesterday. And what I did see there on a couple of those in-car footage things was the cars are pushing the water out of the melon holes, which is creating, in the next 20, 30 metres out of each melon hole, slippery as hell as well.
Yeah, that's an understatement, especially with a pair of soaks on the back of the car there. So, it's not too bad. There's only a couple of spots that's pretty treacherous. The rest is hanging in there pretty good. I mean, it's Gundy's the best track in Australia for fatigue on the track. Like, it does not change a great deal. It's a bit of a shame, like we've had a lot of... 2 years ago we had rain the night before, so it was only wet on top. Yeah. And then on Sunday it dried up to the grippiest track I've ever raced on. And then this time, because there was a lot of sort of rain a little while ago, some of the melon holes, there's a lot of stuff that's got water in it. It doesn't want to dry up as easy. So it's a whole different sort of situation this time. But Gundy's unreal, man. It always throws you up something different every time. And you know what? The little... this is the 20th anniversary of me coming to Gundy this year, so I'm pretty wrapped. I was pretty wide-eyed and not very knowledgeable in 2005 when I first come, but it's just one of those tracks that just draws you back, and the club does a fantastic job. I mean, look at the crowd here, look at the numbers we got. It's phenomenal, and really big credit to them, and hopefully we can get going, and hopefully we can get finished off, and everyone goes home happy.
All right, mate. Well, good luck. We're going to throw to some other people when we can find them. Josh is off here hunting. Thank you, Mick Marson. Hey, mate.
Good day.
How you going?
Yeah, awesome, man. We're having a fantastic day out there. The track is superb. It's just getting better and better as the track goes on. And, just having a fat time.
How's that car holding up?
Yeah, our car's doing well. We've had a really good run with it. The motor's pulling like a freight train, and we're just trying to keep a cool head, finish all our laps, and cross the finish line at the end of the day. That's what we're chasing.
I can tell, and I don't know if you can see there, folks, the mud. Looks like he's been in winch challenge rather than off-road, but everyone's coming in the same, or most people are coming in the same anyway. So
the biggest thing that we're struggling with there is the visibility, like everybody else. Yeah. When the water comes straight over the dash, falls in your lap, or falls behind your visor and your helmet, it's a mission to see where you're going. But you just got to sort of pick your way and drive safely and just get over the finish line.
That's what it's all about. Yeah. Oh, well, enjoy it. The sun's out now. I've got to tell you, it's a lot warmer down here than it is up in the commentary box. We're sitting up there in the shade with the breeze coming through. It's quite chilly, but... All right, good luck. Have fun.
Magic. Thank you very much. Thanks, you take care.
All right, I'm sure we've got some others floating around here somewhere. Oh, come on in. Why not? We've got them lined up over there behind the camera. Clayton Chapman sitting out there. I saw everything seemed to be good in the car, but I did see you sneak the nose over into the hot work area. What's going on there?
Yeah, it's had a little crack where the front shock tower goes down to the chassis. We had a big hit and prologue yesterday on a big gutter we sort of misjudged and probably started then, I reckon. So it's a 20-year-old car, that stuff's bound to happen, and coming from the Class 7 days, we're pretty fluent on the MIG welder. So no real drama. Di going there, Cameron, my cousin, was in there cleaning up and weld her up and good to go.
Yeah, all right. I don't know what we need to hear from you. You're first out there, had a dust-free run, obviously, this morning. Have you seen what was the overtaking traffic like? What was the track like? Degradation of the track by the time you got on your second lap?
Yeah, well, dust-free run feels like you're cheating, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of.
But yeah, we're not sad to be there. So it's good fun, and the traffic's been great. Everybody's getting over real quick for us, and because the dust is pretty low in a lot of spots, it's been great to get around. So the track, I reckon, today is better than it was yesterday, Arvo. The wet patches are still bad. We're just going slow and getting through them, keeping out of the trees, out of the
You're not going slow, mate.
In those spots we are, I promise, I promise. So, but yeah, then the rest of it, where it's sort of drying up, it's getting tackier, so the track's getting faster and faster, so love it.
And just a bit of info while we're here. How much fuel are you carrying for those at home?
260 litres we got in that one, E85.
Sheesh, righto. And little things like tyre pressures.
Yeah, we run 24, 22 PSI sort of thing. Yeah. We used to run a little bit lower, but with these new all-terrain Baja Boss, they grip a bit better, so we can run a bit more pressure just for safety, keep the sidewalls off little stumps in the paddocks.
Yeah.
So.
And do they grow like 4-6 PSI in the heat?
Yeah, we find normal racing 4 to 6. Up at the Don River, they grew about 20 PSI in that sand. It was crazy, so they're good.
All right, well, current championship leader, current Gundy 500 leader, Clayton Chapman with his navigator Adam Maguire. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Good luck.
See you.
2 more to go. All right, who's next on the chopping block? I don't know who's here. Now, this is serious. This is serious. I don't know if we're going boxing or what. He's soaking wet. What happened out there?
She's a bit wet. That's good. Look, I'm glad they persevered and put the race on. I know there's probably some things about whether they were going to run it or not run it, but no, it's good. A couple of water sections, but the rest of the track's good.
Tell us about the car.
Car's good today. Yesterday we had a bit of problem. Had to come in, had stick and throttle, so I'm driving on the ignition, turn the ignition on and off to stop us going into the corners, but so we're going to crash if we keep doing that. So we came in, got that fixed up yesterday, but sort of pushed down the field a little bit, and today we're just trying to make up some places.
Isn't it funny the different issues cars have had? There's a lot of electrical issues this weekend. 3 or 4 alternators, some sensors, that sort of stuff. You're saying you've had sticky throttles, but everything from brake issues, brake calipers and the whole deal. So it's interesting to see that the different range of what can and can't go wrong, and you don't know what you're going to face on the weekend.
Yeah, no, that's true. And brakes, another thing, you just got to nurse them a little bit out there with the mud and stuff that packs into them. But look, it's an off-road track and plenty of challenges thrown at us, so good.
All right, well, enjoy the sunshine and dry out a little bit. See you at the finish line. Who else we got? Young Jacko Evans. Hey, mate. Speaking of brakes, they're all good this time round?
Yeah, no, we've finally got it. Obviously, I told you just before we had problems with our calipers, so it was a bad prep on my end. So I had to deal with it. I had to get it around with no brakes, so everyone's on the commentary, well, geez, there's something wrong with the back end, or he's swerving around, but yeah, we were using the beadlocks as brakes, and just leaning on the tyres, so EFX tyres, do it all. But yeah, today's been awesome. We've just been trying to survive.
Yeah.
Been looking after the brakes and came in and we didn't even put new pads on it, so that's new for me. But yeah, the mud's like trying to keep the car clean, and then you get to that real bad spot near where that power line's gone down, and I think I had 4 big buggies around me and we're all just trying to find a way around it. It was really cool.
And I did mention this morning your car went out, looked like it had just come from a detailer's. When it came back in, absolute opposite.
Yeah, we thanks to the Gundy car wash, we went down and made a mess down there. But yeah, it didn't stay clean. I tried. I think you saw me on the first corner where Bo rolled, and I stuffed that up thinking I could go inside and
stop the car dead.
Yeah, I just stopped. Yeah, because I'm like, no, I'm not getting it dirty yet. But there's no hope. That last section I was talking about before, there's no line through there. You can't just get caked in. So, and then yesterday we lost our GPS as well, so we had no GPS and brakes from the water. There's a funny story. So I have my phone in the corner and I screen mirror the GPS, so I've got something in front of me, and the water got on my phone, went into the settings, went into the brightness, turned it all the way down.
There you go. Another different issue.
Yeah, it's been Gundy, I guess. It's a hard work. It's a cool track. So hopefully we can get out and circulate. We've got to make up 4 minutes. I've only been making up about a minute a lap so far. So, but Dad's already been in my ears, like, just keep doing what you're doing, don't do anything silly. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right, good luck, mate. See you at the finish line.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, we just see cars 762 over the finish line behind me. Don't know if we've got anybody else out here for a chat. Everyone seems like they're fairly relaxed at the moment. We'll see if we can't grab somebody else and then get back to it. Righto, folks. I don't know who here can hear us. For those at home, you just heard Jackson say there was a power line down. We've just had update that the power company is out there, they're assessing it, and they're going to put it back up. That's the bigger hold-up at the moment, hence the reason we've got cars in Park Foam A all behind me. But in the meantime, we'll fill you with some ads, we'll fill you with as much information as we can, and we'll get back on track as soon as we possibly can. All right? Righto, everybody, just a quick note. We have course checkers out there checking the course, and we'll have an update very shortly. I know it's just a quick announcement, but it's just to give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. I believe we are well underway on repairs, etc., and shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll have some more information for you. Okay? Stand by, enjoy a feed, and enjoy some more of the action throughout the weekend replaying on the screen. We'll be back soon. Thank you, mate. Right, all drivers and navigators, can you just wander out, please, when you got a second? Well, actually, right now, that second is. Wander out. They're going to be a driver's briefing in front of the cars just down in front of this little ARB marquee. So if you can all wander out there, the Grand Poobah will come out and talk words at you. Thank you. We'll get an update on what's going on anytime soon, folks. They've just been out to check the course. I don't know what's going on. All I know is there's a driver's briefing. So we'll be back with you very shortly with some more information.
All right, everybody. All the drivers can come over here a bit more. Just got to do a quick roll call, make sure who's here. So move in a bit, please, fellas. You mark these off for me, Sandy. 15. Yes. 4. Just tick them. 5. 93. 16. 119. 21. 44. 19. 99, sorry. 1151. 401. 23. 1032. 1065. 607. 110. 1087. 627. Yep.
Is that a yes?
Yep. 3. 138. 635. 816. 1015. 604. Yeah. Yep. 1140. 1140. All right, cross them out. 170. 10.24. 10.13. 4.81. That's a yes. Yep. 11.36. 6.33. 104. 6.57. 6.96. Triple 1.3. Yep. 6.29. 68. 160. 22. 80. 1005. He might be only doing Queensland. 878. 798. 146. Pretty sure he's out. 202. 701. They're out. 760. Cross. Tick. 6681. And 762. All right, to start off, thanks for your patience. As you probably know, we've had a power line down. The power company is now out there and they've just fixed it. So we have diverted the track right at those points. So when you get to those points, I assume you all know where it is. When you get to there, you'll turn right just before that point and run along the edge. We've re-slashed a track through there. It's all been marked. And you run off to the right-hand side of the track in a few places. Is everyone cool with that? So we'll restart this so we can finish at a reasonable time. We'll just start everybody at 30-second intervals. We'll aim for a 12:35 restart. What was that?
A kilometre marker? You get a kilometre marker? Do you know a kilometre?
Yeah.
You know a kilometre marker?
It's halfway down the power line, just when it starts to get snotty. It's off to the right. We've cut all the wet stuff out of it. So it's much better than what was there.
You'll restart at 30 seconds, as I said, and it'll be off the rally safe clock over on the right-hand side of the start. It'll just be a manual start. We'll just line you up and point to the clock, and at that point you leave. You've got 15 minutes to our start, so if you can all go to your cars and get ready, we'll go. Thank you.
There you are, folks. We are back in action in about 15 minutes, so get ready. I better hand this paperwork back to him. And we can cut back up there. We can go back to a few more little ads and some highlights of what's happened today and over the weekend. And they've repaired the power line. We're ready for action. You're ready for action. We'll be back in a one momento. About 15 minutes back off the start line.
Thompson, Australia's toughest traction tyre.
Totally deserved.
boys. We are back. We're
Let's
doing
go.
section 3. It's all happening here. Man, that highlights package that the crew have knocked together. We were enjoying some fresh chips. Sandy's still enjoying some fresh chips. He's not quite as deep as the two Curra boys up here. I'll tell you what, we know how to devour a set of chips.
Glad you said chips. And some Dyno nuggets as well.
Dyno nuggets. I tell you what, you saw Danny Brown, and if that's a breakfast of champions, well, let's do it. Moral of the story is we're back here at the Gundy, and it is looking like it will be the 500. How good is that? Clayton Chapman, he would have had nerves of last year. He'd have gone, come on. So the story there is last year we actually had a little a bushfire. Grass fire, yeah, that's a good way to put it. And unfortunately, Clayton, although winning, didn't get to do the full laps. And for want of a better word, it did change the feel of the event, didn't it? Like,
a little bit, yeah.
Spectators, so we had a bit of a lull. No one knew what was going on. And then we crowned Clayton, and he was like, I can't believe this is happening again. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, what we've had is a power pole. So Ergon have come out, they've had a look at it, they've fixed the power pole or done what they needed to do. The guys
our
at
fearless leader, Jamie Knight, and our clerk of course went out and checked it out.
And have put a slight deviation. It's still essentially the same course. There's actually a cheer at drivers' briefing
when they said you're going around some water and around some mud, so
it's
everyone's
drier.
like, woohoo.
So they're pretty happy about that. And then we are underway here very shortly. Everyone's going to get off the line at 30 seconds. So that's a bit different compared to they were meant to come out, have their up half per made, and then get out on racing time. So we're going to go back.
Basically, Chappie's had maybe a couple of hours break, hasn't he?
They have had a bit of a break, definitely. Now, that's an interesting thing too, because everything now... I was actually talking to Adam. And, so we're very well shortly. And, Adam's sort of that lull now. It's like, it just changes the feel a little.
Couple of hours, and then you've got to get back up into full race speed straight away.
Although said they can get it done here.
Well, did win pro. Don't forget, we got more than 2 guys.
Yes.
We know there's 10 guys out there that have done it before, or close to.
Yeah, we've got some multi-time winners here. Actually, on the line, 15 and for both of these guys now, Gundy winners, as well as, like you said, when we go back through the list.
Yeah, look, massive credit to the Gundy Motorsport Association there. 90, as well as having to turn his car around and get it ready. He was also out there checking in with Ergon, getting the track slashed in a different direction and making sure it was happening. So huge effort here from the GMA to make sure this race event continues on, and we've gone for the 500. It's looking good. It's sounding good. There's a strong breeze in the air as well this afternoon, which is fantastic.
I was wearing a jumper and a jacket before up here, and everyone's like, aren't you hot? When I went down the stairs. But up here, folks...
It's cool.
It's cool up here. Cool. We're in the shade.
I've still got a hoodie on.
We're in the shade, and the breeze is quite strong, whereas you drop down off the commentator's box here, and it gets quite warm. So the breeze is about 22 k's an hour, apparently. Just to let you know.
Thanks, Liviano.
My weather forecast
very good
this afternoon.
Hey, a few shout-outs too. Again, we're on the live feed on Facey and whatnot. Love people chatting to us. So, again... as they're off the line, right? Like that, 15. So, again,
last section of this year's ARB Gundy 500 underway, folks.
Does have
2 more laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So 30-second intervals now. Danny Brown's going to be off the line. We heard them talking about they're fighting a bit of an alternator issue.
I believe they've got that sorted. They've put new alternator on and fixed the plug now.
Very good.
Dale Martin, obviously, he's stopped yesterday, so he's had to fight a little bit of traffic yesterday, some slower cars. So let's see what Dale can do today. Car 5 lined up on the start line, folks, as you see Danny Brown leave the line. Danny Brown, George Apted there on screen.
All the power.
Car 42, 3.5 litre twin turbo.
That car just sounds like it torches the dirt. Like the torque of that
You're
car.
right. That's what the noise it does sound like that.
Yeah. Dale was actually saying this is essentially a stock motor, a new motor out of a Ford. They buy it out of... Actually, no, he said that they know what kilometres they get them out of America. He bought 2 motors and they come in and... I won't quote all the numbers and that because I'll get it wrong is what I'll get.
1,000 horsepower.
No, yeah, but he was saying like it's amazing because it's so convenient to be able to run essentially a wrecker motor. Very expensive
correct.
wrecker motor, but
Yeah.
AJ
off the line, car 93. Fourth position,
And
Talbot
another one.
Cox right up behind him. We had a quick chat with Talbot earlier.
Yeah, AJ, another one with that Ford motor. Oh, no.
Danny Brown. Obviously not under full power right in front of us. He may make the decision to cut left. And he is. Danny Brown's pit crew will be running back to the... Well, if Wellesley's had a pit crew, I don't know if he's going to be running back, but better get on it.
So the 16 off the line now. I tell you what.
That has changed things, hasn't it? Danny Brown coming back in.
Big time.
First of our Class 1s lined up. Richo, ready to go.
How good does that Toyota sound? 5.6 litres of NASCAR fury right there. As we get a couple of our naturally aspirated cars off the line, the 119 of Richo. A little bit fuely there, getting off the line. Now, it's almost like we did put the commentator's curse on the second we mentioned the breeze. It seems to have died off and the dust is hanging around now. Next off the line, the 21. The man with all the experience, probably the most decorated off-road racer that we have in the field this weekend. Excited to see that we have such legends like Mark Burrows here this weekend, still racing in an Australian-built Monk buggy. I believe it's a VR as well. Or an Ecotech, sorry, not a VR, my bad.
Because I feel like he was early on the
Ecotech train, yes.
The 44 of Patterson.
Who I think Patterson's done all right this weekend. He's sort of
done
stuck
real
there,
well.
hasn't he?
Absolutely.
And he hasn't done anything stupid. He hasn't had any real issues that I know of anyway.
No, absolutely, yeah. V8 car.
Well, he hasn't done anything stupid in front of us this weekend.
That's correct. And Callender, another guy that's done a really great job, the 99. They'd have to be happy with that overall. That's obviously got the Raceline wheels on it too. They're very unique. They stand out, don't they, the Racelines? Set themselves apart from the field. Callender's car sounds healthy too, doesn't it? Can't really beat a good V8 with a decent gear. The 1151 now lined up. Mike Zacher, Mike Shock Shop.
Yeah, saying that, mate, we've got an onboard here. We've got a few onboards close together, don't we?
We do, absolutely. Matt Burrows must be here somewhere.
Matt Burrows just back here. Bowie just back here. So
Bowie,
they're taking off reasonably closely gapped.
And Mike Zacher.
Gone. It's a reasonable amount of wheel spin off the line, that Zacher car, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it makes good horsepower, that motor. It's, reasonably big cubed Chev. I think it'd be the full 7 litres. And on board now with Mike Zacher.
Just watched him leave the line, folks. Car 1151.
Good run down there. Now the 23 is going to be off the line as well soon. And Mick Marson.
The gentleman of off-road.
He is indeed.
Bowie right behind him as well. But yeah, Craig Corg, that Aussie-built Razorback. There's actions. You look at the car off the start line. You've got the in-cab footage as 10-0. This is a limited class, so they can run whatever chassis they like, but limited to a 2.5 litre motor. Great class. Absolutely fantastic
and
racing.
Big. 17 cars started this week. I'm not too sure how many are still contending. Mick Marson leaves the line.
Now, do you reckon he knows Bowie's right behind him? Because that's probably the most aggressive start we've seen out of Mick.
I agree. No spare on that car either, Josh, which is interesting. So obviously made the decision he's not getting out to change it.
He'll just carry it in.
Put it on the shoulder.
Go for a light.
But I guess he knows he's got Bowie behind him now. Bowie in a bit more of an advanced car, you would say, chassis-wise.
We also have an onboard with Bowie.
Yes, so 2 seats too.
His daughter Ella in the passenger seat.
Again, Sandy, I'm completely stitching up here, mate, but Honda powered that Bowie car.
24.
There you go. Which the Honda boys love, don't they? It's the motor to have.
The one.
Yep. So
And
it's a good way.
popular. Really
very
popular in this class.
Yep. And it's a good way to go. So on screen, that's might be one of the calendar cars, or headed out that way, righto. So that's where Bo was before. So the 607 off the line again. That's Lockie Campbell, isn't it? Great that they're the sponsors are Greg Campbell Motorsport.
Yeah, GRC sponsoring the class as well as racing in the class, so that's a great thing.
The 110 off the line very shortly. This 30 seconds, they move, don't they?
Crazy to think that initially we started at 20-second intervals.
Yes.
Well, we also started with 100 cars, mate.
Yes.
I don't know how many we've got left, but
so again,
the pile is diminishing.
The 110 of Simon Tucker off the line. The 1087, Dean. The Dyno. Big Dean. Dean
McGinley.
McGinley.
Dyno.
The Dean dog.
Big double D. Snoop Dio.
Double Dingley?
What? Like a dog with two? What?
I don't know what's going on here anymore.
We're losing the plot up here, but the 1087 on the start line. Now, this is a little battle in it. We talk about the class battles with that Class 10. We've got Mick, Bowie, McGinley all together. They're not far away. So they will be on like Donkey Kong. 2 laps still to go. With very exciting news that it is 2 laps this afternoon. Shout out, once again, credit to the Gundy Motorsport Association.
Yeah, there was probably easier options than this one.
Absolutely.
They've made it happen to get the full 500 in, which is awesome.
Yeah, everyone, if you see Jamie Knight tonight, shout him a beer, shout him a Jack, shout him a rum, whatever he drinks.
Or shout at him.
Yeah, the man does an amazing job. And one of the great things about Jamie, he does it all weekend with a smile on his face. He may not be that behind closed doors, but he always presents well. So a mad credit to Jamie as we see the 3 of Matty Burrows.
Another one of our in-car cab cars.
See Danny
video
Brown
cars.
out of the car.
Maybe that alternator issue raised its head again.
Well,
maybe.
actually, interesting that you say that. I was interested about, not Danny Brown, I understand what you're saying, but the red light. I noticed that I don't think it was on in the dash of Mikey Zacker's car, remember? Oh, so it is. But I was going to say, I thought I saw it flash before.
Oh, there.
Almost.
It's not a shift light or something,
No,
is it?
not, well, it's not on now, surely. So it'd be
Oil
interesting
pressure,
to know.
water pressure.
If knowing a Wilson car, I would say it probably is an oil pressure light, but it might be a short or a dodgy connection. But that has been going on and off for a little
There
bit.
you go.
Hey,
Yeah, you can see it clearly on the big screen. That's a red light on the dash.
Yeah.
He's not worried about it, though.
And that screen right in front of you, mate.
Yeah, oh, that screen, yes. And this screen over here.
635, Jackson Evans off the line.
Now, out of interest, mate, I know you're a big fan of the 816. What does he got? Did you ask him what he's got the climate control in the trophy truck set to?
No, I actually didn't ask him. But Christian came in. He came in reasonably smooth, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Definitely. We do think that he's probably in a situation now where, protecting championship points and making it to the end is an important thing. Pretty impressive to have a solid diff car all the way up there, though.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that sort of talent since this young fella called Sandy Bowman used to race around here.
Oh, that old guy.
He was young back then.
He's a has-been now.
Washed up.
About the same time Josh Curran was racing.
There.
Couple of old fellas.
There's a never has been.
10-15 off the line now. Nice clean start there. The 604 McNiven is going to be off the line here very shortly too. I think he did very well in that section 2 after his tough section 1, which was yesterday.
Correct.
We're back on board with Mike Zacher on the big screen.
And I tell you what, they get moving, don't they? 6:04. Christian in the GQ is well underway. On your screen now, folks. LS Patrol. A lot of guys coming out wider, staying out of that water, because that water in the corner you just saw there on your screens it's quite deep. It doesn't look like it would be that deep, but it stops the cars
when
dead.
we saw Barnett go through it and we almost lost the
Barnett
car
disappeared.
In there, he turned submarine.
I'm not sure what we described Barnett was doing in there. He's having a splish splash. He was taking the bath.
Yeah, he was something. The 170 about to get off the line too. So again, looking at the 170 of Alex Mendham, another one of our fantastic Class 1 car. Must have been something funny in the order. No. Is Jamie first or is Mick?
They're holding Jamie. As soon as Mick goes, they'll let Jamie go. Gone. He's got to chase his stuff. Don't know why that would be. So maybe Jamie did actually miss Park Ferme.
Yes.
I know he had a lot going on, but he's still rules are rules.
Rules is rules, Macca.
So he might have. So I tell you what happened with Jamie. Is he bucketed a shock?
Oh, did he?
On the rear. So I don't know what they did. I didn't actually take any notice then. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah.
He looks like he's at full pace there at the moment, but I guess it's relatively flat.
Smooth. Wait until he gets into the rough stuff.
Yes.
The dust is picked up. Need to lubricate.
And have a drink.
11:36. Mr. Boomer sitting on the start line.
But again, we do think, so we're pretty confirmed, and we think that it's Azaka driving it?
Yes.
Brad's brother?
Michael Zaka, yes.
Not to
Jamie
be confused
Knight
with
is
Mike
already,
Zaka.
is already trying to overtake. He left it just right behind, don't forget.
Yes.
There he goes. Let him round, and he's now got clean air for the next 30, 40 seconds of road time.
Yes. So a good run there from Mick Phillips as well.
Seemed to drop down on the left rear then, didn't it? You see that? I wonder if it's the track that might make it do that too.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think there's probably a bit of a rut there. He slid into a little bit.
Next up is Matty Hummer, 633. Raceline wheels entry.
I don't know if I saw it, but I didn't say it. Mark Robertson off the line too in the C20. So in case no one heard that, the St. George, Mark Robertson off the line. And yes, Matty Hummer. So
there's
going
Matty
again.
Hummer on screen.
Yep, very good. And the 104, big shout out, Dave Laughlin. Great run from those guys getting that honey badger back and sorted. They've been working on it a little bit this weekend, but 5 weeks
and
ago,
don't forget that was a fair hit down at Hillston.
Yep, so
you see that on
for
their
those guys
Facebook
to be
page.
here and having a good race, very impressive. It's on some big wheels for a one car as well, isn't it?
Nearly looks like 37s on the back.
Yep. Oof. 657. Off the line as well, getting ready to go. So that's Chris Thomas and Tyler Johnston. Those guys having a good run. I tell you what, a few of these guys would want to keep their eyes peeled behind them. The 696.
Yeah, lining up behind. The start line right now. We on board there? Who are we on board with there, fellas?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Zaka. Sorry, it is Zaka.
The single bar down the middle.
A little bit darker in the centre.
No,
it's mud.
It's mud on the actual
That's what made
screen.
me change.
Yeah. Yes, you couldn't see the gauges. It did change the look of that car. Left-hand drive though. But Bryce Derrick off the line with Matthew Reid in the passenger seat. But again, as we were talking about, the 1113
Tell you what, we've still got a lot of side-by-sides motoring around out there too.
We really do. Interestingly,
Joey Bulmer is back in
he's back in it.
11.26.
Very good.
Bo
Yep.
Robbo off the start, folks. Man on a mission here after his belt issue.
Yes.
Earlier
Interesting.
on.
They put the bonnet back on that car too, so...
I reckon I know why.
Tell
Keep
us.
the mud out of it.
Keep
Off
it out of it.
Off
It's a good idea. Yep, seals it up enough.
Yeah,
Very
enough.
good.
Keeps the mud from spraying. If it was dust, it probably wouldn't be an issue.
Yes. Well, if it was only dusty, they'd probably have all the panels on it.
Well, true, yeah.
But I hear what you're saying. The 629. I hear you loud and clear.
All
Sam.
we're doing is just telling you exactly what you're seeing.
You guys know more than we do, let's be honest. 629 offline. Hey, Barnett's still going,
Good,
which is fantastic to see for their championship hopes.
Obviously a little
68.
further down than expected. Actually, that's interesting. Who's dropped in between Barnett and Bo?
There was a side-by-side.
Because Barnett
yes.
was only overtaken over here by Bo on the way out on their last lap.
Yeah, but that might be a time thing with the side-by-side. Maybe, you know, because both of them probably had time on the side of the track. So it might be an overall position thing,
True.
couldn't it? Because there's definitely cars in between.
Bo's
That's
on
where
screen,
corrected time does
missing
become
the
a bit
water
of a
this
funny
time. Remember he rolled just there in the prologue yesterday.
That big Mason,
Look
when
at
it
it.
gets
Look
going,
at it hook
gee,
up.
it gets going.
It gets going quick.
It does.
Once again, a 7-litre Dugans in that motor, in that thing.
Yeah, 7-litre motor in the motor.
In the motor.
Yes. Engine.
Yeah, it's an internal combustion engine, boys, not an internal combustion motor.
Oh, wow.
Just throwing it out there.
Mickey B would be mad. Big mad. You're dead right, though. It's a great sounding truck.
Yes.
Car 22, single-seater EJ20 powered Subaru.
Now, car 80. How many times do we want to call this one?
Chris Land.
Yeah, well done.
We know.
Well
we
done.
know exactly who that is. Exactly.
And it's green.
Is
Ish.
it? Are you sure?
Green-ish.
Sounds good. Sounds
sound
very
good.
good. Like you said, a little bit of a different configuration
Are
there.
they twin turbos up on the top of that?
No, those are our boxes.
Wow, yeah, maybe they're
Well done,
just-
Daniel.
Apparently I say so much dumb stuff that you guys agreed with me.
Well, a little bit of a different engine configuration there. You see the way the spare tyre sits on the back of that car. That's because the engine is mid-mounted, so the transaxle actually towards the rear of the car, compared to a lot of the different Pro buggies actually run the engine at the rear.
You know the history of this car, Josh? Someone would. But is it? It's obviously not an American car. Australian-built car. Australian-American chassis, but it's interesting because there's not a lot of mid-engine
mid-mounts. No,
American
there's not.
cars. They tend to like the rear engine mounts, and that's what makes it different because really you only see mid-mounted cars in Australia.
So there's been
Although,
a-
I say all of that and then go to the new
Hammerheads.
Hammerheads, the new ones are all mid-mounted.
There
So
you
it's
go.
interesting that they've gone that way, but that's a whole new configuration. 878.
Peterson.
Yes.
Little 3RZ boosty.
All the boost. Forward
And,
drive.
he's
truck
got a
too.
gap in front of him. They held him back for one count, so I presume someone's meant to leave in front of him.
Yeah, I'd say so they don't mess up their system. The idea that they had the starting times on. So if someone, for some reason, has pulled out of the section, that's why that little gap will be there.
Hank.
The
on
tank.
start line.
How exciting is this? The first of our Class 7s off the line, the 794. Hank Parker and Tyson
Yeah.
Parker in the Toyota.
Sort of looks like we might only have two left running, mate.
That's true.
Someone
Mate,
said Heath Whedon's out. I'm not too sure
And
the
haven't
reason
seen,
for that.
and haven't seen the Pajero either.
No, I haven't seen it. But Jerry came in really late, didn't it?
Yeah, Warren
With a lot of
Stevens.
front damage. Which we know it took some damage earlier, but
And out of interest, we're doing the same thing with these 30-second gaps. I wonder if they were hoping to line up and start, but unfortunately have not made it to this point so far. So the 202 of Forsman. Lee Whitehand in the Tickner-built car.
Would that be Bodie Ticknerville?
You're more local down that way than I am.
I couldn't tell you, but that's about the only
Act
name I know
confident, mate.
down
Act
there.
confident.
And everyone will believe you?
Yes, correct. But it is great to see Brendan Forsman off the line. The 202 taking the flag or the green light for section 3. And then the 760 of Darren Gill and Kayleen Gill.
All the way from Geelong, Victoria.
It's a big drive, isn't it, to come to Gundy?
Yeah. It's a bigger drive from here to Pines, mate.
It is. That's one of the crazy things about off-road racing, isn't it? As the Gills get off the
line.
No, that's not off the line. I saw old mate raise his hand. I was like, we're racing. We're drag racing. But no, waiting for the start. But I was going to say, in Australian off-road racing, it's one of the things, we do a lot of kilometres.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know, in America, they get we're going to Baja, it's a big trip, it's 600
6 hours.
Not a big trip, boys. That's very easy to do.
Took us double that to get here.
Yes, correct. Yeah, our local race is 6 hours away.
The 760 last car. There is a couple of cars in the pit still working. I can see 862 down there in a welding bay. Don't know if they're trying to fix or are fixing or...
Hey, I got Jason
Forsman
on the chat. He said, yes, Sandy Bowman. So I'm assuming that's the Tickner
Bowman
question.
Tickner. Thank
So
you,
you're
mate.
on the right track. So
Bodie Tickner. Look at my knowledge.
Yep. It's impressive, mate. Things I've seen this weekend, heard with my own ears. But the 202 is on its way, and it's out.
Indeed.
Headed out. Great shot of it there going through.
Yeah, it's not out. It's out on track.
Out on track, sorry. Is out on track.
And I'm sure we'll call the 202 plenty of times.
We're not exactly wordsmiths up here, are we?
No. I actually think they'll take this broadcast and show it in like Japan on how not to use English.
Oh, look at the way that GQ patrol is just soaking.
If you wanted a car ever in your life, that's it.
What about a Ford Maverick?
No, they're not as good.
No, they're not as good.
Not as good, that model. But that is fantastic overhead view again. I know I keep saying it, but the pits that these guys put on.
And the pits in the background there.
There's cold drinks at the Hawks.
There's
burgers, there's chips, there's
We've
breakfast.
indulged in all of that.
Yeah, you can't actually...
Josh's last lolly there.
Yeah, you can't get a breakfast sandwich anymore because that was 11 o'clock only. So you've missed out.
Morning menu. Josh chewing in my ear here.
I swear he's doing it on purpose.
No.
It is crazy, though.
Well, there you go. Class 7, production-based car. Anyone could race a car like that.
Absolutely.
Really.
Yep.
You can get an off-the-shelf Patrol, Pajero, 76 wagon, Triton, whatever you wished, full drive, whack the safety gear in it, go buy yourself a helmet and a harness, and a suit.
Yes.
Obviously a few other bits, but...
See, out of interest, we're back on board with Mikey Zaka, and
Red
there's
lights
no lights on that dash.
I think it's confused.
So that might be why he's ignoring it as well. He's made the functional decision that it doesn't need that. 121, 120
Yeah, that's
k's
his
now.
speed on the right-hand side on that small screen, in the top left corner of that small GPS screen there. Presuming that's in k's
So
an
this
hour.
is into the sand, boys.
We
So
are.
this is, so early on in the race, so they're in the sand section. Oh, unfortunately, it probably makes sense in the trees.
In the trees,
Old
the
Starling
Starling.
struggling to keep up. And that red light was flashing again. This used to be the best section coming back in.
Missed all the action down in front of us here.
See the...
Gee, that's tight.
Ruts,
It's
yeah,
tight.
they're
It's
working
tight.
their way
The faster
through,
you go, the tighter it gets, really, isn't it?
That's correct. And yes. But there is berms and all the bits in there, which is pretty cool. Hey, look at that. Look at those ugly mugs up in there.
Hey.
Hey, that is our little commentary box.
That's us.
Got the boomers down in front of us. And I tell you what, we have got the best seat in the house here, boys. We got the screens. It's brilliant. You can see the breeze.
That's your man Josh Curran waving there.
And the flags.
On the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh,
Good afternoon, y'all.
Absolutely. So we're back
Enough
in with,
of us, goons.
Yeah. We
Here's
want to
the
see
real
the racer.
stuff.
Back in with Zachar at the moment. Again, that red light flashing. So all the gauges making light work of this racetrack here.
Still a bit undecided on whether that's in kilometres or miles an hour, but
I think it'd be in kilometres, mate.
I think so.
Yeah. Only because, when it says 30. No, well, at fast, it's hard to tell. But I think once you slow down, like if he was doing 30 miles an hour, that's 60 kilometres. That's pretty quick. So I think 30 is 30 in the corners. So I reckon, and really, when you think about it, 120, 130 kilometres an hour in this rough mongrel country.
Well, 160 mile an hour, that's 200. He ain't doing that.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
this type of stuff, so. Yeah, you're right.
But it's pretty impressive that car can achieve that sort of thing. Get nice camera set up on that. Although we'll have to ring Mikey and tell him. We need to dip him up a little bit. We might need a few adjustments on there, I think.
Ring him now.
Yeah, well, I did. I just called him on the red light. Hold on, Mikey. Get on the
Hold
phone.
up. Wait a minute. Well, we've had a fair few cars out, but I can also see over behind me car 862 leaving the pits. They look like they're rolling around as well, but we've got 6168 and also, I was saying before, 862 are in the welding bay.
Well, I've also got a note here from Callum McNamara that 816 broke an idler pulley this morning, but apparently they had to stop and keep fixing it, and that was the issue, but they've fixed it now. But did we see the 816 go out on track? Or are they still working on it at the moment? But the 816, that's one of the patrols, I believe.
Who's 816? Which one's that?
Mate, I thought you knew.
Christian.
I thought you knew.
Christian's not 816, is he?
Oh, well, unless he is, so that's why they fixed it.
Christian,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he's out, so that's why he was back down the list a little bit.
Oh,
that
righto,
must be
now
the
it
point.
makes
Righto,
sense.
that makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense. So yes, 816. So Christian True, so that's why he may have lost a little bit of time. It must admit he was inside the top 10, wasn't he? And he sort of pushed back a little bit.
He was going really well. I think he tipped up to 7th place there for a second.
Yep, would also make sense. Oh, and the Ash car on the line now, hoping to get out. Yep. So they've obviously done whatever work they need to do to that. Is that classed as a midi, mate? Is it
Yeah, it is midi.
Is it a short long or a long short?
No, it's a long short.
Long short, there you go.
So can you tell us how you tell the difference between a long short and a short long?
Well, longs usually have 4 doors. Shorts usually have Shorts usually have 2 doors, unless it's a ute, obviously. You know. There's a lot of different ways.
Yeah, how do you know, Sandy? This is starting to sound like you don't know.
They are. They've got a very dust-free run, don't they?
Yep.
I tell you what, they don't have clear dust run behind, like coming up behind them, because
yes, because Chappie's coming.
Clayton's coming.
Absolutely.
I see Andy.
I thought you were going to say 4 doors.
They don't have 4 doors. Both tailgates are closed on the brown rigs behind us, fellas.
Oh.
So I can only presume that Danny Brown, I think I can see George Apted standing out the front of the trailer there, so they might be, they may have had to pull the pin.
Gee, that's no good at all.
Especially when you're sitting in second.
Yes, and it's points for the series.
Championship even.
Gee, even more important. Again, some great shots here. All supplied to us on the live feed. Mike's Shock Shop. Comiskey Mining Service. We've got some fantastic sponsors. MR Trans, ARB. So again, big shout out to ARB, to Mickey Thompson Tyres, to Raceline, to Gundy Tyre Service. Big shout out to the Gundy Regional Council. They support
Mikey
the
Zach
following.
looks like, sorry to interrupt.
No,
mate.
do
Mikey
it.
Zach is deep in dust there, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Just keep going up.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
And it probably is quite stagnant between those trees, hey? Wow, it just cleared very, very... Apparently there's no dust on the track. No, there's definitely dust on the track. But, it sort of shows. So obviously where the breeze is, it gets moving and pushes it out of it. Gundawindi Tyre Service, True Line Earth Moving and Vegetation, GRC Motorsport. We also have Show and Go Photography, Future Ag Mechanical, NW Rural, Bug Spark Auto Electrical and Mechanical, Diesel Care, Ambrose Haulage, Tom's Tarps, Chapmans Performance. I tell you what, if you want some performance, it's a good ad. It's a good ad right today.
Indeed.
Brown's Bobcats, Mackham Builders, Lisa's Screen and Art Embroidery, Gundawindi Hydraulics, Oriental Agriculture. I'd actually check that for a second.
Thought I was going to have some.
Mackenzie's Home, Timber and Hardware, Full Bore Welding. So if you want some welding done, Full Bore Welding, agspraycentre.com.au in Gundawindi. Pico, I hope I'm saying that right, it's not Peco, but P-E-C-O, Pico Trading Co. They're in Gundawindi in the Main Street. Knights Plant Hire, Gunsind Bakery, The Syndicate, The Mafia, Tony McLaughlin Mechanical, T&T Motorcycles, Joe Bulmer Heavy Haulage. He knows how to haul in a racer. I almost said the wrong brand there, just quietly. Campbell's Fuel Service, that other brand that looks like them. Tate Toyota, Sleeth Ag Contracting. Do not get them to do concreting. Go contracting. And Al Bulmer and Co. Earth Moving. Raceline and Think Quality Building. So, some really, really good sponsors on board there. We thank all of them. And again, we're back on board with Mike Zacco. We were.
Little glitch there, but...
That's something with no panels, and there's a change. Bit of a swap, but yeah, again, back with Mike Zacher at the moment. It does look like he's getting very close to a pass. Oh, how good is that? Chasing down the fence line. That's obviously one of our recovery crew. That might be the Toyota. No, it's the Toyota.
Peterson.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, look at that. Down low. Great footage there. Look at the water sitting around still. This shows that country. Some of the shots, hopefully we can get back to bear country next year when the water gets out of it a little bit.
Mate.
Just wanted to donate one of these to you guys.
For this guy?
Who was making the joke?
Oh, this guy.
Who was making the joke the other day? Was it you?
Yes, yes, very good. Two options, straight through the mud or around the mud. They've made the way to go straight through.
And when we pre-ran, that was deep in water.
Yes.
That was deep in water.
So it's pushed it all out. Yes, makes a lot of sense.
Our drone work gets a fair way. I'm not too exactly sure where the drone is on the track, but...
Yep. Well, I would think it'd be in the first 10 kilometres sort of thing, because, I mean, that Class 8's only been off the line so long.
Yeah, and...
so 10, 15K out. And look at that, and it sweeps all the way around. Mike Zacher, again, still battling that dust, Sandy. Can see those sections.
He's got to be close to an overtake, doesn't he?
Has to be.
Unless that's dust's on the other side of the fence coming back. There's a couple of spots you weave back on yourself there.
Back and forth, yeah, absolutely. We can hear all those V8 cars out the back from our vantage point, so they're about 30 Ks around the track or something along those lines. And so we're caught back up now, so that's our first of our Class 7s there. Not first, sorry, but the GQ Class 7. And this will be the buggy that went off the line. So about halfway.
Halfway mark right now.
Yeah, beautiful run. So nice.
Gee whiz, look at that landscape. I tell you what.
Yep. And again, isn't it crazy? Like, it's literally green up to the road.
One side of the road, other side of the road's
wow, just to see the difference in the country out here in Gundawindi.
Not too sure who that looks like. Hank the Tank up ahead there.
Followed
by...
Could possibly be Hank the Tank.
And I can't tell you, he was 798.
So that would actually make that, is that potentially the 202 Forsman entry?
May well be.
They were off the line quite close together. And it looks like he's made up.
It is 202.
And he's obviously made up that 30 seconds as well. So that's great for the Forsman. They're having a really good run there.
I can hear cars over on our right, mate, which means that it's possibly Chappie on his way around the back of us.
Yeah, I think he might even be a bit further because if my ears are tuned well, that sounds like a V8 to me, don't you reckon? So I reckon Chappie's turned and he's sort of on the way back up.
He's back along that big long straight, which means he's going to cross over the road about now.
Yes.
Road? No, the road's up further.
Here we go. So
the
this
big
is
dog.
Bo Robinson. Yeah, and I almost feel like what we could be hearing is sort of more like
yes,
like
possibly for you.
Yep, that's the 93.
Zoom in here somewhere.
Yep, so we'll be over here a little bit more. And whoever's in this section here, like the 119.
That's Richo. Still moving.
Yeah, the
car
21,
that's Monk, and 44, which is Jordan Patterson.
Yep, so a great run there. Have a look. So is that 80? He's cut it just so he can't. Do you reckon
91,
that's 190?
No.
It's got to be 91?
No, that'll be.
Yeah, it's not 135, is it?
Not through there.
So it must be 35.
I know he's good, but...
Through the fence, down this fence like, wow. So there's bits of the old track, bits of the new track. It's pretty darn cool. So again, back down, and we've got that awesome drone set up about halfway through. And have a look at that buggy just tearing down the straight at Gundy.
I don't remember a fast straight like that in the pre-run. I know it was in a fast car.
Yes, you're the fastest. So the overall time, obviously set up as a right-hand drive car. So Bo steering from the right, the man, the myth, the legend.
Back
Hardy
into
on
the
the
sand
left,
section.
going through the sand. There you go. So that just shows Bo has a bit of work to do, doesn't he? He's still only about, like, say, 1/3 of the way around. We're going to see Bo on this halfway section soon. Yep. So he's still, that's really more like a quarter of the way around,
I was
isn't
going
it?
to say a quarter, yeah.
Yep. I was trying to talk you, trying to will him home.
I couldn't remember where the sand section was, but
it is pretty early on, where you go near the homestead, through that treed section. So we saw Mikey Zacher going through here earlier on.
A few minutes ago, yeah.
Yep. So, Bo at good pace though. I think that's going to make a big difference. He definitely seems to have some momentum through there, doesn't he? The big truck really soaks it up. I think you can see the difference.
At the end of the day, it's probably one of the bigger cars out here.
Yep, absolutely agree. Yeah, probably the biggest. Maybe him and
Mr.
Aaron
Diggett
James.
was out here.
Mr. Diggett, yeah, unfortunately,
he's
Mr. Diggett.
out.
Yep, that's a real shame.
And the other 412, that was a big truck.
Yeah, Kildy's truck.
So those other couple that are out, but Bo's probably one of the bigger cars out here at the moment.
Yeah, I bet you there's a few times in the trees where he's thinking thin thoughts for the sake of his fiberglass. So a cool little setup there and a great view that we have.
Just check Chapman on the speed there. Checked him in at 170k an hour.
That's crazy, hey. And like you said, you can't remember any fast straights. That's just him doing it through the rough. Chappie is about to turn right and head back towards the east. That is insane, isn't it? Mike definitely dealing with some dust now. We can see it on our big screen here. He's battling through there. That would be slowing him up a little bit. And again, it's just so difficult, isn't it? Like, do you make the choice to do a wild pass?
Well,
and that's
the problem is out there, I don't know how long since you've driven around there, but you know, you follow the fence lines, and when you come off the fence, there's old fence poles still in the middle of the paddock.
Yes.
So you could quite easily clean one of those up if you were to make the call too early or late.
Absolutely. Yep, no, it makes a big difference. And we did hear a few stories about fences getting a little bit pushed and bits and pieces out there. Again, one of the things the club does really well is come and clean it up for the farmers. They have a few working bees afterwards. I don't know if they've got enough working bees to change a power pole, but might be an ergon problem, that one. But the moral of the story is a big shout out to the club and the volunteers and all the team, because I don't know if you feel it, but we appreciate it. We're not even racing anymore, but we appreciate the effort and time. So he's gone around the hole there. But this wouldn't happen without the literal hundreds of volunteers that make a race like this happen. And then once they start getting up into management and that type of thing, yep. Again, big shout out
Jamie Knight managing from the car.
Yep, absolutely. It shows just how passionate they are, doesn't it? Good shot of that side-by-side going down there. And again, I think the side-by-side shows how much rougher it is than a flat straight. There's a lot of undulations in that.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's like you said, this in-cab footage gives you such a good indication of the work that goes on. When we talk about, there's a straight section where you can kind of wind it out a bit, you see the effort that goes into it. It's straight, it's gnarly, it's got a few undulations, whoops, square edges, you name it, the Gundy track has it every lap. And then talking to Dale as well, early on he was saying sometimes you come around and the hole will be completely different, chewed out in a different way from the 80 cars behind you. So each lap the course is changing. I tell you, Gundy really a driver's course. As we see that red light coming on and off, so I'd say, like you say, that's an indication light, but I'd assume they'd looked at some of the gauges, seen oil pressure or temp or whatever that light indicates, seeing that it's still all okay.
Can hear that. Must be a
Bo?
little...
No.
Yeah,
Bo's not that far around you.
No, I'm going to say that sounds like Jackson Evans.
Yes.
In the Polaris.
Correct.
Just going off the earchrometer.
I like that Sandy goes correct, like as if we'd actually know what's going on.
I got no idea. Yeah,
maybe you guys
I
don't.
just guessed
Correct.
Bo.
Yeah. No,
I just guessed Bo.
right.
See, Jackson Evans, correct, mate. No worries.
Definitely right.
Yep.
Mike's shock. It's clown shoes up in this joint, mate, I'm telling you. I love it. Hope you're enjoying it again. If you listen along, we do really have a good time out here off-road racing. Fantastic. I don't know whether you have us or we have you, but you're the regular.
We got each other.
Yeah, together. It's always great commentating with none other than Sandy, the showman Bowman. Knows a thing about us. He knows a thing about parachutes. General knowledge is right up there, I'm telling you.
Little bit about a lot.
Yeah, yep.
And one thing about his parachute is he's a man that puts his money where his mouth is. He does some R&D.
He has done the required R&D.
Yes.
Hey, actually, I've got a proposition for you, Sam. No, this is a true story. My brother will back me up. I hope John, if you're listening, great. At one point, he wanted to get 2 tarps, tie them together and tow them behind a World War II Jeep, and he's like, I think it can work.
I reckon it can work. I'll back that.
How much will you back it, Sam?
I might have to send the kids up instead, mate, with a little bit less weight.
Someone a bit lighter, that's right. No, double tarps. That's what he reckons. Because if you go 2 blue ones, it'd be right.
Mikey Zack is stuck behind this dust. Gundy's sort of renowned for this a bit. I remember, back at the old track when it was extremely dusty, if you did not prologue well, you did not finish well. That was that simple.
And the problem is exactly like you said, Sandy, you see it here. Now all of a sudden you can see that as soon as he got out of that dust, his speed lifted dramatically, but now he's going to get back into the dust section.
Can't do anything. Can't get close enough to do a push to pass on the rally safe. Can't get close enough to blow a horn. Obviously, we're not allowed to give him a tap here like we can overseas. But there you see, weaving out of the trees, back up to the fence line, to a gate, back into towards the crop line or the paddock line.
An iconic section of that Gundy. It's been in for a long time
That
now.
has indeed. And I think not long after this, you drop down through the creek. Is that right? Rob's Creek or whatever it is?
Somewhere in there, yep. Absolutely.
And he might be stuck there for a long, he might be stuck there for 40 kilometres, who knows?
Yeah, needs an opportunity out. But again, that's the problem. There's not many outs in the open sections here at this Gundy, because again, if you've just joined us again looking for the end of the race, Mikey getting a little loose there, but he got it under control. Gundy had to do some big work to try to get it sorted because of the water laying around the place. So luckily they all came together and did not want to cancel a race. So they ended up working their way through and getting it sorted and getting us a racetrack with 85 kilometres too, which is a great effort. Didn't have to shorten it too much.
And I'm not sure where that power line was down kilometre-wise. Like, I'm not too sure what distance that came down at. But
I just got a text message from John Curran. He said, "I'm now wiser. That's not a good idea." So he no longer backs himself for that one.
Do you feel like when Sandy said, no, that'll work, that's what changed his decision?
Glad you're awake, mate, and enjoying your poon. I hope it's beautiful up there. It's always beautiful. It's your poon, eh, Josh?
Yes. God's country.
The best coast.
Wait, John, if you're listening, mate, how come you text Dan and not me? Favourite son. There we go.
Definitely. Makes a lot of sense. And he goes, there's the reason.
Yeah. You've just put it all out on the internet to see. But yeah, this live feed, fantastic. Like you said, if it's keeping Johnny Curran awake, well, you know that it's some good footage.
It's got to be good.
We've got dust over on our left.
Oh, you are dead right, my man. That is cool. Streaking across there.
That's Chappy.
That's Chappy. So we're going to see the 15 in the house here very shortly.
I'm showing Dale and AJ.
Are you really? Surely not, though.
I'm actually showing Dale in front of Clayton on my screen, but... Oh, no, there we go. No, just updated. Relax, guys, it updated.
Relax. I was going to say that. I know I'm really splitting, but if I had to guess, that's got all the lights on it.
What I can tell, that's Clayton coming in on our left, folks, followed by Dale Martin, AJ, Talbot and Richo.
What a race. I'm keeping my eyes peeled.
That means the top five haven't changed off the line.
Well, other
have
than unfortunately Danny Brown.
Oh, correct, yeah.
But you're right.
Which may, that's going to help. Yeah, that's going to help out.
Yeah, Dale.
That's going to massively help out Dale Martin because he's now got a dust-free chase to Clayton, hasn't he?
So do you think that's Dale coming in there? I think that's more than a minute a gap. I reckon Clayton Chapman
has pulled the goods.
He's
just doing his thing.
He's just doing his thing out in front here.
And good on him.
Yep, absolutely. But still 95K still left to go. He actually said it down there. We were talking to him in that little break there, and he just goes, man, this is such a crazy race. He goes, it's still anyone's based on the fact. Well, look at Danny Brown. Didn't get off the line. Did. But made
we all thought everybody thought he was ready to go, and now the truck's closed up. So not sure what happened with Danny, but I remember Danny did cook a torque converter last year at Rainbow off the line. So it could be something like that as well.
Like you said, lots of horsepower in those cars.
Oh, he's still hitting the mud. Look at that.
Yeah, and you see how slippery it is there. He wasn't going very fast, but you also see that he slid out a bit, slid into that mud, and then was not impossible, but very slow to get going again.
There he is, Dale Martin, coming in, aimed at the dam.
Yeah, Dale doing us a favour, running those
lights,
unique blinking lights on the front.
Reason we knew it was Dale. Well, not the only reason. It'll be interesting to see the gap between Dale and AJ.
Look at these beautiful shots from the overhead. From the drone, like we said, it wasn't that long ago that these types of being able to see a view like this was limited to people that had the chopper booked. Now, thanks to modern technology, drones, our awesome drone pilots here working tirelessly all weekend. There's multiple drones up in the air. You see them coming back for battery changes all the time, getting them back up there. They're like racing pit stops.
However, you can go for a chopper ride, I believe.
Oh, yep, very good.
Somewhere out the back. As far as I know.
So we can see it starting to dry out a little bit in a few places. Looks like the a bright sun, also the wind, probably helping out a little bit, which has just started to die off. As we do see Clayton coming back into the start-finish complex. We won't use stadium, we'll call it a complex.
Oh, I like it, mixing it up. Round, doesn't look like they're slowing down. Headed straight for their second lap of section 3.
Rolling off the throttle there quite easily, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Smoothly.
Again, I reckon they know exactly what's going on. They know the splits. They know where the positions are.
Papa Rob Chapman will be in the mic to them.
Yes.
Boys,
yes, I think
you've still
so.
got X amount of time.
Yep.
Don't push.
1 to go, and you've got the splits. So,
well, I guess
that
they
was
know.
AJ just there?
Yes, absolutely. I guess they probably know with the time difference and the 30-second start gap that someone actually has to physically get around them on road.
That's all they've got to do, isn't it? They've just got to keep them at bay.
Hey, boys, I've got a question.
I'll have an answer.
Why don't scientists trust atoms?
Why don't scientists trust
atoms?
Atoms or atoms?
Atoms. ATOMS. Because they make up everything. Just thought you should know that. Dale Martin on his way back. Sandy looks very disappointed here.
I don't even know what to think anymore.
Just thought I'd add a little bit of information for you. Dale Martin. Nice clean run through that rough section there. I tell you what, man. How good.
Dale Martin across on his final lap of the ARB Gundy 500.
Absolutely. How good does Clayton Chapman's land? Listen, Dale Martin's car looks great, right? But I think it shows how good Clayton Chapman, they've done a lot of development on that car in the recent times. I actually talking to Adam before too, and he was saying that one of the best things for them, surprisingly, was that dirty COVID thing. He said, because they got the car, right? They knew that they had a pro buggy, and they did a heap of R&D and development time because they couldn't race series.
That probably helped them out, didn't it?
He goes, surprisingly, he really thinks that was a good thing for them because where they started and where they finished, they did a lot of state round stuff. And I guess it was a bit of a pitch for, if you sit there, you don't have to necessarily do nationals. There's great state level, like Vic State, New South Wales State, Queensland. They've got the Southeast, the North Queensland Series. If you're out in Western Australia and the Alice Springs or that, they've got great championships out there as well, or series out there. Sorry, I apologise. So just worth keeping an eye out that, again, we all love coming to Gundy and the big races and Millicent, but, you yourself would have done a lot of state racing and learned a lot of skill set out of that.
Yeah, most definitely.
So just something to keep in mind that there's a lot of great cars around and there's a lot of great racing. I think if you looked at the calendar, you'd actually be surprised how many off-road races are on. There's multiple,
especially in Queensland.
Yes.
Queensland's a
bit of a hot spot.
Massive.
Yes. We must all be bored up here, eh? Because there's
finally I have a lap.
Lots of winch challenging and lots of motorbike racing, lots of desert race. Well, I don't know if it's called off-road racing.
Well, my lap times are way out because of the hold-up.
Yes.
However, I can probably tell you that there's about 40 seconds difference between Dale Martin in car 5 and Clayton Chapman. So
yes,
Dale's about... Actually, that's showing me Dale Martin 40 seconds faster.
It does. Not sure. Yeah, but that is exactly what that says.
Yeah.
But I would have thought, because it's only a minute back to Dale from Clayton, so I would have thought that felt like more than a minute across the line.
I agree.
By the backseat feel.
Well, I can't give you times. I don't know if the boys have got them up or can get them up better than me. But you have a go, fellas.
So one of the things I did notice is that snuck through when we were talking about Clayton and the development there in that car is we also had Talbot Cox come through. Now, interesting fact, have noticed he has fallen off the back of AJ a little bit. We're probably expecting to see Talbot, and what I want to say is he did not power out of this damn U-turn corner like I probably expected to see Talbot. Now, it looks like he's coming back towards us now.
No, I hate to say it. I've just clicked on
Rally safe.
Rally safe, and it says 0 for
Actually,
Talbot Cox.
you're right. These are the two lights up on top. That's Jason. So in the time he's come around from us, he's pulled over.
Yes, it physically looks off the track.
Yes.
And yeah, I just clicked it and went, oh my, that's at 0.
So this is Jason Richards, the 119, the first of our Class 1 competitors, and our first naturally aspirated 3.5 litre. So that's what the Class 1 stands for. You'll see it's a 3-digit roof number, 119. It means 3.5 litres naturally aspirated.
I tell you who's moving well that's Mick Marson in the 1032.
Yeah.
Man, he's like on the inner fence line. Like,
yeah, wow.
He's having a good crack here.
Has he kept Bowie behind him? Because if he has kept Bowie behind him, that's
no. Bowie's around him, but not by a lot.
Yes.
So, but Bowie's got around the 23 and the 99.
What an
Bowie
animal.
is charging.
Now I'm going to make a bold call and say this is the 21. This is like the monk.
Car, isn't it?
Mate, it's not real bold when it's on the big screen.
Oh, I can't see from here. I don't have one right in front of me.
Oh, right. The 21 anyway.
The 202? Is that the 202?
Yeah, it's out over here on the track.
Yeah.
I tell you what, they haven't been through as much mud this lap because everybody's numbers are still readable.
Yes.
Hey, I actually think that's Mike Zacher coming back in as well because he's meant to be double lights.
Yes.
Either that or it's who's there? Calendar's there. The 23.
Yeah, I think you'll find that's Calendar.
Yeah, no, that's isn't that the 20? Oh, yeah. Anyway, the moral of the story is that's actually Black Betty, I think, from looking at
yes.
Very hard with these, but there is a lot of cars that you
On
could
a
drive.
racetrack.
And I reckon that's on a racetrack.
That's Bowie?
I reckon that's Bowie in the dust at the back there.
That's
Did look like, is Bowie a little Illumi?
Yeah.
Yes.
He, but look at what he's driving in.
Oh,
we can't
insane.
even see those cars from where we're
Absolutely
sitting.
insane.
What's happened to
Talbot?
Yeah, not sure. Still sitting at 0 Ks. He was saying, so through the fence here, Mike Zacher. So I think that's the further fence out, and he'll be on his way back in. That's what I'm seeing. He was saying that he was having problems with throttle body sticking. That's why he went back into
That's
the...
right.
So
yes, he did say that.
Maybe that might explain why he wasn't willing to stand on the gas as hard out of the corners. Maybe trying to...
You'll laugh. He was actually saying that he was controlling it by turning the ignition on and off.
Wow.
Which is pretty wild.
Bold predictions. This is the 44. I think the 44 has a...
Patterson.
Patterson. Yep. The light bar on the roof.
I like how you keep saying bold prediction when this is like the third time you've seen it.
Should be the fifth, mate.
Yeah.
Sixth.
So that'll be Mikey Zacher there.
Yes.
Still sounding strong too, isn't he?
Absolutely. So it's actually the 44's dust that he's been chasing.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's wound him in a little bit.
He has. But I suppose this is the problem. So he's out in the open. He's probably got a bit of a view now. But once they get into the trees again, it's going to get very difficult again, isn't it?
Indeed. I see
Yeah, it's
young
that-
Danny Brown walking around down there.
That real accordion effect that happens in the dust.
Yep. Yeah, because one thing these V8 Unlimited cars definitely can too. Mick Marson, I love seeing that. That's good. So Mick having a good run there. But yeah, again, these V8 cars can definitely kick up a bit of dust.
Tell you what, I just got word from Danny Brown. The reason he came back in, the manifold broke and the turbo fell off.
No way.
That
That far.
1,800
Horsepower.
pound
Pounds.
boost.
Pounds.
Did you say 1,800?
Horsepower, pound boost, yeah.
It's an accurate number too.
Yeah.
On a bar graph.
So, there you go.
It's a shame though.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
it was obviously
going
going
from
very
second,
well.
Second, it doesn't take much, obviously.
Yep, very close up there, and then it's all falling apart right like that. Can see Mikey. This is actually
He's
inside
working
this
hard
area.
in there, isn't he? Like,
there's a lot going on.
about here is where Craig went for a swim earlier.
Yes. And a few cars coming in now, so the 23.
Bowie right behind him.
Bowie
Wow.
right on it.
So Bowie's done this, we've said that before, that Bowie's done this more than once.
Well, Bowie just picked off another
in that distance.
So
and he'll be around him in no time, hey?
Yep. He's going to get it in this view.
Extraterrestrial,
He
that's
is.
what that guy is.
He is.
Literally.
Well, like Josh said, really there's a switch on the dash.
Yeah, I think he just shifts gears. I think he uses your analogy of put on the limiter. If you want to go faster, shift up gears. If you want to go slower, shift down gears.
It's just insanity.
Now we've got the overhead here, boys. Great shot here. And are we going to see a pass?
I hope you do. Well,
Gee, it's going to be hard. Like you said, I think in these sections here,
it's so thick, hey.
But on the way out,
I think can you hear the siren? The siren's going on. Yeah, and look at the dust around that corner. How does Bowie charge in that, hey?
Where's Bowie?
He'll be coming.
He's dropped way back there.
Way back.
He
Did
was
he
right
go
up
for a
his
loss?
bucket before.
Yep. He might have lost it in that last
corner in
corner,
the
hey?
dust.
No,
that is
Bowie.
That
in
is
front.
Bowie.
Oh, my goodness.
The man, the myth, the legend.
How does that happen?
So do we think... So does that mean we've
Well,
lost...
that's Black Betty, right?
No, I think it's got an LED light bar on the roof. I think we've lost Craig Cork.
Oh, no.
I think in those corners we've lost Craig.
Yep. So that's the 99er calendar?
Yes.
Isn't Jourdain? No, he went through.
No, Craig was the first one through.
So 44 was with, so we're looking for
So
the 23.
behind this tree line here,
Somewhere.
right in front of us, we've lost the 23.
Come on, rally safe guy. One doesn't work. Isn't working. There he is, sitting there.
Yep. The wrong way too. 0 kilometres an hour. You're absolutely
So Craig
right.
is right behind the
Legitimate.
trees there. I don't know if we've got a recovery out that way. Can swing out to him and have a look.
Mick Marson on his way down now.
There you go. He'll be wrapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, a great drive there by Mick. Like you said, adapting
wonder
to
what
it.
his thoughts are in there on his own, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Sugar cane.
Champagne.
Whoa.
I think at some point in time there he's probably just enjoying the different style of driving that it would be from driving his big unlimited racer, 850 horsepower, stepping back into that little car.
Please. Hey, boys, I'm just clicking on. Oh, no. So the 113, which is, this is interesting. The 1113 is currently doing 113 kilometres an hour down the straight, headed to the north. But still a long way back. I've got to admit, poor old Bo would be having a rough weekend of it because he's got 3 or 4 side-by-sides in front of him.
Yes.
Yeah, so out the back there, out near the highway. Oh, no, what road would that be, Josh? I keep forgetting the name of that one, but...
Gunson.
No, it's definitely not called Gunson. It starts with T, you know.
Tommy's.
But anyway...
I have no idea, Dan.
Dirt road. We drove down it last year to go and hang out with Dan Hardman, remember? When he
didn't call us.
Totally didn't call us.
I think I remember that time.
Come catch up with us, hey? It'll be great. Come and see Andy and just... oh, yeah, that's right. Forgot. Who's this?
I think he deleted my phone number after he left Ripoon.
But anyway, it's like Townsend Road or Townsend. All the Gundy locals are screaming at us up here. They're like... You get to like Henderson Park or, one of those places out the back.
Isn't that in Ripoon?
Yeah, I think there's another one. Making stuff up now.
I'm going to say there's a main street in Gundawindi somewhere.
I tell you what. Mark Burrow. Yeah, still travel. Still clicking on all these buttons on Rally Safe. Mark Burrow's still going along nicely. '23. Got a lot of cars inside our stadium area right now. The 607, that's McNiven, I think, from memory. No, sorry, I apologise. Lachlan Campbell, Greg Campbell again. Those guys. So I wonder if that's just a protecting their lead type. Again, one of our fantastic sponsors here this weekend, GRC Motorsport. The 110. Wowza, Sandy. But yeah, the 110. Just having a look here.
Matty Burrows over the line.
Coming in too, by the looks of
that.
that.
Does sound like that. Not too sure what's going on
Simon
with Matty.
Tucker. Which was the 110, sorry, not Matt Burrows. Simon Tucker was through. Then Matt Burrows in the 3 is now coming into the pits. Be interesting to see. Nothing visually obvious, is there?
Sounds like an issue.
Now who's this is, oh no, changing a tyre. So that's what,
23.
That's the 23, I reckon, just around the back here. Just literally behind the tree line, isn't it? They've got a wheel off it, so the 23 of Craig.
I wasn't paying attention on that car, just crossed the line.
Oh, sorry, neither. I was looking at the screen.
Too
You're
busy
absolutely
looking where
right.
I shouldn't have been.
Oh,
635, Jackson Evans gone. Another lap,
So that's
last
good
lap.
that they're starting to travel nicely.
Remembering that we've got a lot of cars now on their last lap.
So also putting a call out there, anyone in car 629, if you guys could head to the HQ, please, 629.
Wait, guess what you just missed?
We didn't miss
Christian in the GQ over the finish
actually,
line.
that's the first of our trophy trucks right there.
It is.
Yes,
It is.
It is
First
the
of our
first.
trophy trucks over the line.
Christian True.
6:04 over the line. I reckon that's Bo Robbo coming at us, folks, from the back left corner, about to head round the dam.
Yes, that would make
looks
a lot
exactly
of sense.
like him.
So the second of our trophy trucks.
Yeah.
So does that mean we've lost Jamie Knight? Because Knight was in front of Bo, wasn't he?
Have we lost him or?
Oh, no,
I thought the
Jamie
truck
did that
did it.
interesting... Yes. Might be two.
Looks a bit truckish coming at us.
Yes. Absolutely.
Geez, well, Bo has made up some positions on
Yes.
road, as he was close to one of our last cars off the starting line.
Crazy though, man, because...
Yeah, they are Jamie Knight, folks.
Yep, that makes sense.
Just entered the finish. One more lap to go. It's going straight through.
Now, did you say he had a little bit of suspension drama in the second section?
They did tell me he'd bent or broken a shock or something.
Obviously, they had a spare, got that replaced. Looks like he's
I
charging
think there's a few
quite
cars
hard.
around that he could probably bolt
Yeah,
something on to get him
absolutely,
around.
absolutely.
But it was a shock. It wasn't a coilover, so it was pretty...
Yeah, it was unexpected.
Yeah, I believe so.
So it was a shock.
It was a shock. Absolute shock to everybody.
Hey, we've actually got Steve Burrows too. Bit of family knowledge there, but they're talking about the red light flashing on Mikey Zacker's dash. Any ideas? Absolutely none. We've been hypothesising about that for a little while now.
I think it's an oil pressure light.
But we think that it's obviously not slowing them up in any way.
No, don't believe so.
So that's a wheel hanging off that one. Is that Tony Falaba's car? That looks like... It's a bit hard to see, but I would call that a Shanny. And that's the Monk car in front of that. So wherever Burrows is... No way. You know who that is? I reckon that's Jason Richards.
Oh,
that was
wow.
a Millennium. And if the Monk car just passed it, which is Burrows, the only car in front of the 21 was the 119.
Yes.
Because Tony Falaba's still coming, isn't he?
Yes, AL.
Yeah, you're right over there, Josh.
Did you just explode over there? Do you want some...
I didn't.
What on earth are you lot doing?
So the wind picked up, mate.
But yes. Hey, and the other crazy thing is the 15 of...
Better do the safe thing and empty this can.
Clayton Chapman is now headed south down back towards New South Wales, which means that he's essentially already completed a quarter of this lap.
Wow.
He is moving. I clicked on before.
Matty Burrows.
148 Ks now. Yeah, Matty Burrows.
Right in front of us, folks, heading back out.
So that's a good thing. Obviously nothing too serious. You know who else is circulating? The 202 still travelling.
Now, speaking of serious, he's going to have to keep a serious eye on his rear view mirror.
Yes.
Did you see the water bow just went through?
I did not, but it's pretty crazy, isn't it? That big truck just handles so well.
He pulls that thing up early. Not that I'm any truck driver, but it seems like they all seem to be pulling up early on this first corner for some reason.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit hard to judge from where the tree is. It's a bit further than what they think it is once they get to where they can see. It's very white, isn't it? Like, you know, the grass, it's probably hard to differentiate at pace.
I think you're right, Dan. I think people are thinking that you turn left at the tree. That's probably what a lot of the GPS notes would say, turn left at the tree.
Yep.
And it is a good
long
15, 20 metres past the tree before you actually, the turn-in point for the tree.
Yep. Hey, 2 cars right here coming down the straight now.
Single-seater? No? Keen?
170.
10?
Not even close. 10-15.
10-15.
2 seats, 115.
I knew the 170 was around. 170. I could feel it. That'll be my 6th. Maybe my 7th set.
Oh,
no, that's Korg.
Korg is back on the road.
So Korg did the right thing there and waited until Bo come past and then got out on track.
Have a look at this drone footage that we're looking at now.
Phenomenal.
Actually, Korg is
up him a bit, isn't he?
He is chasing him. Surely we're not going to see a pass right here.
Not. He's hanging out a little bit wider
it's
there.
sketchy now, though, isn't it?
Did you see that water come off Korg's tyres there on the right-hand side of the track?
Very difficult. That might be Matty Burrows out the back there somewhere, or actually...
Matty Burrows isn't far out.
That road there, what's it called? Townsend Road? Yep.
You're
looking at me
mate.
too. No, I'm not. That's the problem. Yeah, so that's
more
that
local
footage
than
again.
me, anyway.
A little bit further out. 10-15. Dean. No, nothing like Dean.
Not even nearly Dean.
Closely followed by the 170.
Darren Orr, we knew that.
Oh.
Didn't that look blue to you?
Not blue at all.
That car looked blue.
That's why we got confused. Gee whiz. Where's that coming in on our left?
That feels like a stitch up. I'm not going to say any number. That's 202 there, Sandy.
All I'm going to call is the 15 and the 202.
Oh, do you know who it is? It's Mark Robinson.
That's the red...
Yeah, the Chev truck.
Yes.
Mark Robinson.
Closely followed.
Robertson. Closely followed by the car in the dust.
Yeah, watch when if they cut early, they punt.
Yes.
It's funny because Bo went through there and punched a heap of water out.
Yes.
Those two guys went through. Those two guys went through and not one drop.
Yes. Well, I think I'm not sure, but I think there's 2 lines up there too. I think if you hit it straight, you get a lot of water. If you go all the way around to the left, it doesn't splash the water as much. Because I was looking, that happened, I noticed that when they were on the drone and old mate lost the tyre. That looks...
Bennett.
No,
I'm not even...
Did you say Bennett?
68, Craig.
Yeah.
The Cougar Racing.
Barnett. Yes, Bennett. There isn't even a Bennett out there. Barnett, yes.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
So great to see them. Obviously a rough start to the weekend for the Cougar race team. Like you said, the torque converter issues and then a front A-arm.
They got that torque converter sorted
Quickly.
Within an hour.
I'd still be working on it, honestly. I'm serious. What are you guys laughing for?
Where's the hoist at?
Heck, if I worked on it, it wouldn't be running anymore. So
Be good electrically, but
yes, very good if you needed a light, a floodlight installed. I'd get the apprentices to do it. So that was obviously a pass just up further. And I think nicely, I can't tell just yet which vehicle has the flashing light. Might be the bat or something, but moved over out of the way. And is that, might be Bulmer's car with the square bar on the front of it? A bit hard to see from here, but that LED bar.
Yes, very, very low in the rear end as
Yeah.
it accelerates. That's that racer seems to do.
Yeah, so, yep, that's Bulmer's car. Oh, and that was Dave Laughlin, the Honey Badger.
Yes.
Both over the line on their last lap. ARB Gundy 500, round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. Next one down at the Pines in Millicent in late September, the 20th to 22nd.
I tell you what.
Get ready.
I tell you what, old Joey Bulmer, he is on the bopper. Or is that further out?
That's a rattle gun, mate.
Rattle gun? Rattle gun. Another one of our side-by-sides making its way around the dam wall now. Again, I won't even profess to start with that one. It's now getting very hard to pick side-by-sides. Unfortunately, if you own a Can-Am X3 covered in mud,
yeah,
that's,
we don't know who you are.
I don't know what that is.
That's a coming at us, looks a bit single-seater light.
Yeah, I reckon
maybe
that might
Keen?
be, yeah.
Keen had a double light in the front?
Keen to find out who it is.
No, I reckon that's the 22.
22.
You do that a fair bit, don't you? It's Keen. No, it's definitely the 22. Because we've actually... Who's the 170? We're going round in circles here. Who's the 170? Mendham. Alex Mendham.
Yeah, not the 1070.
No, correct.
I like when people do that, like family members have like similar numbers,
Yes.
1070, 170, like, yes.
Keeps it together.
Barnett over the line, last lap.
Good drive
Fantastic to see.
Like you said, obviously driving smart, obviously making sure they get out there. They are quite high up in our championship series.
5th or 6th outright. Yeah, Craig Barnett's sitting 5th outright in our championship, and in front of him, equal 3rd.
Doesn't it have a tie for first and second, and a tie
we've
for
got-
third?
So we've got a tie for first between Chapman and Bo Robbo, and then with no second place, we've got a tie for third, which is Matty Burrows and Simon Tucker in that Southern Cross, and Craig Barnett's in 5th outright in the championship points this week, currently this year, should I say, for 2024. Barnett on screens, and wasn't too far up here last lap where Barnett went for a little bit of a swim, washed the car off, and
Reckon he's going to
then-
avoid that line on this lap?
the
Barnett line?
I reckon he will.
He actually looks like he's slowed
Right, he's
down.
idling around that now. Scared much?
He did. He almost stopped. Smart. That's smart, boys.
Bit.
Once bit, twice shy. Coming back into the dam now. Another one of our Can-Am X3 races. 657. So the old 657. That is Chris Thomas and Tyler Johnston in that one there as it streaks away from the spectator area. Great shot there. One going either way. You can see just how much we see.
I
And we see a fair bit up here. I'll tell you, one of the great joys of doing the commentary.
That's a Polaris XP Pro. And this is a
Covered in mud.
X3. That might be Bryce.
656.
Derek? B-R-I-C-E? Is that, did you say Bryce? Brick?
Probably Brick.
How would you say that, Sandy? Bryce?
Bryce Derek.
Yeah, Bryce Derek and Matthew Reid.
Correct.
These millennials, hey. Bloody hell.
One of the interesting things to note, it seems like the side-by-sides do have a fair bit more mud on their top numbers. Seems like the earlier Pro Buggies kept themselves pretty clean. But now that we're getting into the side-by-sides, they seem relatively dirty. I wonder if it's that front-wheel drive, the 22, that roof number looking really good, but I wonder if that front-wheel drive...
Throwing a bit off the front wheel.
Out of the corners and stuff like that.
That's an interesting hypothesis you've got there, mate. We should do some testing. Can-Am, if you want to give us a car to test, Sandy, Josh and I'll do some...
We'll give it a go.
We'll do it, yeah. Do a bit of work
Don
for
River.
you. Oh, whoa. I'm about it. Can we commentate from in the car?
Who have we got rolling in?
Could that be the Angel car, Darren Angel? I know I've called it very early, but the 160, you're just like... No, that's definitely a Jimco looking thing.
The 80?
Might be the 80. Good call, Joshua.
Yeah, that rear tyre position.
Yeah, it was actually the mirrors that got me. I thought, Darren Angel runs
has a very unique side number plates.
Number plates up high.
It's always nice when they do something nice and unique for us to be able to...
It stands out for us. But that's Chris Land and Tanya Gaundry. I have an N in there. I actually think it's Gaudry.
12th in the championship.
I'll say it again. Ladies and gentlemen, if we butcher your name, we really do apologise, but...
And text Dan Curran if you've got a problem with it.
Phonetically spell it out for me, because that will not help me in any way, shape or form. Well, what you can do is know that Josh, Sandy and I have 3 brain cells between us, electrician and mechanics, and that's about the best we get. We're trying. That's right, eh, Sandy? We're trying.
Oh, like I said earlier, we are no wordsmiths. Even if that's a word.
We've never been accused of being commentators, I'm telling you that.
Emma Trans on the bottom right, the side of our screen there. Mars on race transmission.
Magnificent banner placement.
There. Oh, phenomenal. He's obviously racing Class 10 this weekend.
And doing very well.
Doing very well. I'd definitely say...
I do miss the sound of his other car, though.
Oh, my goodness.
Gee whiz.
Definitely do.
Those sweet-sounding Fords.
Yeah, at Helston had a little bit of engine drama with it, so I think he was keen to race it this weekend, but sometimes you just got to dust off the good old single seat and go for a steer.
657. They do look low in the front, those things. I think it's just how they're positioned, but gee, they look low in the front.
Fully adjustable suspension in those two, Sandy, which, I suppose it gives you a lot of options, and it's much like going back to motocross stuff, isn't it? You turn some compression tubes and turn some rebound clickers and all the other things, and it's pretty cool that you can buy something like that and go racing. Again, they've come a long way, the side-by-side things. I'll be brutally honest, if you wanted to point fingers at someone that did not like them to start off with, the Curran boys, so again, for us old-school off-road racers, we were not fans. I'll be brutally honest, but I've come to like them.
Because they're a bit faster now.
Because they don't break every 5 seconds too. The early ones really were. Man, I feel for those guys. I remember when Cody Crocker bought one out and on one think run he changed 6 belts. No. That doesn't sound like fun to me, mate.
Not at all. Look on board with above Bo there. Look at that.
On screen.
Eating those whoops. And that's a car. That's a car we just saw on the screen there, folks, with probably 28 or 30 inches of wheel travel.
Yes.
And getting airborne.
Yes.
So...
Absolutely, yeah, you can see just how wild that straight is. Yeah, that's the fast section, apparently, ladies and gentlemen.
Surrounded by a couple of cars too there, because that's the same drone shot. Who's that pulled up? Pull up drone.
Well, I think that's the 119. I think that's where we had the drone footage of Richards parked out there. And I hate to say it, yeah, and that makes sense positionally. And yeah, Tanobi. I knew it. It's Tanobi Road. Tanombi.
You didn't know it.
Wait up, are you saying you've had it on a screen in front of you this whole time?
Turns out if I zoomed in, I could
You
have
had
read
it the whole time, and
read
you've
it.
been asking us two dumbasses if
Correct.
we know the name of the road when you've got.
Car 80 safely over the line on their last lap, folks.
Yep, right again.
I saw the number.
Oh, because that's right. Matty Burrows drove out right in front. I reckon Bowes cleaned him up.
Yes.
As in
Passed
overtaking him.
Yes.
I should clarify those words. The 694 was in there as well. Jeff McNiven's in there in the 604, 627. The 110's in there. The 138 of Falaba. There's a number of cars all happening there.
See the chopper.
That's some great footage.
Look at that.
So you can go for a ride in that chopper.
Get to the chopper. But what you can do is you can book the chopper, go for a fly, tune into the live feed, you get the same experience.
How good is that? How good is that? Run away. So that's about run away from the camera, I meant, as the car heads away.
On the bopper.
It's that time of night.
He's on the bopper.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're an hour and a half into this second section.
Pretty
last
impressive.
section, sorry. We mustn't be too far off
Well,
seeing
actually,
car
now
15.
that you say that, he's
So
about
you'll
to turn right and head back up north. So he's done 3/4 of the track.
Yeah. I think you've got to do a total of 75% of the overall competition kilometres to be classed as a finisher. So usually that means at least got to get maybe into the second last lap of today, which means Richo may be classed as a finisher.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Dale Martin, who's still going out there, mate?
That's right, yeah, Dale Martin. That's exactly. I'd lost Dale Martin on the screen. I was like, no, surely not. But he's there. He's just hidden under another number there. I tell you who's doing really well is Mark Burrows, which, again, we should come to expect, but he's moving nicely. I would actually say at the moment he is potentially, he's doing 124 k's an hour. And I think he's potentially third on road at the moment.
Who would be?
AJ. Hold on.
I was going to say AJ.
It says in transport. Maybe there's some sort of glitch on my system. I'm not calling that. He's in the right position, but that indicates that there's something with his tracker going on. He's on the racing line. He's in transport. He's in transport to the finish line, Sandy, is what's going on.
Who's that?
To a few beers.
93, Aaron James. But it's a different colour.
See,
I
it's
think
the same,
it feels like he's bumped something, but he's on the racing line and he's moving. It all makes sense that he's still racing.
And the gap on my rally safe saying he's fairly close to Dale Martin.
They're all very close by the looks of what I'm seeing. And then there is a bit of a jump back to the 21 of Mark Burrows.
So Mark Burrows probably got to do a lot of work to get up there, depending on what times we have. And the times I have here aren't, I'm going to say, they're not the most reliable as far as my internet goes. So what I can tell you is, I can tell you their times, but I can't tell you their overall for some reason. Just won't. Oh, now it loads.
Brilliant flyover shots here from the drone again. Chase those cars all the way down. Actually got a good little race here and a great loop, because then as racing down these farmers paddocks do, they're now heading back towards the drone.
I tell you, our drone pilots do a great job of positioning themselves as they learn the racetrack themselves.
Again, it's only getting harder to pick those cars. But Josh, do you think that might be? I feel like it's a Jimco. Is it Zach's car or is it? Bit hard to see.
Could be Dale Martin.
I feel like it's got a big
Hey,
butt.
guess who's just crossed the line onto their last lap? The 202 car of the Forsmans.
Well done. Getting a little Super 1650
I
around
picked
this
that,
course.
didn't even need a second guess. I'll
And
tell you
also
what.
coming into the stadium, we do see our first of our Class 7s as well.
Yes.
Hank the Tank.
I know it's a wild call, but I'm actually going to say that car before might have even been Joey Bulmer's car with the big LED bar.
Ooh, yes.
The way the suspension worked, like in that rough stuff. And he did have a car just behind him, so...
Remembering this car on screen, folks, has leaf springs in the rear.
It's crazy to see that front
Look at
suspension
it. See
working.
them? Big skis underneath the back end.
It's got the boat motor.
Yanmar.
Got the Yanmar in it.
How good are these shots?
That's definitely Dave Laughlin's car, which makes sense. So Joey Bulmer was right in front of Dave Laughlin, wasn't he? So,
Yes.
yep, I'm back to, I think that the car that we can see, the dust up in front,
At the very top of your screen, folks.
is Joey Bulmer and then Laughlin. And I tell you what amazing footage those guys have provided for us. As Josh said, the old drone footage. Wow, it's come a long way. So again, if you listen along, Forsman. Not sure where he's getting this information, but again, we appreciate everyone on the live feed. Maybe, is Zaka running his own feed where
On
you
his
can see
YouTube?
all of it?
Yes.
Well, Peter Trees just made a statement, and Peter Trees with the Loose Cannon boys has just said Zaka and 44 have had contact. So out on track. So you might have seen that on Mikey's actual page. So we might see, I'm actually having a bit of a look to see if I can see
Hopefully
where...
they're both still going. Hopefully
Yeah.
there's nothing detrimental. 6.168 over the finish line there. One more lap to go for those guys. Tell you what, it's been a big weekend.
Oh, no, there you
There
go.
you go. Jordan
Yep.
Patterson has had an incident.
Yeah. There you go. So Brad Zaka just came up in the box, so he said that is right. Unfortunately, the 44 had a roll, and then Zaka gave a push. Unfortunately,
He had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and then a bad earth is the light on the dash. Lost
he had
in
a big
front of him.
lose.
Right, lost.
He had a lose in front of him. He didn't have
Yep.
a crash. So
Yep, there you go.
There you go. We missed that on the live feed, but
We did, but again, Zaka is running his own live feed, and yeah, the note was, again, Peter Tree's making notes here, wasn't far, so it was only a little
hopefully
tap.
those boys
so-
have only just got out of each other's way and on the way again. See someone getting towed over in the distance.
Yep,
They're
absolutely.
back towards us, which you may be able to tell who that is.
Yeah, that's got to be over here somewhere, doesn't it? It must be like the 7.
About
Oh, might be the 16 just moved.
That's Talbot.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, could be, couldn't it?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, you're
on
right.
a rope.
Yep.
But yeah, his tracker just, and it is continually moving down this way, so it would make sense. And the other car, the 798, is still
About
moving.
to go around them, so...
There's
That's
also
shattering.
there's also a 1064. 1065.
That's Bowie. In the middle of nowhere. Hang on.
What's it doing? Is it on a rope? There's a few unusual movements here on the Rally Safe trackers, ladies and gentlemen, that I can tell you. The 7 makes sense because that's...
on course right in front of us.
On course doing exactly what it's meant to.
I've got 1082 is in the bushes about 30 kilometres away.
The 1065 is directly in front of us over here somewhere.
Is literally about to come in. I wonder what's happening with Bowie here. Bowie's at 30. It says competing at 30k an hour.
I tell you what, that is definitely a buggy in front of us too.
That does.
Hank making his way through. Hank Parker, the St. George crew. Will be very
Unbelievable how
happy.
well that thing jumps. Like I said, leaf springs in the rear.
Really, if you've got a 76, you probably want to
Should
go and talk
get out here.
Go talk
Should
to
get
Hank
out here.
to race, or to just
Yeah.
go talk to Hank and ask him what he needs. You need to do, and ask him what kidney belt he uses.
Yeah.
I'm
A
going to
very
say
good
that.
one.
I'm going to say that is Buddy Bowie over there.
That's not a good thing.
I'll tell you why. You have a look at the shape of that frame.
Yep.
Not that my eyes are the best, but
And I mean, I'll be brutally honest. I know you know this. That's that straight
Yep.
there. That's
And
where the
that's where he's
1065 is now.
that's disappointing.
Coming back down along that straight, coming back to the pits. Which
Evan Peterson just going around the down there on the screen, folks. Not at full throttle.
No.
There is a lot of cars under tow right now, I think.
Oh, so I've just seen. So that conversation we talked about Zaka and
Jordan Patterson.
Well, it's actually just out of the stadium here. It's not too far away.
Are they both mobile?
It does look like they're both mobile now, but again,
Hopefully they've sorted it out on their way.
the numbers are a bit odd though. It's like 61 kilometres and 40 kilometres an hour. And they're not going fast at the moment, but I don't know what that means.
Probably that they're not going fast.
Thanks, Sandy. Thanks. I was meaning, do they have to get to a tyre or get to maybe they knocked a front tyre or something like that, and they trying to achieve something.
Some of our sponsors: Kaminsky Mining Services, Mike's Shock Shop, MR Race Trans. The ARB Gundy 500, hey?
And it's been a full 500. They'd be very happy about that. Hey, look at this, Sandy.
So
How
I
exciting is that?
did just have a little watch on Mikey's live feed. Wouldn't say bad, but unfortunately it looks like they got hung up a little bit in between, like caught on front wheels with each other, yes.
The Gill entry on its way back in around the dam. They've still got one lap to complete after this one.
And second overall, like second in class, which is just brilliant. You know, it's points in the bank, isn't it, Sandy, which they need to continually do for a championship up.
Yep. And I'm tipping they'll be down at the Pines in September. It's not too far from that lot.
Because you know the guy with the most points wins the class.
Wins the whole prize, really.
Yes, really.
And currently, Clayton Chapman's the man.
Yes. He is
Not
indeed.
forgetting that our top, what did I say? Our top sort of 5 or 6. Have we seen Sam Bentley?
We saw him go through on the first lap.
It looks like Bowie on your screen.
No, I reckon that's Talbot Cox's
Bowie
car.
at all.
No, but that's up here. That is up over there. I can see it now that I'm looking. So that's Talbot Cox coming back.
And then, no.
That's Bowie. No.
Oh, two different cars.
Cruiser Ute over there.
Cruiser Ute over there.
Camera facing that way. Cruiser Ute over this way.
Me
Camera
facing
facing
that
that way. Both buggies.
Okay, there you are, folks. We've got Talbot Cox coming back to the pits under tow behind us on our left.
That's to the northwest, Sandy.
Sure.
Versus
I'll
to the
believe you.
southeast is
the
Bowie.
Other, the other side is
the
Bowie.
other white Land Cruiser Ute. Jamie Knight probably owns all of these utes too, just quietly.
Don't know what's gone wrong with
The only
either
thing
of
is you
those
guys
cars.
think I'm joking. That's actually a real statement.
It's probably the most truthful thing.
Does love 79 Land Cruiser, I've heard. But yes. Yeah, so that Overfly, that's that Toyota-powered racer.
Oh, that Toyota-powered one?
That one.
The one in front with the white flag.
That's Toyota-powered as well. Well, that's Yanmar-powered. That's got a boat motor in it.
Bit of feedback up here. Peterson is not under full steam.
There is some feedback.
There is, you're right. Peterson's literally moseying back
You're
in,
right.
and he's got one more lap to go. Currently, as he passes over the finish line, will be a finisher.
Yes.
If he doesn't go back out for his last lap. But I'm tipping Peterson will be in for repairs or something at the way he is travelling.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do another lap at that pace, would you?
Nope.
Nothing underwards. Wheels look like they're facing the right direction.
It could be something so simple.
Yeah. But again, the 878
into the pits. Mate, look left. Look left. Chappie?
Yep. It would appear so, mate.
Our current race
That
leader is
is
coming back
wild.
in towards us, folks. Not far off, turning around the dam, about 3 or 4 kilometres from the finish line of this year's ARB Gundy 500.
My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, get to the side of the racetrack because you're getting a clinic here.
We may be getting a camera and a mic ready to go down and greet them at the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. What a shot there.
What a weekend too.
Yep, listen, we won't talk about it too much because, man, the commentator's curse is real. Let's talk about it. It's fine, terrible. But to this point,
yes,
the Chapmans have just absolutely had a flawless run. The car, I tell you what wasn't flawless.
Oh, that hurt.
No double nitro charges in that bad boy.
Do you think it would have gone better if he went faster, Sam?
No. I went faster on the pre-run. It did hurt. They are
It didn't go
760 over the line. They're onto their last lap. As you see, our current race and championship leaders on the last few kilometres of this year's ARB Gundy 500. I was about to say 400.
It's actually cool too, Sandy. The helicopter, you can actually tell the track course out there.
Yes.
Like following Clayton, you can actually see the dust very clearly this time with a few less cars on course. We've definitely had a few non-finishers now. Been a very tough race. But the 15 is turned and headed for home now. Look at that helicopter low.
Rob down by the fence, nervously, waiting, handy cam, ready.
Father,
where?
Grandfather, mechanic, videographer.
He does everything, this man.
Where's the best pair of footy shorts stubbies you'll ever see in Australia? Look at them, baby.
And can tune
And you know what? You know you can tell he can tune because he's wearing the New Balances.
His lawn would be immaculate.
He's got a Corvette at home.
Yep.
He's got a Corvette at home for
and
sure.
then little baby potty calves out there. He's got them on display.
Okay. I tell you what.
Here he comes.
The 15 has turned.
And with a big gap behind him, Dale coming in around the dam, folks.
Yep. Again, a masterclass here from Clayton Chapman in the number 15.
Dale sitting in second spot. They'll be waving at each other, I'm sure, as they pass. Can he do it? I'll tell you what.
Ladies and gentlemen, just like that, put your hands together. The champion,
Clayton
the number
Chapman
15,
and Adam Maguire.
the winner of the 2024 Gundy 500, ladies and gentlemen.
That is fantastic to see. 2 championships in a row, folks. 2 championships in a row.
Gundy champions.
And
champions.
ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Champions this year, led from start to finish.
Yes, 2 races.
Two races.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Led from start to finish.
Wow.
These guys are on point and they deserve it.
How good is that? Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, they'll just have a couple of seconds in the car there, I think, just going. That's start to finish.
Twice.
Yep.
Twice.
Prologue.
That's phenomenal.
Every lap led.
Not forgetting one here at Gundy last year and was absolutely ecstatic about that.
Yeah, and credit to the boys as well, having a chat to them in that little break. They were really hoping that racing got back underway. They wanted to stamp their authority, really, on the Gundy 500. After winning the shortened version last year, wanted to prove that was no fluke, that it wasn't about time being on their side, a shortened race to their advantage. They've come out here and just absolutely dominated.
Dominated all weekend and with a big gap. They're getting out of the car, and Dale, we're not even seeing Dale's car come in. However,
super impressive.
I don't reckon we're too far off.
No, absolutely. Dale with a great run as well, you know, dealing with a few little issues early on. But he is on his way. He is charging home, and he's made it into second. Tell you what, the other guys that we're looking for the... AJ.
Yes.
You know, Mark Burrows, like...
Yeah, knowing that Talbot dropped out.
That's right.
I believe he said Jason Richards as well out.
Yeah.
So third place, yeah.
Big cheer. The boys have done it 2 years in a row. The number 15.
Do a backflip.
Oh, don't. What a race those guys have had.
Yes.
The Razorback chassis, the 2J, high boost all the way, I heard.
Wheel stands for this.
There's a lot of no's from Rob down there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Here we go. And Dale Martin, ladies and gentlemen, the number 5, a great run there. Dale, an absolute champion as well, working his way through the pack and coming home second overall.
Yeah, that is a huge drive. Battling dust all weekend, making sure that they didn't do anything silly, no silly mistakes, no silly passes. You know, we've seen some of the incidents that have happened this weekend, passing very treacherous, put a foot out of line at the wrong point in time. This track will bite you hard. So you've got to understand the hard work that has gone in for these guys to get 500 kilometres under their belt at pace, battling the dust, the course, other competitors. Dale doing a great job pulling over when there was an incident yesterday. Fell back into the pack a little bit. The Motorsport Association doing a great job giving him some time back. Start him on corrected time today. But what a great drive by Dale and AJ.
Yeah, simply brilliant to get in that position. And it's a return to form for Dale, isn't it? He's been so fast over the years. They've got this new car under control, and it's a great thing. Again, just a second in the car there, probably taking it all in.
Yeah, don't doubt how hard it would have been. Like, you're mentally prepared when they drove out. They were race suited up, you know, and this is for everyone, you know, everyone was in the same boat. They drove out mentally prepared to start that section. We had a fairly long delay, so they had to climb out of the cars, relax for a little bit, but then slide back in after about an hour and a half delay and get back into race pace. You know, don't doubt how much of a hurdle that is that these teams had to overcome.
Absolutely. Now, mate, we've got another car coming in.
Burrows? Single light at the front. Kind of looks like the Monk built.
It really does sort of look. It really does sort of. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a 21.
Yes.
That's what we're seeing on our tracker. So Mark Burrows is going to stand on the podium. Oh, sorry. Let's not. I'm knocking on wood right now. Let's see what happens. So a good drive there from the 21 as well.
Yeah, just consistent all weekend. Never really put a foot wrong. Never really been outside the top 10 as well, and just every lap after lap, just picking it up. I think he found that pace that he wanted to run at quite early on, and then just managed to hover around that for most of the time. As we keep a bit of an eye on the Rally Safe tracker.
So, Josh, there's a few cars here that are going to trick us a bit here, I reckon. You know who's going really well is the 99 of Drew Callender.
Yes.
It's flying. You know who else is right up there now with a few changes? None other than Mick Marson.
Oh, yes.
He's going to be in the top 10 here.
In a Class 10. What a drive.
Pretty much the smallest car with the biggest man on track. I mean, the biggest man's given.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a guy you'd like to argue with in a dark alley, but luckily he is a very nice human being. But that is super exciting for Mick.
So again, I think that this may be the 99 here, Josh. So pretty darn amazing. And while we've got two in again, we think it's going to be the 21 that's coming in here next in third position. So we're going to throw down here in a second once Sandy's got some of our winners lined up. But again, it's the 21, the Monk-built car. The Monk-built car.
Yeah, a great job there by Sandy.
I'll do it. Sandy, they want you in the screen. So Monk-built, they got the turbo, the Eco Boost in there. And they're going to make that race happen here. And we're going to get set down, and we're down there with none other than the great Clayton Chapman down there and Sandy Bowman. How good is this, the number 15?
I tell you what, mate, I'm excited to be saying it. The second time in a row at Gundy and second time in a row in a national led start to finish, mate. Super proud and super excited. How does it feel?
It's
surreal.
It's surreal, 100%. Man, last year here we didn't quite get to jump the finish flag and finish the event like we wanted. We still got our win. It was a special moment, but to take a win and finish the whole event, damn it, it's happening again. Emotions.
I get it, mate. It's phenomenal. Should be proud.
Yeah, no, it was, mate. The boys radioed through, so we had a choice to make to play it real safe and get it home, or to keep pushing and do what we come here to do is to race, and we raced it right to the finish line. That's what makes it special. We just kept pushing, and the car just ran flawless. So thanks to all the crew that are here with us to put in the efforts and to make it get to the end. It's really, really special, and everybody out to watch and support this sport. It's amazing. Thanks everybody.
Wonderful, mate. Awesome to see your, I'm going to say provisional, but Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire hiding over at the fence there, car 15, and we'll go and have a chat with Dale and AJ, car 5. Tell you what, Dale, just back a little bit with the camera, but Dale, I tell you what, you had a fair weekend too, mate.
We did. That didn't come easy. It was a hard day out there. Yeah, it was good to get a result. A lot of effort goes in, and I brought the whole team all this way, so it's good to get a result for the team. Everyone works so hard and put in a lot of effort, so it's really rewarding. But bad luck to 42 or Danny and George. That's not how you want to win it. How I want to finish anyway. But and congratulations to these boys as well for really, he's at the top of his game, Clayton, at the moment. So to finish second to him is pretty good, and sandwiched between this legend as well. So, no, it was a great weekend. The track's awesome now. It's fantastic.
Go again.
Oh, you go around it all day. I reckon everyone will tell you the track's really perfect now.
Yeah.
It always comes to that point at the end of the day. So, and then you get late in the day, you're starting to get in your zone. You know every hole, every bump, and that's the best off-road racing at that point in the day. So yeah, fantastic weekend.
All right, well done. There you go, folks. Car 5 and Dale Martin with AJ in the passenger seat. We're going to give Mr. Burrows 2 seconds, or the Burrows and Burrows crew here, 2 seconds to get out of the car. Car 21, third car over the finish line today, folks. Got another car coming in over behind us, so they're starting to flow in. Mikey Zaka, 4th over the line. I tell you what, well done. You pushed up through the crew here today, didn't you?
Yes, no, we've had a great day, the 500 kilometres of Gundy torture. So, no, what a great race. It's fantastic, mate. There's not another track in Australia like this one, I can tell you that. So, we're really pleased with it. The team kept us going out. Matthew was still rotating last time I saw. He had a few problems, but good to get in where we are.
Car still feels good. I mean, everybody that's come in on the top 3 and even Mikey here, but you got top 3 came in, the cars seemed like they were ready for another lap.
Yep, look, the car seems fine. I think it got out whether I would, but the car would. So, no, it's running fine. It's a bloody credit to all the crew at home and Monk Fab and all, a lot of design gone into this Australian-made car, and it's starting to show up now. So it's really good through the melon holes. We've got it spot on now, I reckon. So we just need a younger driver in there.
All right, there you go, mate. Mark Burrows. And thank you. He's been up here before. We know it. And I'm sure we'll see him again. But good to see him on a provisional podium. I know they will get an exact scoring soon. But Mikey Zacker's around this side of the car. Mate, you look like you've done some hard work out there. You look like you've run a marathon as well.
Oh, yeah. The car in front of us on that last lap, he wouldn't move. We pressed the button, he'd fuck off. It was driving me mad. We come round a corner and he was into a tree and I just ran straight into him. We were all tangled up there. It was pretty wild, but we're all good. We're here.
Well done, mate. Awesome to see. Hey, fourth over the line. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. We got to get it all together for the weekend now. Get a good Saturday too, and maybe we'll get a trophy.
That's all right. Mikey Zacker, car 1151. First of our 11 class cars over the line, folks. Let them get out. It's been a pretty massive 500 Ks for a lot of these guys. Nothing, I don't believe, has gone smoothly for everybody. So I'm sure everybody's had some sort of issue along the way. And like I saw, Mikey accidentally hit car 44, which is Jordan Patterson, on that. Wasn't too far from the finish line because it was only about 20 minutes, half an hour ago, Josh. I'll cut back up to you for a second while we wait for these next lot of cars come in.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some more of our cars come across the finish line. That was the 11:51, and now we see the 99 across the finish line as well. So these guys, they've had a great run as well. That is the Drew Callender, last-minute racing there. Another Australian-built chassis. So, geez, in the top 5, we've actually got 3 Australian-built chassis, 2 Razorbacks, and a Monk built as well. So that's pretty incredible now in off-road racing here in Australia, that you no longer just have to look at that American scene to purchase yourself something that is going to be competitive. 3 of the top 5 chassis across the line, Australian built, Australian designed. So awesome to see the guys across the finish line there, as we see plenty of action still happening on our live stream. Vehicles getting towed in. That is the absolute carnage that we have here at the Gundy 500. You look around the pits, there's plenty of cars on trailers, cars getting towed in. You know, it's just been a brutal race. Unfortunately, maybe, that rain couldn't have happened a day earlier, get another day of sunshine. You heard Dale there saying that the track in awesome condition now, that they'd be happy to go out and do another 2 laps. So, Jamie, I think that's a good way that we can start making this the Gundy 700. But now we're going to throw back down to Sandy with some more of our competitors on the finish line. So I think that's also the first of our Class 10 competitors starting to come in. So now we'll go back down to Sandy.
I'll tell you what, boys, the calendar entry here, car 99, sweaty, hot, bothered, dirty. How was it?
Tough. Very, very muddy. But that's why it's the best race. Thanks.
Carl, all these top cars seem to be doing quite well as they come over the finish line. How's it feel?
Yeah, no, it's feeling really good actually. We welded up a cracked trailer now on the first section today, but yeah, felt really good, and good that the track dried out a bit. But yeah, she was getting real fun in the end.
5th over the line, got to be happy with that?
Absolutely, this is probably the best race we've ever done by far, finishing.
Oh, hopefully we'll see you back again next year.
Absolutely.
There you guys, the calendar entry, car 99, 5th car over the line, and like you said, we've got 4 unlimiteds, 1 11 class car, and I think we've got a couple of the 10 cars on their way in, and I'm going to say another 11 car on its way in.
Yeah, we did see Mick Marson running through there in the little single-seat racer. So he's going to be in very shortly. And what a great race for him as well. First of our 10 cars in, which actually makes it the 10 car faster than the Class 1 car at this point. That's a battle within itself now. Now, that actually looks like Tony Falaba's car there. It's a bit hard to tell, but I would think that that's Tony Falaba. So get your hands together. Going to be the first of the Class 1 cars. Sure, unfortunately, we did see, I'm sure it was Richo, so it's either the 138 or the 119. Makes it a bit hard when they're both running those little Millenniums, the Shennies. But the tracker says it's the 138, so I'm happy with that answer now. I'm tipping. We're keeping an eye out true now. There's the little grasshopper number 2. Coming down, Mick Marson. He'll be turning his way home. And that little race, a single seat. Tell you what bragging rights. Because I guess saying it, unfortunately, Mikey Zaka, the 1151, had that issue yesterday, so isn't actually in contention for overall positions as far as I understand. So that would mean that Mick Marson is going to be 4th on the podium in a 10-car single seat with an eco. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Trans, he nearly stood on the podium in that thing at Gundy. How crazy is that? One step off. What a complete and utter legend. Oh, I tell you what, just like that, Trues is in, and I think the first of our side-by-sides is making its way in as well.
Unbelievable. How competitive these classes are. Not only are they, battling for class honours, but they're also battling for outright honours.
I tell you what, the change to the 500 at Gundy from the 400, brutal. Made a big difference. That extra foot. Mick Marson thinks he's... Come on down, mate. You're up here. Yeah. You're on the podium. How good is that? The 1032. Hilston blew the motor up in the big Ford racer. He said, oh, well, I may as well dust her off out of the shed. And here he is, Mr. Trans. How good is this? Jamie Knight, too, making his way in.
Gee, what a hive of activity. Also looks like, is that going to be Jackson Evans?
It dead set looks like it. You're right. Jackson Evans, 635.
But an absolute little hive of race activity happening.
Tony Falaba.
As it always does this late in the afternoon. We've got the...
Yep, absolutely. So very good. So let's throw on down to Sandy again with Mick Marson. Mick, Sandy, which side of the car?
I'm going to let him get out of the car, mate. And then I'm going to tell him what you said about him.
The nicest guy ever.
Mate, what a race, eh? You wouldn't believe it. I know we've still got some provisional times to get sorted out. And like you just said before, Mikey had a little issue yesterday, so they might put him down the queue. But I reckon saying maybe 4th from what we can tell, and that is provisional. Mate, how was it? All on your own, with your own thoughts and all.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we did the last 2 laps. I'm glad we didn't cut it back. That was so much fun the last 2 laps. So, yeah.
Everyone else reckons the track cleared out and dried out a bit. So,
yeah, it dried out a bit, and a couple of changes there was good. And look, I think there's a bit of carnage in that last lap. So I kept counting cars broken on the side of the track. So that was a bit unfortunate for a few, but man, that was good fun, eh? Anytime you can go racing, it's good fun. Doesn't matter what it's in.
All right, well, welcome back. Congratulations, Mick Marson. I'll tell you what, car 138. We'll go around the driver's side here.
Well, I tell you what, Sandy, good little battle there too, because Tony Falaba in that car and also the 110 just came across the line. So that's the Class 1 race right there. They're pulling up side by side.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously we don't know times exactly yet, and remembering that Tucker's up there in the points charge as well over off the championship. So we'll wait for Tony to...
And Sandy, the first of our side-by-sides across the line too. I missed the number.
Hey, don't worry about that.
And a Class 8 as well.
We've got our first trophy truck over the line.
It beat the trophy trucks. Yeah, and on our light feed as well. Look, there's cars racing in everywhere right in front of us. The drone flying, but again, the 604, so that's Lockie Campbell coming in now, and the 816 of Christian Trues. It is all happening here, Sandy. Mate, you're about to get run over down there.
Yeah.
Jamie Knight, have a look at the cars. We can see 5 cars right now. The Gundy 500.
Mate, these guys have done 500 of Gundawindy's toughest. As you see your club Prez or Grand Poobah come over the line.
Yeah, I tell you what, massive credit to Jamie there across the finish line. You know, ran this race weekend and obviously did a great job of the track changes as well. A lot
Tony,
of people...
I tell you what, mate, what a battle.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Just getting to the finish line anyway.
No, the car was actually faultless. We had a flat tyre yesterday, which we couldn't change. And that held us back 14 minutes. But the car's as good as it was when we left the line yesterday. Awesome. Yeah, that last lap was so much fun. We didn't have a great deal of dust, and normally we chase dust all day. So it was, yeah, Mick Collins done an awesome job. Just like to thank everyone, especially all my pit crew, Gary, Trish. But without all them here, I wouldn't have been here.
Good to see you back with a smile on your face, mate.
My oath.
We'll see you round 4. Tell you what, they're coming in thick and fast right now. I'm going to wiggle my way around here. Hopefully our cameraman can get around there as well, sorry. The Tucker entry, car 110. They are in contention for championship points. I think they were sitting about equal 6th or 7th or something, somewhere down around there. You look exhausted, mate.
Yeah, I think you're feeling a bit better than me for sure. That's very challenging track and very unforgiving. Yeah, right to the end, eh? Like you just could not relax at all. And yeah, full duties to my navigator. He pulled me out of some fairly big episodes, but yeah, glad to be home.
We're glad to have you back, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we've got first of our side-by-sides here.
They're still going.
I'm going well. How are you going in there?
Yeah, just covered in mud. That was a pretty tough run.
I tell you what, we'll get a shot of inside his car here, but obviously the side-by-sides a little bit shorter. They get thrown out a little bit more, and obviously been through a lot of mud through there.
Well, the quickest way through a puddle is straight through it, right? So you go around them, it takes longer.
Welcome back to the finish line and congratulations.
Cheers. We lost 23 minutes yesterday, so I don't know how much of that we got to make up today, but we'll see.
Well, welcome back. Cheers. Tell you what, we've got them coming everywhere. First of our Class 8s. I don't know where Christian's run off to. Christian? Tell you what, just for the true trophy truck lovers at home. Christian, first Class 8 over the line. A solid axle front and rear car. Phenomenal effort, mate. And you were, at one stage, I think you were up in 6th or 7th outright. And I reckon by the time they do adjusted times, you might still be there a little bit better off. How'd you go?
Yeah, we would have been a lot better off if we didn't keep splitting the belt on the first 2 laps this morning. But, yeah, we fixed it and went out and sent the car again, and you know that's the end result. What we got now.
Car looks super strong all weekend. I know we heard you had a pulley issue, I think it was, but hey, overall the car looks like it's ready to go again.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well done, mate. Super fast. Good to see you home.
Thank you.
Jamie Knight, I'm sure he's ready to do president duties. He can give us a few words on the whole weekend. We're not giving you much time to rest, mate.
That's all right.
You got all the duties, you signed up for it, we're giving them to you.
Yeah, mate. Not a problem at all.
Went out, no panels on the back of seat, get rid of the weight, and you Someone told me you had a shock issue leading into that last section.
Yeah, we bent a shock shaft in the, first or second lap. So it eventually just decided it didn't want to be with us anymore. So got the boys to put a shaft in it there at half time. We had to come out and put the car in park ferme. So we hit our start time and then guys come and put the shock in for us. So, but yeah.
First class 4 over the line. I don't know if that means, obviously there's adjusted times to happen, everything we've said a few times now, but still went strong all weekend from what we could see.
Oh yeah, look, this amazing car. Yeah, I've got to thank Luke Hall. He built an awesome truck and to build some reliability into it, and 500 Ks is probably one of the hardest tracks I reckon anyone can find.
And today's wasn't without its battles, off with the racer's hat, on with the Prez's hat. The weekend didn't go off without a hitch. Last year we had a few issues. This year we had a few issues, but overall, what an event.
Oh, yeah, look, I want a dream run at this event. Since we've gone to 500 Ks, we haven't had a dream run, but, you just adapt and deal with what happens, and you can never predict what's going to go on over the weekend. So, yeah, look, we got it sorted. Big thanks to Travis Conrad and the boys. They just stepped up and just made it happen.
And realistically, we weren't offline for too long. They got the problem sorted, and good to see still a fair amount of cars still finishing and finishing with solid times.
Yeah, today, from what I can see out the track, today was definitely a lot more. I didn't see as many broken down cars, so I think the track has improved today, which sounds crazy. Normally it deteriorates, but I think yesterday was a bit off edge. But we got it done, and it was good.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations, Jamie Knight, and we'll see you at the presentation dinner tonight, mate. Jacko, we've got more important things to talk about, mate. Jackson Evans, how did you go, mate?
What a race. That was unreal. When they changed the track, thank God. That was unreal. Just mind you, there was really bad holes in there. So my first run through there, I stove the front into a hole. Then we just tried to run our own race. We got past Campbell, and I think we've got the class win. So massive thanks to the boys. They've done it. I just drove an unreal car today. So big thanks to my sponsors, King Chrome, Polaris, KMC, EFX, everyone that helps us out. Unreal event. I'll be back. How cool. Unreal, man.
All right, well done. See you around, Jackson. I'm sure we'll see them at round 4. I don't know where Bo has disappeared to. Bo loves a chat on the camera. Bo Robbo had a few issues early on. Glad to see you home, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. No, it's good to be here. Big weekend. This was one of those weekends. So we've had a pretty clean run this year, and I suppose it was bound to happen. So hopefully we got all out of the way of this one.
All right, well, hopefully we can see you at round 4, and we know you've got a big calendar ahead of you for the rest of the year. Still, it's not over by any means, even with one race left here. So congratulations, well done, and good luck.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, mate. Bo Robbo. I might cut back up to you guys down there because they're we've got a couple hiding around the corner down here, actually. I'm going to go and speak to contenders in car 23. We have some words. Love it. I don't know if you're impressed to be home or...
No. Man, just so happy to be home. Just a big shout out to my nephew here, Dean Searle. Man, what a boy. He called all the calls and he was bang on all the time, and unfortunately we took a flat on the infield here. We had to change that. We fell down the order, But fantastic event, and a fantastic crew we've got standing behind us. So just awesome. So happy to be here. If we can have a shot of my team over here.
I tell you what, the Black Betty team, they do a phenomenal effort, not just in front of the camera, behind the camera. Also contenders on a few of the races, a few finishes. Fairly big amount of energy goes into their crew as well.
G'day.
Mate, you're looking fresh.
Ready to go again? The car's not, but I'm good to go.
You might be one of only a few.
Yeah, no, it's a tough track this weekend. We did a belt early yesterday, and then we lost the rear wheel, so we had a DNF, unfortunately. First 2 laps today were okay. Third lap we've done the diff, so we struggled for two-wheel drive for a lap and a half and just tried to get it home. So
you're in contention for points too, I think, against Jackson. So
Well, I was leading it before this weekend.
That's right.
So, but we'll be back in the mix of it now. But anyway, you got to keep showing up.
Still got round 4 to go, mate.
That's
down
it,
at the Pines in September.
Anything can happen.
We'll see you there.
Yep, we will.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Arrival Inc. entry, car 627. I'm not too sure how much how much we can get down here. The Burrows, Matty Burrows, you just swing over the fence for us. Quick chat. We saw you came into the pits there for a second before you went back out on your last lap. What was that about?
Yeah, so we've come in.
It's obviously a quick little issue.
Yeah, we've come into the pits every break. We're losing a lot of oil out of the engine, so we put about 5 or so litres in each time. So we're nursing her the whole way, short shifting, and come in when we could and fill her up and keep going. So really glad to make it to the end and hopefully grab a couple of points that we can. And yeah, no, it's good.
And we know, like I was saying to some of the others, there's a lot of guys in contention for points in this row. You're one of them. You're equal third with
Simon Tucker, I think.
Simon Tucker, that's correct. Now, he's coming in front of you. I don't know about road time. Obviously, you've chewed up a bit of time going to the pits, but let's hope those points stay. So hopefully, you can stay in contention, and then maybe even at the Pines come through with a win.
Yeah, no, keen to go to the Pines and have a crack with Simon again. I love racing with him. We've had a couple of battles this year, so it's good fun. But no, hopefully we get all that sorted and come back to the Pines all fresh. So.
All right, well done, mate.
Sweet, thank you.
Matty Burrows, second of the Burrows entries over the line. The 2 Burrows cars. We're getting a fair way down here, fellas. I don't know if you can still hear us up there.
Yeah, I can still hear you loud and clear, mate.
170. I tell you what, it's another brown car, boys. How was it?
It was good. Last couple of sections just then were a bit drier. Wasn't too bad, Not as many puddles, but still a few out there. Yeah, so it was good.
A lot of the smiles I'm seeing, I'm pretty sure are just smiles of gratification to be home.
Yes, happy to get the sticker that says we survived. Happy for that.
100%. Well done. We'll see you at the next one, hopefully.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, I think the one of the
Greg and Lockie Campbell obviously checking out some sort of issue down the back. Lockie, Greg, how'd it go?
It was going well until it wasn't, unfortunately. We were doing well on that first lap. Pace was awesome. Car felt great. Really confident in the car, the shocks. These 10-saw tyre method rim combo were just a treat this weekend. And then just before the end of that second last lap, just heard a pop and then just no boost, no power. So we were maxing out at maybe 90 k's an hour, but it was taking us about 5 minutes to get there. So, so painful. We're doing well all weekend and everything was going to plan, and then,
You made it to the end though, Lockie, that's one thing.
Yeah, this wasn't an easy track to finish on this weekend, so testament to these little Can-Ams and how tough we build them nowadays, and so testament just to get it to the end, but would have been lovely to be a bit further down the line there. So
next one, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, Greg.
Thanks, mate.
There you go, Lockie and Greg Campbell, father and son team. I sort of figured I'll just keep going until it doesn't go.
Yeah. Righto, very good. Some awesome action on the line there. And again, we had some cars roll in. The old chef, she's got no front guards on it anymore, so the gaffer tape did not work.
They fixed the front guard flapping issue.
Yes, it's fixed, definitely. Again, awesome to see all the cars down there. Again, Jackson Evans, you heard him talking about that he thinks he's done enough. Again, we were on the wrong track there. I apologise. It wasn't the 607, it was 604. So McNiven was the first one actually in, but again, had that 20-minute, 25. They actually did 2 pit stops on the same lap, which never helps.
Yes, not a good option. Like you said, I think they must have straightened that rear arm that was bent, headed back out onto the course, and it almost bent instantly again. So I think the decision was made to change an arm as well to get back out there and finish. But, geez, what an awesome event as we have a bit of a look of all the cars on the lineup.
Yep, Robinson there, Christian Trews, Nida. Again, brilliant to see all those cars. Turner. Again, Mike Zacher had a great run. Obviously, Chapman, the winner. Brent Martin And Mark Burrows, so awesome to see that. I tell you what, the other great one is Barnett in the 68, keeping their points alive.
So just a call out for the pit crews, 6168. That's 6168. And car 44, if you can make your way over to HQ for some info about recovery, please.
Easy. So Barnett in now. Again, a great run there.
Yeah, I tell you what, didn't they battle some demons as well this weekend? That'll be whether they enjoy a Goldie, a Great Northern, a rum can, could be a bottle of water. You never know what they enjoy, but it's going to be a well-deserved drink tonight at the presentation dinner.
Absolutely, mate. In Gundy though, so really should be a bit of Bundy, bit of the finest. Now the other thing is, I know he's not home yet, but the 202 based on the kilometres. Well, I'm just saying, he's definitely done 75% of the race, and from the information that I've got on online here, that will be an Australian Championship in class for them because they've actually done the 3 races, 3 finishes in the 202. So they'll have the 201 on their roof next year. How good is that from the
Forsman.
Yes, but which one is it? This is the problem. I think it's Brendan. Is it
Draw
Brendan?
a name. Draw a
yes,
name.
No. I'm sure it's Brendan.
Yeah, exciting stuff, isn't it? These guys putting in an awesome effort. I think
It is Brendan.
One of the competitors there, I think they said an excellent statement when they got to the end of it. They were a little bit disappointed in their result this weekend, but I believe the statement was, we're going to the Pines because anything can happen. And this weekend has definitely proved anything can happen. It's just one of those things.
Again, super impressive out of Mick Marson. The 10 was the first non-unlimited car home. How crazy is that?
Yes.
What a run. And then, actually, his mate, Tony Falava, in the first of the Class 1s, side by side on the lineup. So, it's a great run out of that single seat, and again, out of Tony Falava. But then Tucker right there, as we're talking about the 22 through now as well, which is awesome. And then, I apologise, ladies and gentlemen, that side-by-side was covered in mud, including the roof number. I think it was 631, but...
That just came through, 633.
There
so
you
the
go.
Raceline entry.
Yes, excellent. Matthew Hummer. So congratulations to Matthew Hummer. It's been a tough one. He's done work. He's got it done. And that's what Gundy is all about here with the 500 kilometres. Heard Jamie talk about it, wanting that dream run. He hasn't had it, but I tell you what, the 500 tests the metal, spelt METTLE, as well as the metal, spelt METAL, Joshua.
Oof. Now, if that's not a double entendre if I've ever heard one.
Correct.
But I tell you what, once again, I've said it a couple of times, but you got to give mad respect and mad credit to Jamie Knight.
Josh.
Say
word.
The trouble that he's had to deal with this weekend, including running his own race team, running the race, dealing with competitors, dealing with spectators.
I'm glad you said dealing with commentators.
Dealing with commentators. It would be quite easy when Sandy Bowman stuck that microphone in him for him to have his lip dropped a little bit and not be very pleasant on the microphone. But you saw that smile. You saw how happy he was. He is just a wonderful man, a great off-road racer, a great champion of the sport. He does amazing work to make sure these races go ahead, and I don't think we can wax lyrical enough about what a good bloke Jamie Knight is.
Yeah, absolutely, and the whole club too, Joshua.
Absolutely.
They just put in work time after time after time.
Yeah, the recovery crew, we've had people coming up constantly to us, asking us to put information out there, come to the... they've had their work cut out, so all the volunteers, if you see someone getting around in an orange vest, make sure you say thank you to them as well for all the hard work and the effort that they have put in this weekend. The recovery crews, the officials, Rally Safe, all of these things, these guys have done an awesome job all weekend.
Tell you what, Joshua, I was just thinking about it. A lot of years, us Queenslanders were getting fairly dusted up.
Yes.
By our Mexican brethren. Young Clayton's bringing it back for the boys.
Bringing it back for the Queenslanders.
I like it. We've had a good run here for a couple of years. There's been a few hard charges come out of the Australian scene in the last couple of years, hasn't there?
Yes.
I mean, it's been a long time. We've always been there. But I tell you what, it is fantastic to see Clayton having a real crack this year. It's been having a real crack for a lot of years. I didn't mean that. But overall, and having a good run. It's good to see.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like you said,
Good program.
Excellent program. The holes in the cheese lining up. Having a little bit of luck. But as they say, luck is proper preparation, meeting the right opportunity. So these boys fully prepared for when the opportunity arose for these guys to take advantage. But like you said, an absolutely flawless weekend, start to finish. Got out front, good prologue time. You know, and there was plenty of pressure in prologue, but a good prologue time, got out front, and then has just set the pace all weekend.
All weekend.
And, you know, we can't underestimate how hard it's been for him as well, particularly in the early laps when the 100-car field was there. He had to be he was the first car coming up on the limited classes, so he was the one alerting people they were about to be, for want of a better word, lapped.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. So, yeah, very interesting to see how good that was.
So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around in about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes, we'll be doing our trophy presentation. Our podium presentation is probably the best way to describe it. Right down in front, so make sure you stick around.
Spraying some champagne.
Absolutely.
It's going to be good. It's going to be a good victory. And again, one where Clayton has done the full 500. He was confident. He was comfortable last time. But with only 400 due to the issues, the full 500 kilometres completed here this year in 2024. Crazy. Crazy to think. The end of the third round. So amazing. So the 1032 on screen there now as well, that single seat racer. Again, we keep saying it, guys, if you're sitting at home, you're like, man, I want to have a crack at this. The 10 is such a fantastic vehicle to run with. I know Mick can tell you that a good 10 cars are a credit to the stable.
So just a reminder, very shortly, in a few minutes, we're going to do our podium presentation for first, second and third overall. The numbers have been crunched.
Well, let's call it. 5 minutes, guys, down the front. Let's make it happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, make your way down towards the front here. We're going to spray some champagne for our victors in a couple of minutes. So if you want to see and get a photo, get a video, now is the time to head towards the podium.
Absolutely.
Get yourself a cold beverage.
Maybe spray it back at them. No?
The Hawks are still serving.
I see they got little chocky bars, some pies. Did sample the Dyno nuggets before. They were fantastic.
So, guys, everyone down that far end, if you can make your way towards the podium, all the crew, the Burrows, the Martins, Chapmans, make your way on up towards the podium because we're going to have a celebration here very shortly in the next couple of minutes. So, again, if we can make our way towards the front here in front of the commentator's box, Sandy Bowman is going to get a little bit... And listen, this is how this works. Hey, Sandy, if they don't come, you get to spray the champagne. And you get to take the cars home. Oh, white pieces of paper. Dale's ready. He's won the first part of the race.
No, but what an awesome weekend Geez, I tell you what, an absolute race of attrition as we have a look down the field. You know, we started with 100 cars.
Yeah, it sure has been. Yep. It's crazy to think some of the cars, obviously some of the cars from the front are still here and running really well, but you're right, some of the guys that we were thinking, like AJ was right there. That was all happening. And unfortunately now, and Talbot Cox is another one.
Yeah, it's definitely been a... Oh.
Mick Marson, if you can herd them this way, get them coming this way. Big. If Mick tells you to come this way, make sure it happens.
He said he'll wrestle.
80.
Yeah, if we could just get a few of our people down here this way. Just not everyone's here for the presentation. I think we're still actually waiting on some drivers.
So Clayton, if you can make your way to the podium, mate. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire. If not, Josh said he'll take the podium presentation.
Righto, folks. Everybody that's here, wandered down. We're going to have a presentation for the victors of this year's ARB Gundy 500. Everybody, round 3 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. Still one round to go down in Pines in Millicent in South Australia. And 20 to the 22nd of September, so make sure you're there as well. So if I can have everybody down this direction, please. And I don't know where they are, but we might start from 3rd place. I can't see them anywhere. I know who they are because they're written on this bit of paper. Come on, guys, move down. Righto, folks. Once again, if everyone can move down, I don't know where they are, but if we can have for 3rd place, if we can get them up here, car 21, Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows. Car 21. Good to see him back on the podium for a little after a little while. Come on, Tom. We know you want to come up here, mate. I tell you what, we all know how bad Gundy can be and how much of a big battle it is, but well done, mate. Good to see you over the line. Good to see you over the line also Tom. Congratulations. Our 3rd place getters this year at the ARB Gundy 500, folks.
Yeah, well, who do we like to thank? You know, everyone that's helped us to get here for a start. Wife Sharon, thank Tom for navigating, thank Mick and Hodgie and all the crew that helped us out all year, really. Everyone back down at Monk Fab that built the car, and they've done a fantastic job. Stewie Knowles for the engine. Albans, of course, for a transmission that just won't break. So it's been a great weekend. Of course, the Gundy Windy Club and all the sponsors for the ARB series. It's just a great series and everyone loves it. That's why we keep coming back. And look at Gundy's numbers this year. It's just unbelievable. We haven't seen 100 cars at a race for a long, long time. And it's great to see.
All right, there you are, folks. 3rd place this year's ARB Gundy 500. In 2nd place, Dale Martin with AJ in the passenger seat. Car number 5. Tell you what, folks, good to see you guys back up here as well.
Yeah, it's good to be back up here. A couple of times this year. It's been good.
All right.
Sorry. Sorry, yeah. Look, we just want to say thanks to everyone involved in our team. We've got people back home that don't come to the races. Paul Stiles, a really instrumental member of the team. Dean Williams, Rain and Michael. Our wives, Jeff, for letting us go away. But, yeah, look, couldn't do it without Craig. Craig, my mother, or my mum. Brent and Andre have been a great help this weekend. And just to get a result, the team's really good really good. So good. Thank you to Mickey Thompson as well. We've had a bit of a dominate at the top there, Mickey Thompson, this weekend, and no issues at all. So, yeah, had a great weekend. Thank you.
Righto, thank you, folks. Second place getters. And now for the top guys, we know it was car 15, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire. They led start to finish. Like I said, they led start to finish on the last national race. Well done, guys. Good to see you up here.
Thanks, Sandy. Yeah, it was a stellar weekend. So, huge thanks to the committee who put on the event. That track, as Gundy always does, just comes alive on Sunday. It was just absolutely cracker out there, man. We couldn't stop smiling. That's what we do it for. Just the joy in the car is so fun. So, it was just cracker. Huge thanks to my family, beautiful wife, and everybody helped out. And it's just amazing. So the support we've got is fantastic. Everybody's just here to help out and, just has a good time over the weekend. It's just awesome. So, we just can't say enough. Huge thanks to Link, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Penrod Oils. With them we just went strong all weekend, didn't have to think about it. So it was amazing. Thanks again. All right, and Adam, of course, he's my main man.
Righto, thank you. First, second place for this year's Gundy 500. I'm out of here before I get covered. But thank you, everybody. I know it was a fantastic weekend. We're going to stay on the live feed for a little while yet. And I think that's well deserved, isn't it? We've still got a few cars to cross the finish line. And don't forget, before anyone nicks off, don't forget we do have the presentation dinner tonight back in Gundy. And once again, our championship sponsors, ARB, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels. Well done to these guys. They've all worked hard, and I know anybody that finishes Gundy has worked hard.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely awesome that the victors go the spoils, and the boys there have done a great job. Clayton and Adam in first, Dale and AJ in second, and Mark and Tom in third there. Again, that is some history. Multi-time Australian champions, future Australian champions, I'm calling second generations of off-road champions, class champions. That is a very strong podium right there.
Absolutely. It goes to show the competition level here at the Gundy 500. It's just one of those races that they talk about. Like they said, the track really coming alive today. Sounds like it was starting to dry out a little bit. Like you said, this wind has picked up. Another day of strong sunshine. Praise the Lord, we did not see rain last night. So
yeah, that would have changed it.
Track really coming into some good conditions there. So awesome to see, and great to hear, the spectators talk about how much they did enjoy the track today. Definitely would have been hard work early on in the weekend. But what an amazing, amazing job.
And again, Josh, big shout out to all of our awesome sponsors. We've just had the podium there, and without them, this couldn't happen. ARB 4x4 Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, AASA, Aurora, Gundawindi Tyre Service, Gundawindi Regional Council. We also have Trueline Earth Moving, GRC Motorsport. We have Show and Go Photography, Future Ag Mechanical, NW Rural, Bug Spark Auto Electrical, Diesel Care, Ambrose Haulage, Tom's Tarps, Chapmans Performance Dyno Tuning. What a way to put their name on it. Gundawindi Hydraulics. We got Pico Trading, Oriental Agriculture, Ag Spray Centre, Mackenzie's Home, Timber and Hardware, Full Bore Welding, Mackham Builders, Brown's Bobcat and Excavator, Knights Plant Hire, Gunsind Bakery, TNT Motorcycles, Joe Bulmer, and I know Campbell's Fuel Service, Take Toyota, Sleek Ag Contracting, L. Bulmer and Co. Earth Moving, Raceline, big shout out to Raceline, just so many, MR Trans, we're talking about Comiskey, Mike's Shock Shop, Radius, King, Bayside Laser, and JMV Create. Again, all of these guys have put money into the sport, and we give you a big appreciation. And also, again, I know we've said it a couple of times, but Gundawindi Motorsport Association, from us three goons up here, we get the easy job, and we really appreciate all the helpers, everyone that put in, the Hawks for feeding us, just all of it. It's been such a great event.
I tell you what, been a phenomenal weekend.
Very enjoyable start to finish for you guys, getting to listen to us. For you two, getting to work with me. You're welcome for some of the amazing camera shots yesterday afternoon.
Of the white pole on our grandstand here.
Yes, absolutely.
What car would that be, mate?
202.
You guessed it.
Yeah,
over
way!
the finish line.
The 202.
The Forceman's
Let's
over,
go.
clean, home.
So
and I'm sure
good.
they'll be glad to be here.
And again, for more everything, again, unofficial. I'm a commentator goon talking up here, but I believe that wraps up the championship for them.
That is incredible.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because 3 from 3 now.
Yep.
Can't be
3
passed.
starts.
Can't be passed.
Can't be beat now.
So you're saying 3 wins, 3 class wins?
Don't say that. 3 finishes from 3 races. And with class 2, I think that would make a big difference overall.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But again, it's been said by another Forceman.
Anything can happen.
No, but I'm saying
Oh.
I think he could stop and not even race next round 4.
Yes.
Bloody hope he does. The Pines is a cracker, mate. We've got one left. Don't forget that.
You know the best bit, Sandy, is now he can just go to the Pines and have a good time.
Just
You're right.
clutch
That's
kicking
it.
at
That
every,
is
just
do it.
clutch kicking every corner. Bit of limity bash on the start line.
Limity. Limity.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
On the bop.
On the bopper.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I'm going to say around 25 to 27, maybe even 28 cars over the line. Would that be about right?
I think you're pretty
Quick,
right.
I just did a quick
Hold
math.
on.
Math. in
28.
there. About math.
About math.
It's great to see about
Quick
an
guesstimate.
approximate. Doesn't that say how tough the course is when about 25-30% finish rate?
28% finish,
Yeah.
yeah.
20.
Oh, there's still a few cars on course.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Well, we're still looking for some of our 7 cars back, aren't we?
We are.
Well,
I don't think we've had a 7-car back.
No.
We've had Christian.
Hank the Tank?
I don't know where he finished outright. I actually haven't seen the outrights yet. I was only handed first, second, third place getters.
I would like you to note that he's parked in front of all the trophy trucks.
You're correct. Phenomenal effort.
Billy Geddes will love that.
Well, I'm really glad to see a good mix of cars over the finish line. Not just, like I know we've got first, second, third, and even fifth there over the line. Not obviously the first 3 unlimited cars, but we used to only see unlimited cars. 10 years ago, you wouldn't see anything but an unlimited car, maybe a truck.
Yes.
Now we've got a real good mix.
Yep,
Class
absolutely.
10. Mick Marzon, what an effort. What a stellar effort, mate.
Unbelievable.
Obviously, he knows the terrain. He knows how to race a car.
And he's in a good car.
Still.
Yes, absolutely.
Class 1s, Class 8, Class 4, 6.
I'm going to find my iPad up, Sandy, and see where the 7 is. That's what I'm looking for.
See if we can find out if he's still moving. Now, unfortunately, due to time constraints, we don't have much time left on our stream. So we want to try and call Hank the Tank in before the stream runs at 12 minutes. We're going to keep the stream going for 12 more minutes before we run out of time on our, I guess you'd say, server.
Because I've got to go on
Facebook, there you go. After that, the feed is automatically shut down.
And I need time to do my hair before the presentations tonight,
Yeah.
mate. That is no
What about your
easy
face?
feat.
What are you going to do with your face for tonight?
Bit of, I'm not even going there. Not even going with you. There you go. Bo Robbo. Isn't that...
Hey, I hate to say it,
but
No.
I might be wrong, but I cannot see Hank the Tank. Surely he is still floating.
Well, Leaf sprung 76. He's doing anything but floating.
Anything but floating.
But hopefully he's still moving.
Yes.
Well, he is, mate. He's coming into the arena any second now, I reckon.
Is that right?
He's got it in the bag, I recken, in 12
Oh,
minutes.
he definitely...
If he want to...
No way. I think you're 100% correct. Hank the Tank.
Now
Hank
we're
the
talking.
Tank.
Well, there's 10.05 over there. What car was that, Josh?
Well, I think it looked like a 76. It was very square.
Very boxy.
Very boxy.
Like a tissue box racing down the road or a toaster.
Oh, we're pretty... You're dead right, too. From here, it does look like a giant box on wheels. I hope it is, because that would be absolutely brilliant.
And I think we nearly have one of every class
it's
over the line.
scooting too, hey. He has not slowed down one little bit.
he should,
Yes, that's a
he
76.
should come in reasonably cleanly.
Definitely.
I do see car 10.05 not far behind him.
There we go.
Yep.
Definitely
Still
on the live
motoring,
stream.
So
How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? What did you say? 15 minutes to do the last
12.
12 minutes.
So he's probably down to
got
about
this.
10 or 11 minutes.
Well, he
now.
is still hooking in.
He's heard us. He's actually got the live stream playing in there. He's like, righto.
Aircon on. He's got the Tesla-style dash, watching himself.
Yes.
We have no evidence to back this up, but we're just saying it.
None at all. But Hank Parker having a great
They also
run
said
there.
the 10.05 is still out there,
Well,
close
I just
to
saw
Hank.
that. I don't know what I saw, but it did say 10.05 was out there and moving. But
I don't know what I saw.
I don't
That's
know
the
what
whole
I
weekend,
saw.
mate.
Like 10.05 was right
Yes,
behind Hank.
yes,
So
absolutely.
all
And
I
now
can
it's gone
say
red.
is
Well, I was going to say, mine doesn't even show Hank's car, so... Oh, no, now it does, so that's convenient. Racing at 87 kilometres an hour. Did you say the 10.05?
I'll be honest, we saw 202 over the line. It just showed me 202 out there. So
yes,
we are with our internet that we
It's
have
on,
here.
it's
I
on a
think
break as well, Liam. Because
Riley
I must
says-
admit, I can see the 10.05 you're talking about. That's going the wrong way on course at 78 kilometres an hour, so I hope that's not correct. Hank Parker running around again. Great down there to hear some of the stories too. You know, like I enjoyed, hearing the guys say about the tracks cleaning out and coming, the track got better with age, which is unusual for an off-road race course.
Yes.
Normally it only gets worse. But everyone down there seemed pretty happy. The big smiles on the dials when you finish. That checkered flag,
Yeah.
that's a feeling, isn't it?
When does Clayton Chapman not smile?
That's true, though.
Yet to see him angry.
There was kind of a wince of uncomfortableness when Mark Burrows pushed that champagne bottle down his race suit, so he didn't look...
Mark Burrows knows how to party.
Yeah.
Not the first time on the podium, young fella.
I think it was good to see Mark Burrows. Not that I've seen too many of his races in that car, but apart from the ARB Championship races, so I'm not sure what he's done apart from.
I'll tell you what, too. Did he say he said about letting a younger generation hop into
Yeah.
that car? I tell you what, if Mark wanted to let,
Maddie steps up. Tom, guess what?
Tom said,
"Get up, Dad."
Tom said, no way. He goes, I get the monk bill. Matty can stay in his car. I get the good one.
Maddie said they were using 5 litres. Do you hear that? Oil. They came in for oil early on.
Gotcha. There you go.
Well, from what I can tell, I nearly.
Well, you know
reckon-
when it didn't burn oil, Sandy? When it had 2 turbos on the side.
That's what I keep saying.
I think the turbo burns off that
If
little
you're going to
bit.
rebuild the motor...
Keeps the pressurised.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
The head gasket charged, yes. Is that your theory, Sandy?
Yeah, I reckon. They'll listen to me one day. There's Hank, folks, over on your far left, and I reckon it'll probably be the last car we get to call in before we get booted from our stream.
Yeah. A really great finish there.
Can
So
we
Hank
close after
Parker
this,
make it. Yep. So Hank Parker is making his way across the line.
We'll
we'll just call Hank Parker in and then we'll wrap this thing up. But great to see that Hank making his way in. Our first Class 7 now. What a monumental effort. When they went to the 500, you kind of thought to yourself, how are these boys going to be able to do this? Some
With
of
a
our limited
Toyota
class.
front end.
Is he going to jump?
Oh!
He just jumped it.
And that was actually really smooth.
Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. Hank Parker comes across the line for the final time. That is our class winner in production
what,
four-wheel drive.
First Class 7 over the line, and just because we only have a few minutes left, not even, we're going to have to wrap it up here, folks. Thank you, everybody, for being at the Gundy 500. We've loved having you. We've loved talking to you. Hope you've loved watching these two fellas. ARB Gundy 500, third round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Yep.
It's been an absolute cracker, hasn't it? Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, the victors here this weekend, 2024. It's been a big year, and it's only going to get better at
Pines.
Yes.
Pines, 20th to 22nd in Millicent, South Australia. So we'll hopefully see you all there. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Sandy.
We'll see you next time we're in Queensland. See you, folks.